Sharpe's Havoc by Bernard Cornwell. Chapter 1. Miss Savage was missing, and the French were coming. The approach of the French was the more urgent crisis. The splintering noise of sustained musket fire was sounding just outside the city, and in the last 10 minutes 5 or 6 cannonballs had battered through the roofs of the houses high on the river's northern bank. The Savage house was a few yards down the slope, and for the moment was protected from errant French cannon fire. But already the warm spring air hummed with spent musket balls that sometimes struck the thick roof tiles with a loud crack, or else ripped through the dark, glossy pines to shower needles over the garden. It was a large house, built of white-painted stone, and with dark green shutters closed over the windows. The front porch was crowned with a wooden board, on which were gilded letters spelling out the name House Beautiful in English. It seemed an odd name for a building high on the steep hillside, where the city of Oporto overlooked the River Douro in northern Portugal, especially as the big square house was not beautiful at all, but quite stark and ugly and angular, even if its harsh lines were softened by dark cedars which would offer welcome shade in summer. A bird was making a nest in one of the cedars, and whenever a musket ball tore through the branches, it would squawk in alarm and fly a small loop before returning to its work. Scores of fugitives were fleeing past the House Beautiful, running down the hill towards the ferries and the pontoon bridge that would take them safe across the Douro. Some of the refugees drove pigs, goats and cattle. Others pushed handcarts precariously loaded with furniture, and more than one carried a grandparent on his back. Richard Sharpe, lieutenant in the 2nd Battalion of His Majesty's 95th Rifles, unbuttoned his breeches and pissed in the narcissi in the House Beautiful's front flower bed. The ground was soaked because there had been a storm the previous night. Lightning had flickered above the city. Thunder had billowed across the sky, and the heavens had opened so that the flower beds now steamed gently as the hot sun drew out the night's moisture. A howitzer shell arched overhead, sounding like a ponderous barrel rolling swiftly over attic floorboards. It left a small grey trace of smoke from its burning fuse. Sharpe looked up at the smoke tendril, judging from its curve where the howitzer had to be emplaced. "They're getting too bloody close," he said to no one in particular. "You'll be drowning those poor bloody flowers, so you will," Sergeant Harper said, then added a hasty "Sir," when he saw Sharpe's face. The howitzer shell exploded somewhere above the tangle of alleys close to the river, and a heartbeat later the French cannonade rose to a sustained thunder. But the thunder had a crisp, clear staccato timbre, suggesting that some of the guns were very close. A new battery, Sharpe thought. It must have unlimbered just outside the city, maybe half a mile away from Sharpe, and was probably whacking the big northern redoubt in the flank. And the musketry that had been sounding like the burning of a dry thorn bush now faded to an intermittent crackle, suggesting that the defending infantry was retreating. Some, indeed, were running, and Sharpe could hardly blame them. A large and disorganized Portuguese force, led by the Bishop of Oporto, was trying to stop Marshal Soult's army from capturing the city, the second largest in Portugal, and the French were winning. The Portuguese road to safety led past the front garden of the House Beautiful, and the bishop's blue-coated soldiers were skedaddling down the hill as fast as their legs could take them. Except that when they saw the green-jacketed British riflemen, they slowed to a walk, as if to prove that they were not panicking. And that, Sharpe reckoned, was a good sign. The Portuguese evidently had pride, and troops with pride would fight well given another chance, though not all the Portuguese troops showed such spirit. The men from the Ordinanza kept running, but that was hardly surprising. The Ordinanza was an enthusiastic but unskilled army of volunteers raised to defend the homeland, and the battle-hardened French troops were tearing them to shreds. Meanwhile, Miss Savage was still missing. Captain Hogan appeared on the front porch of the House Beautiful. He carefully closed the door behind him, and then looked up to heaven and swore fluently and impressively. Sharpe buttoned his breeches, and his 24 riflemen inspected their weapons as though they had never seen such things before. Captain Hogan added a few more carefully chosen words, then spat as a French round-shot trundled overhead. What it is, Richard," he said when the cannon shot had passed, "is a shambles, a bloody goddamn miserable pox bollocks of an agglomerated half-witted shambles." The round shot landed somewhere in the lower town and precipitated the splintering crash of a collapsing roof. Captain Hogan took out his snuff-box and inhaled a mighty pinch. "Bless you," Sergeant Harper said. Captain Hogan sneezed, and Harper smiled. "Her name," Hogan said, ignoring Harper, "is Catherine, or rather Kate. Kate Savage, 19 years old, and in need, my God, how she is in need of a thrashing, a hiding, a damned good smacking. That's what she needs, Richard. A copper-sheath goddamn bloody good walloping." "So where the hell is she?" Sharpe asked. "Well, her mother thinks she might have gone to Villa Real de Cedes," Captain Hogan said, "wherever in God's holy hell that might be. But the family has an estate there, a place where they go to escape the summer heat." He rolled his eyes in exasperation. "So, why would she go there, sir?" Sergeant Harper asked. "Because she's a fatherless 19-year-old girl," Hogan said, "who insists on having her own way, because she's fallen out with her mother, because she's a bloody idiot who deserves a bloody good hiding, because— oh, I don't know why. Because she's young and knows everything, that's why." Hogan was a stocky, middle-aged Irishman, a Royal Engineer with a shrewd face, a soft brogue, greying hair, and a charitable disposition. "Because she's a bloody half-wit, that's why," he finished. "This Villa Real de whatever," Sharpe said, "is it far? Why don't we just fetch her?" "Which is precisely what I've told the mother you will do, Richard. You will go to Villa Real de Cedes, you will find the wretched girl, and you will get her across the river. We'll wait for you in Villanova, and if the damn French capture Villanova, then we'll wait for you in Coimbra." He paused as he penciled these instructions on a scrap of paper. "And if the frogs take Coimbra, we'll wait for you in Lisbon, and if the bastards take Lisbon, we'll be pissing our britches in London, and you'll be— God knows where. Don't fall in love with her," he went on, handing Sharpe the piece of paper. "Don't get the silly girl pregnant. Don't give her the thrashing she bloody well deserves, and don't, for the love of Christ, lose her. And don't lose Colonel Christopher either. Am I plain?" "Colonel Christopher is coming with us?" Sharpe asked, appalled. "Didn't I just tell you that?" Hogan inquired innocently, then turned as a clatter of hooves announced the appearance of the Widow Savage's travelling coach from the stable-yard at the rear of the house. The coach was heaped with baggage, and there was even some furniture and 2 rolled carpets lashed onto the rear rack, where a coachman, precariously poised between a half-dozen gilded chairs, was leading Hogan's black mare by the reins. The captain took the horse and used the coach's mounting step to hoist himself into the saddle. "You'll be back with us in a couple of days," he assured Sharpe. "Say 6-7 hours to Villa Real de Cedes, the same back to the ferry at Barca de Ventas, and then a quiet stroll home. You know where Barca de Ventas is?" "No, sir." "That way." Hogan pointed eastwards. 4 country miles." He pushed his right boot into its stirrup, then lifted his body to flick out the tails of his blue coat. "With luck, you may even rejoin us tomorrow night." "What I don't understand—" Sharpe began, then paused because the front door of the house had been thrown open, and Mrs. Savage, widow and mother of the missing daughter, came into the sunlight. She was a good-looking woman in her 40s, dark-haired, tall and slender, with a pale face and high arched eyebrows. She hurried down the steps as a cannonball rumbled overhead, and then there was a smattering of musket fire alarmingly close, so close that Sharpe climbed the porch steps to stare at the crest of the hill where the briar road disappeared between a large tavern and a handsome church. A Portuguese 6-pounder gun had just deployed by the church, and was now firing at the invisible enemy. The bishop's forces had dug new redoubts on the crest, and patched the old medieval wall with hastily erected palisades and earthworks. But the sight of the small gun firing from its makeshift position in the centre of the road suggested that those defences were crumbling fast. Mrs. Savage sobbed that her baby daughter was lost. Then Captain Hogan managed to persuade the widow into the carriage. 2 servants, laden with bags stuffed with clothes, followed their mistress into the vehicle. "You will find Kate." Mrs. Savage pushed open the door and inquired of Captain Hogan. "The precious darling will be with you very soon," Hogan said reassuringly. "Mr. Sharpe will see to that. he added, and then used his foot to close the coach door on Mrs. Savage, who was the widow of one of the many British wine merchants who lived and worked in the city of Oporto. She was rich, Sharpe presumed, certainly rich enough to own a fine carriage and the lavish house beautiful, but she was also foolish, for she should have left the city 2 or 3 days before. But she had stayed because she had evidently believed the bishop's assurance that he could repel Marshal Soult's army. Colonel Christopher, who had once lodged in the strangely named House Beautiful, had appealed to the British forces south of the river to send men to escort Mrs. Savage safely away, and Captain Hogan had been the closest officer, and Sharpe, with his riflemen, had been protecting Hogan while the engineer mapped northern Portugal, and so Sharpe had come north across the Douro with 24 of his men to escort Mrs. Savage and any other threatened British inhabitants of Oporto to safety, which should have been a simple enough task, except that at dawn the widow Savage had discovered that her daughter had fled from the house. "What I don't understand," Sharpe persevered, "is why she ran away." "She's probably in love," Hogan explained airily. 19-year-old girls of respectable families are dangerously susceptible to love because of all the novels they read. See you in 2 days, Richard, or maybe even tomorrow. Just wait for Colonel Christopher. He'll be with you directly. And listen." He bent down from the saddle and lowered his voice so that no one but Sharpe could hear him. "Keep a close eye on the Colonel, Richard. I worry about him, I do." "You should worry about me, sir." "Oh, I do that too, Richard, I do indeed," Hogan said, then straightened up, waved farewell, and spurred his horse after Mrs. Savage's carriage, which had swung out of the front gate and joined the stream of fugitives going towards the Douro. The sound of the carriage wheels faded. The sun came from behind a cloud just as a French cannonball struck a tree on the hill's crest, and exploded a cloud of reddish blossom, which drifted above the city's steep slope. Daniel Hagman stared at the airborne blossom. "Looks like a wedding," he said, and then, glancing up as a musket ball ricocheted off a roof tile, brought a pair of scissors from his pocket. "Finish your hair, sir?" "Why not, Dan?" Sharpe said. He sat on the porch steps and took off his shako. Sergeant Harper checked that the sentinels were watching the north. A troop of Portuguese cavalry had appeared on the crest, where the single cannon was firing bravely. A rattle of musketry proved that some infantry was still fighting, but more and more troops were retreating past the house, and Sharpe knew it could only be a matter of minutes before the city's defences collapsed entirely. Hagman began slicing away at Sharpe's hair. "Don't like it over the ears, ain't that right?" "I like it short, Dan." "Short like a good sermon, sir," Hagman said. "Now, keep still, sir. Just keep still." There was a sudden stab of pain as Hagman speared a louse with the scissors blade. He spat on the drop of blood that showed on Sharpe's scalp, then wiped it away. "So the Crappos will get the city, sir?" "Looks like it," Sharpe said. "And they'll march on Lisbon next?" Hagman asked, cutting away. "Long way to Lisbon," Sharpe said. "Maybe, sir. There's an awful lot of them, sir, and precious few of us." "But they say Wellesley's coming here," Sharpe said. "As you keep telling us, sir," Hagman said. "But is he really a miracle worker?" "Well, you fought at Copenhagen, Dan," Sharpe said, "and down the coast here." He meant the battles at Hollica and Vimeiro. "You could see for yourself." "From the skirmish line, sir, all generals are the same," Hagman said. "And who knows if Sir Arthur's really coming?" It was, after all, only a rumour that Sir Arthur Wellesley was taking over from General Craddock, and not everyone believed it. Many thought the British would withdraw, ought to withdraw, that they should give up the game and let the French have Portugal. "Turn your head to the right," Hagman said. The scissors clicked busily, not even pausing as a round shot buried itself in the church at the hill's top. A mist of dust showed beside the whitewashed bell tower, down which a crack had suddenly appeared. The Portuguese cavalry had been swallowed by the gun smoke, and a trumpet called far away. There was a burst of musketry, then silence. A building must have been burning beyond the crest, for there was a great smear of smoke drifting westwards. Why would someone call their home the House Beautiful? Hagman wondered. Didn't know you could read, Dan, Sharpe said. I can't, sir, but Isaiah read it to me. Tongue? Sharpe called. Why would someone call their home House Beautiful? Isaiah Tongue, long and thin and dark and educated, who had joined the army because he was a drunk and thereby lost his respectable job, grinned. Because he's a good Protestant, sir. Because he's a bloody what? It's from a book by John Bunyan, Tongue explained. It's called Pilgrim's Progress. I've heard of that, Sharpe said. Some folk consider it essential reading, Tongue said airily. The story of a soul's journey from sin to salvation, sir. Just the thing to keep you burning the candles at night, Sharpe said. And a hero, Christian, calls it the House Beautiful, sir. Tongue ignored Sharpe's sarcasm. Where he talks with 4 virgins. Hagman laughed. Let's get inside now, sir. You're too old for a virgin, Dan, Sharpe said. Discretion, Tongue said. Piety, prudence, and charity. What about them? Sharpe asked. Those were the names of the virgins, sir, Tongue said. Bloody hell, Sharpe said. Charity's mine, Hagman said. Pull your collar down, sir. That's the way. He snipped at the black hair. He sounds like he was a tedious old man, Mr. Savage. If it was him, what named the house? Hagman stooped to manoeuvre the scissors over Sharpe's high collar. So why did the captain leave us here, sir? He asked. He wants us to look after Colonel Christopher, Sharpe said. To look after Colonel Christopher, Hagman repeated, making his disapproval evident by the slowness with which he said the words. Hagman was the oldest man in Sharpe's troop of riflemen, a poacher from Cheshire who was a deadly shot with his Baker rifle. So, Colonel Christopher can look after himself now. Captain Hogan left us here, Dan, Sharpe said, so he must think the Colonel needs us. And the captain's a good man, sir, Hagman said. You can let the collar go, almost done. But why had Captain Hogan left Sharpe and his riflemen behind? Sharpe wondered about that as Hagman tidied up his work. And had there been any significance in Hogan's final injunction to keep a close eye on the Colonel? Sharpe had only met the Colonel once. Hogan had been mapping the upper reaches of the River Cavado, and the Colonel and his servant had ridden out of the hills and shared a bivouac with the riflemen. Sharpe had not liked Christopher, who had been supercilious and even scornful of Hogan's work. You map the country, Hogan, the Colonel had said. But I map their minds. Very complicated thing, the human mind, not simple like hills and rivers and bridges. Beyond that statement, he had not explained his presence, but just ridden on next morning. He had revealed that he was based in Oporto, which, presumably, was how he had met Mrs. Savage and her daughter. And Sharpe wondered why Colonel Christopher had not persuaded the widow to leave Oporto much sooner. You done, sir, Hagman said, wrapping his scissors in a piece of calfskin. And you'll be feeling the cold wind now, sir, like a newly shorn sheep. You should get your own hair cut, Dan, Sharpe said. Weakens a man, sir, weakens him something dreadful. Hagman frowned up the hill as 2 round shots bounced on the crest of the road, one of them taking off the leg of a Portuguese gunner. Sharpe's men watched expressionless as the round shot bounded on, spraying blood like a Catherine wheel, to finally bang and stop against a garden wall across the road. Hagman chuckled. Fancy calling a girl Discretion. It ain't a natural name, sir. Ain't kind to call a girl Discretion. It's in a book, Dan, Sharpe said, so it isn't supposed to be natural. He climbed to the porch and shoved hard on the front door, but found it locked. So where the hell was Colonel Christopher? More Portuguese retreated down the slope, and these men were so frightened that they did not pause when they saw the British troops, but just kept running. The Portuguese cannon was being attached to its limber, and spent musket balls were tearing at the cedars and rattling against the tiled shutters and stones of the House Beautiful. Sharpe hammered on the locked door, but there was no answer. Sir, Sergeant Patrick Harper called a warning to him. "Sir!" Harper jerked his head towards the side of the house, and Sharpe backed away from the door to see Lieutenant Colonel Christopher riding from the stable-yard. The colonel, who was armed with a sabre and a brace of pistols, was cleaning his teeth with a wooden pick, something he did frequently, evidently because he was proud of his even white smile. He was accompanied by his Portuguese servant, who, mounted on his master's spare horse, was carrying an enormous valise that was so stuffed with lace, silk, and satins that the bag could not be closed. Colonel Christopher curbed his horse, took the toothpick from his mouth, and stared in astonishment at Sharpe. "What on earth are you doing here, Lieutenant?" "Ordered to stay with you, sir," Sharpe answered. He glanced again at the valise. Had Christopher been looting the House Beautiful? The colonel saw where Sharpe was looking and snarled at his servant. "Close it, damn you, close it!" Christopher, even though his servant spoke good English, used his own fluent Portuguese, then looked back to Sharpe. "Captain Hogan ordered you to stay with me. Is that what you're trying to convey?" "Yes, sir." "And how the devil are you supposed to do that, eh? I have a horse, Sharpe, and you do not. You and your men intend to run, perhaps?" "Captain Hogan gave me an order, sir," Sharpe answered woodenly. He had learned as a sergeant how to deal with difficult senior officers. Say little, say it tonelessly, then say it all again, if necessary. "An order to do what?" Christopher inquired patiently. "Stay with you, sir. Help you find Miss Savage." Colonel Christopher sighed. He was a black-haired man in his 40s, but still youthfully handsome, with just a distinguished touch of grey at his temples. He wore black boots, plain black riding breeches, a black cocked hat, and a red coat with black facings. Those black facings had prompted Sharpe, on his previous meeting with the colonel, to ask whether Christopher served in the dirty half-hundred, the 50th Regiment, but the colonel had treated the question as an impertinence. "All you need to know, Lieutenant, is that I serve on General Craddock's staff. You have heard of the General?" Craddock was the general in command of the British forces in southern Portugal, and if Soult kept marching, then Craddock must face him. Sharpe had stayed silent after Christopher's response, but Hogan had later suggested that the colonel was probably a political soldier, meaning he was no soldier at all, but rather a man who found life more convenient if he was in uniform. "I've no doubt he was a soldier once," Hogan had said, "but now, I think Craddock got him from Whitehall." "Whitehall? The Horse Guards?" "Dear me, no," Hogan had said. The Horse Guards were the headquarters of the army, and it was plain Hogan believed Christopher came from somewhere altogether more sinister. "The world is a convoluted place, Richard," he had explained, "and the Foreign Office believes that we soldiers are clumsy fellows, so they like to have their own people on the ground to patch up our mistakes, and, of course, to find things out." Which was what Lieutenant Colonel Christopher appeared to be doing, finding things out. "He says he's mapping their minds," Hogan had mused, "and what I think he means by that is discovering whether Portugal is worth defending, whether they'll fight, and when he knows he'll tell the Foreign Office before he tells General Craddock." "Well, of course it's worth defending," Sharpe had protested. "Is it?" "If you look carefully, Richard, you might notice that Portugal is in a state of collapse." There was a lamentable truth in Hogan's grim words. The Portuguese royal family had fled to Brazil, leaving the country leaderless, and after their departure there had been riots in Lisbon. And many of Portugal's aristocrats were now more concerned with protecting themselves from the mob than defending their country against the French. Scores of the army's officers had already defected, joining the Portuguese legion that fought for the enemy. And what officers remained were largely untrained. Their men were a rabble, and armed with ancient weapons if they possessed weapons at all. In some places, like Oporto itself, all civil rule had collapsed, and the streets were governed by the whims of the Ordinança, who, lacking proper weapons, patrolled the streets with pikes, spears, axes, and mattocks. Before the French had come, the Ordinança had massacred half Oporto's gentry, and forced the other half to flee, or barricade their houses, though they had left the English residents alone. So Portugal was in a state of collapse. But Sharpe had also seen how the common people hated the French, and how the soldiers had slowed as they passed the gate of the House Beautiful. Oporto might be falling to the enemy, but there was plenty of fight left in Portugal, though it was hard to believe that, as yet more soldiers followed the retreating 6-pounder gun down to the river. Lieutenant Colonel Christopher glanced at the fugitives, then looked back at Sharpe. "What on earth was Captain Hogan thinking of?" he asked, evidently expecting no answer. "What possible use could you be to me? Your presence can only slow me down." "I suppose Hogan was being chivalrous," Christopher went on, "but the man plainly has no more common sense than a pickled onion. You can go back to him, Sharpe. Tell him I don't need assistance in rescuing one damned silly little girl." The colonel had to raise his voice because the sound of cannons and musketry was suddenly loud. "He gave me an order, sir," Sharpe said stubbornly. "And I am giving you another," Christopher said in the indulgent tone he might have used to address a very small child. The pommel of his saddle was broad and flat, to make a small writing surface, and now he laid a notebook on that makeshift desk and took out a pencil. And just then another of the red-blossomed trees on the crest was struck by a cannonball, so that the air was filled with drifting petals. "The French are at war with the cherries," Christopher said lightly. "With Judas," Sharpe said. Christopher gave him a look of astonishment and outrage. "What did you say?" "It's a Judas tree," Sharpe said. Christopher still looked outraged. Then Sergeant Harper chimed in. "It's not a cherry, sir. That's a Judas tree. The same cane that Iscariot used to hang himself on, sir, after he betrayed our Lord." Christopher still gazed at Sharpe, then seemed to realize that no slur had been intended. "So, it's not a cherry tree, eh?" he said, then licked the point of his pencil. "You are hereby ordered," he spoke as he wrote, "to return south of the river forthwith. Note that, Sharpe, forthwith. And report for duty to Captain Hogan of the Royal Engineers. Signed, Lieutenant Colonel James Christopher, on the forenoon of Wednesday, March the 29th, in the year of our Lord 1809. He signed the order with a flourish, tore the page from the book, folded it in half, and handed it to Sharpe. "I always thought 30 pieces of silver was a remarkably cheap price for the most famous betrayal in history. He probably hanged himself out of shame. Now, go," he said grandly, "and stand not upon the order of your going." He saw Sharpe's puzzlement. "Macbeth, Lieutenant," he explained as he spurred his horse towards the gate. "A play by Shakespeare, and I really would urge haste upon you, Lieutenant," Christopher called back, "for the enemy will be here any moment." In that, at least, he was right. A great spume of dust and smoke was boiling out from the central redoubts of the city's northern defences. That was where the Portuguese had been putting up the strongest resistance. But the French artillery had managed to throw down the parapets, and now their infantry assaulted the bastions, and the majority of the city's defenders were fleeing. Sharpe watched Christopher and his servant gallop through the fugitives and turn into a street that led eastwards. Christopher was not retreating south, but going to the rescue of the missing savage girl, though it would be a close-run thing if he were to escape the city before the French entered it. "All right, lads," Sharpe called. "Time to bloody scarper. Sergeant, at the double. Down to the bridge." "About bloody time," Williamson grumbled. Sharpe pretended not to have heard. He tended to ignore a lot of Williamson's comments, thinking the man might improve, but knowing that the longer he did nothing, the more violent would be the solution. He just hoped Williamson knew the same thing. "Two fails!" Harper shouted. "Stay together!" A cannonball rumbled above them as they ran out of the front garden and turned down the steep road that led to the Douro. The road was crowded with refugees, both civilian and military, all fleeing for the safety of the river's southern bank, though Sharpe guessed the French would also be crossing the river within a day or two, so the safety was probably illusory. The Portuguese army was falling back towards Coimbra, or even all the way to Lisbon, where Craddock had 16,000 British troops that some politicians in London wanted brought home. What use, they asked, was such a small British force against the mighty armies of France? Marshal Soult was conquering Portugal, and 2 more French armies were just across the eastern frontier in Spain. Fight or flee? No one knew what the British would do, but the rumour that Sir Arthur Wellesley was being sent back to take over from Craddock suggested to Sharpe that the British meant to fight, and Sharpe prayed the rumour was true. He had fought across India under Sir Arthur's command, had been with him in Copenhagen, and then at Hollica and Vimeiro, and Sharpe reckoned there was no finer general in Europe. Sharpe was halfway down the hill now. His pack, haversack, rifle, cartridge box and sword scabbard bounced and banged as he ran. Few officers carried a long arm, but Sharpe had once served in the ranks, and he felt uncomfortable without the rifle on his shoulder. Harper lost his balance, flailing wildly because the new nails on his boot soles kept slipping on patches of stone. The river was visible between the buildings. The Douro, sliding towards the nearby sea, was as wide as the Thames at London, but unlike London, the river here ran between great hills. The city of Oporto was on the steep northern hill, while Via Nova de Gaia was on the southern, and it was in the Via Nova that most of the British had their houses. Only the very oldest families, like the Savages, lived on the northern bank, and all the port was made on the southern side, in the lodges owned by Croft, Savages, Taylor Fladgate, Burmester, Smith Woodhouse and Gould, nearly all of which were British-owned, and their exports contributed hugely to Portugal's exchequer. But now the French were coming, and on the heights of Villanova, overlooking the river, the Portuguese army had lined a dozen cannon on a convent's terrace. The gunners saw the French appear on the opposite hill, and the cannon slammed back, their trails gouging up the terrace's flagstones. The round shots banged overhead, their sound as loud and hollow as thunder. Powder smoke drifted slowly inland, obscuring the white-painted convent as the cannonballs smashed into the higher houses. Harper lost his footing again, this time falling. "Bloody boots!" he said, picking up his rifle. The other rifleman had been slowed by the press of fugitives. "Jesus!" Rifleman Pendleton, the youngest in the company, was the first to see what was happening at the river, and his eyes widened as he stared at the throng of men, women, children and livestock that was crammed onto the narrow pontoon bridge. When Captain Hogan had led Sharpe and his men north across the bridge at dawn, there had been only a few people going the other way. But now the bridge's roadway was filled, and the crowd could only go at the pace of the slowest, and still more people and animals were trying to force their way onto the northern end. "How the hell do we get across, sir?" Pendleton asked. Sharpe had no answer for that. "Just keep going," he said, and led his men down an alley that ran like a narrow stone staircase towards a lower street. A goat clattered ahead of him on sharp hooves, trailing a broken rope from around its neck. A Portuguese soldier was lying drunk at the bottom of the alley, his musket beside him, and a wineskin on his chest. Sharpe, knowing his men would stop to drink the wine, kicked the skin onto the cobbles, and stamped on it, so that the leather burst. The streets became narrower and more crowded as they neared the river. The houses here were taller and mingled with workshops and warehouses. A wheelwright was nailing boards over his doorway, a precaution that would only annoy the French, who would doubtless repay the man by destroying his tools. A red-painted shutter banged in the west wind. Abandoned washing was strung to dry between the high houses. A round shot crashed through tiles, splintering rafters and cascading shards into the street. A dog, its hip cut to the bone by a falling tile, limped downhill and whined pitifully. A woman shrieked for a lost child. A line of orphans, all in dull white jerkins, like farm labourers' smocks, were crying in terror as 2 nuns tried to make a passage for them. A priest ran from a church with a massive silver cross on one shoulder and a pile of embroidered vestments on the other. It would be Easter in 4 days, Sharpe thought. "Use your rifle butts!" Harper shouted, encouraging the riflemen to force their way through the crowd that blocked the narrow arched gateway leading onto the wharf. A cart loaded with furniture had spilled in the roadway, and Sharpe ordered his men to pull it aside to make more space. Her spinet, or perhaps it was a harpsichord, was being trampled underfoot, the delicate inlay of its cabinet shattering into scraps. Some of Sharpe's men were pushing the orphans towards the bridge, using their rifles to hold back the adults. A pile of baskets tumbled, and dozens of live eels slithered across the cobbles. French gunners had got their artillery into the upper city, and now unlimbered to return the fire of the big Portuguese battery arrayed on the convent's terrace across the valley. Hagman shouted a warning as 3 blue-coated soldiers appeared from an alley, and a dozen rifles swung towards the threat. But Sharpe yelled at the men to lower their guns. "They're Portuguese!" he shouted, recognizing the high-fronted shakos. "And lower your flints!" he ordered, not wanting one of the rifles to accidentally fire in the press of refugees. A drunk woman reeled from a tavern door and tried to embrace one of the Portuguese soldiers, and Sharpe, glancing back because of the soldier's protest, saw 2 of his men, Williamson and Tarrant, vanish through the tavern door. It would be bloody Williamson, he thought, and shouted to Harper to keep going, then followed the 2 men into the tavern. Tarrant turned to defy him, but he was much too slow, and Sharpe banged him in the belly with a fist, cracked both men's heads together, punched Williamson in the throat, and slapped Tarrant's face, before dragging both men back to the street. He had not said a word, and still did not speak to them, as he booted them towards the arch. And once through the arch, the press of refugees was even greater, as the crews of some 30 British merchant ships, trapped in the city by an obstinate west wind, tried to escape. The sailors had waited until the last moment, praying that the winds would change, but now they abandoned their craft. The lucky ones used their ship's tenders to row across the Douro. The unlucky joined the chaotic struggle to get onto the bridge. "This way!" Sharpe led his men along the arched facade of warehouses, struggling along the back of the crowd, hoping to get closer to the bridge. Cannonballs rumbled high overhead. The Portuguese battery was wreathed in smoke, and every few seconds that smoke became thicker as a gun fired, and there would be a glow of sudden red inside the cloud. A jet of dirty smoke would billow far across the river's high chasm, and the thunderous sound of a cannonball would boom overhead as the shot or shell streaked towards the French. A pile of empty fish crates gave Sharpe a platform from which he could see the bridge and judge how long before his men could cross safely. He knew there was not much time. More and more Portuguese soldiers were flooding down the steep streets, and the French could not be far behind them. He could hear the crackle of musketry like a descant to the big gun's thunder. He stared over the crowd's head and saw that Mrs. Savage's coach had made it to the south bank, but she had not used the bridge, instead crossing the river on a cumbrous wine barge. Other barges still crossed the river, but they were manned by armed men who only took passengers willing to pay. Sharpe knew he could force a passage on one of those boats if he could only get near the quayside, but to do that he would need to fight through a throng of women and children. He reckoned the bridge might make an easier escape route. It consisted of a plank roadway laid across 18 big wine barges that were firmly anchored against the river's current and against the big surge of tides from the nearby ocean. But the roadway was now crammed with panicked refugees, who became even more frantic as the first French cannonballs splashed into the river. Sharpe, turning to look up the hill, saw the greencoats of French cavalry appearing beneath the great smoke of the French guns, while the blue jackets of French infantry showed in the alleyways lower down the hill. "God save Ireland," Patrick Harper said. And Sharpe, knowing that the Irish sergeant only used that prayer when things were desperate, looked back to the river to see what had caused the 3 words. He looked, and he stared, and he knew they were not going to cross the river by the bridge. No one was. Not now, because a disaster was happening. "Sweet Jesus," Sharpe said softly. "Sweet Jesus." In the middle of the river, halfway across the bridge, the Portuguese engineers had inserted a drawbridge, so the wine barges and other small craft could go upriver. The drawbridge spanned the widest gap between any of the pontoons, and it was built of heavy oak beams overlaid with oak planks, and it was drawn upwards by a pair of windlasses that hauled on ropes through pulleys mounted on a pair of thick timber posts stoutly buttressed with iron struts. The whole mechanism was ponderously heavy, and the drawbridge span was wide, and the engineers, mindful of the contraption's weight, had posted notices at either end of the bridge decreeing that only one wagon, carriage or gun team could use the drawbridge at any one time. But now the roadway was so crowded with refugees that the two pontoons supporting the drawbridge's heavy span were sinking under the weight. The pontoons, like all ships, leaked, and there should have been men aboard to pump out their bilges. But those men had fled with the rest, and the weight of the crowd and the slow leaking of the barges meant that the bridge inched lower and lower, until the central pontoons, both of them massive barges, were entirely under water, and the fast-flowing river began to break and fret against the roadway's edge. The people there screamed, some of them froze, and still more folk pushed on from the northern bank. And then the central part of the roadway slowly dipped beneath the grey water, as the people behind forced more fugitives onto the vanished drawbridge, which sank even lower. "Oh, Jesus," Sharpe said. He could see the first people being swept away. He could hear the shrieks. "God save Ireland," Harper said again, and made the sign of the cross. The central 100 feet of the bridge were now under water. Those 100 feet had been swept clear of people, but more were being forced into the gap that suddenly churned white as the drawbridge was sheared away from the rest of the bridge by the river's pressure. The great span of the bridge reared up black, turned over and was swept seawards, and now there was no bridge across the Douro. But the people on the northern bank still didn't know the roadway was cut, and so they kept pushing and bullying their way onto the sagging bridge, and those in front could not hold them back, and instead were inexorably pushed into the broken gap where the white water seethed on the bridge's shattered ends. The cries of the crowd grew louder, and the sound only increased the panic, so that more and more people struggled towards the place where the refugees drowned. Gunsmoke, driven by an errant gust of wind, dipped into the gorge and whirled above the bridge's broken centre, where desperate people thrashed at the water as they were swept downstream. Gulls screamed and wheeled. Some Portuguese troops were now trying to hold the French in the streets of the city, but it was a hopeless endeavour. They were outnumbered. The enemy had the high ground, and more French forces were coming down the hill. The screams of the fugitives on the bridge were like the sound of the doomed on the day of judgment. The cannonballs were booming overhead. The streets of the city were ringing with musket shots. Hooves were echoing from house walls, and flames were crackling in buildings broken apart by cannon fire. "Those wee children," Harper said. "God help them." The orphans in their dun uniforms were being pushed into the river. "There's got to be a bloody boat!" But the men manning the barges had rowed themselves to the south bank and abandoned their craft, and so there were no boats to rescue the drowning. Just horror in a cold grey river, and a line of small heads being swept downstream in the fretting waves, and there was nothing Sharpe could do. He could not reach the bridge, and though he shouted at folk to abandon the crossing, they didn't understand English. Musket balls were flecking the river now, and some were striking the fugitives on the broken bridge. "What the hell can we do?" Harper asked. "Nothing," Sharpe said harshly, "except get out of here." He turned his back on the dying crowd and led his men eastwards down the river wharf. Scores of other people were doing the same thing, gambling that the French would not yet have captured the city's inland suburbs. The sound of musketry was constant in the streets, and the Portuguese guns across the river were now firing at the French in the lower streets, so that the hammering of the big guns was punctuated by the noise of breaking masonry and splintering rafters. Sharpe paused where the wharf ended to make sure all his men were there, and he looked back at the bridge to see that so many folk had been forced off its end, that the bodies were now jammed in the gap, and the water was piling up behind them and foaming white across their heads. He saw a blue-coated Portuguese soldier step on those heads to reach the barge on which the drawbridge had been mounted. Others followed him, skipping over the drowning and the dead. Sharpe was far enough away that he could no longer hear the screams. "What happened?" Dodd, usually the quietest of Sharpe's men, asked. "God was looking the other way," Sharpe said, and looked at Harper. "All here?" "All present, sir," Harper said. The big Ulsterman looked as if he had been weeping. "Those poor wee children," he said resentfully. "There was nothing we could do," Sharpe said curtly. And that was true, though the truth of it did not make him feel any better. "Williamson and Tarrant are on a charge," he told Harper. "Again?" "Again," Sharpe said, and wondered at the idiocy of the two men who would rather have snatched a drink than escape from the city, even if that drink had meant imprisonment in France. "Now come on!" He followed the civilian fugitives, who, arriving at the place where the river's wharf was blocked by the ancient city wall, had turned up an alleyway. The old wall had been built when men fought in armour and shot at each other with crossbows, and the lichen-covered stones would not have stood 2 minutes against a modern cannon. And as if to mark that redundancy, the city had knocked great holes in the old ramparts. Sharpe led his men through one such gap, crossed the remnants of a ditch, and then hurried into the wider streets of the new town beyond the walls. "Crappos!" Hagman warned Sharpe. "Sir, up the hill!" Sharpe looked to his left, and saw a troop of French cavalry riding to cut off the fugitives. They were dragoons, 50 or more of them in their green coats, and all carrying straight swords and short carbines. They wore brass helmets that in wartime were covered by cloth, so the polished metal would not reflect the sunlight. "Keep running!" Sharpe shouted. The dragoons had not spotted the riflemen, or, if they had, were not seeking a confrontation, but instead spurred on to where the road skirted a great hill that was topped with a huge white flat-roofed building. A school, perhaps, or a hospital. The main road ran north of the hill, but another went to the south, between the hill and the river. And the dragoons were on the bigger road, so Sharpe kept to his right, hoping to escape by the smaller track on the Douro's bank. But the dragoons at last saw him, and drove their horses across the shoulder of the hill to block the lesser road, where it bordered the river. Sharpe looked back and saw French infantry following the cavalry. Damn them! Then he saw that still more French troops were pursuing him from the broken city wall. He could probably outrun the infantry, but the dragoons were already ahead of him, and the first of them were dismounting and making a barricade across the road. The folk fleeing the city were being headed off, and some were climbing to the big white building, while others in despair were going back to their houses. The cannon were fighting their own battle above the river, the French guns trying to match the bombardment from the big Portuguese battery, which had started dozens of fires in the fallen city, as the round shot smashed ovens, hearths, and forges. The dark smoke of the burning buildings mingled with the grey-white smoke of the guns, and beneath that smoke, in the valley of drowning children, Richard Sharpe was trapped. Lieutenant Colonel James Christopher was neither a lieutenant nor a colonel, though he had once served as a captain in the Lincolnshire Fencibles, and still held that commission. He had been christened James Augustus Meredith Christopher, and throughout his school days had been known as Jam. His father had been a doctor in the small town of Saxelby, a profession and a place that James Christopher liked to ignore, preferring to remember that his mother was second cousin to the Earl of Rochford, and it was Rochford's influence that had taken Christopher from Cambridge University to the Foreign Office, where his command of languages, his natural suavity, and his quick intelligence had ensured a swift rise. He had been given early responsibilities, introduced to great men, and entrusted with confidences. He was reckoned to be a good prospect, a sound young man whose judgment was usually reliable, which meant, as often as not, that he merely agreed with his superiors. But the reputation had led to his present appointment, which was a position as lonely as it was secret. James Christopher's task was to advise the government whether it would be prudent to keep British troops in Portugal. The decision, of course, would not rest with James Christopher. He might be a coming man in the Foreign Office, but the decision to stay or withdraw would be taken by the Prime Minister, though what mattered was the quality of advice being given to the Prime Minister. The soldiers, of course, would want to stay, because war brought promotion, and the Foreign Secretary wanted the troops to remain because he detested the French, but other men in Whitehall took a more sanguine view, and had sent James Christopher to take Portugal's temperature. The Whigs, enemies of the administration, feared another debacle like that which had led to Corunna. Better, they said, to recognize reality and come to an understanding with the French now. and the Whigs had enough influence in the Foreign Office to have James Christopher posted to Portugal. The army, which had not been told what his true business was, nevertheless agreed to brevet him as a lieutenant-colonel and appoint him as an aide to General Cradock, and Christopher used the army's couriers to send military intelligence to the general and political dispatches to the embassy in Lisbon, whence, though they were addressed to the ambassador, the messages were sent unopened to London. The Prime Minister needed sound advice, and James Christopher was supposed to supply the facts that would frame the advice, though of late he had been busy making new facts. He had seen beyond the war's messy realities to the golden future. James Christopher, in short, had seen the light. None of which occupied his thoughts as he rode out of Oporto less than a cannon's range ahead of the French troops. A couple of musket shots were sent in his direction, but Christopher and his servant were superbly mounted on fine Irish horses, and they quickly outran the half-hearted pursuit. They took to the hills, galloping along the terrace of a vineyard, and then climbing into a forest of pine and oak, where they stopped to rest the horses. Christopher gazed back westwards. The sun had dried the roads after the night's heavy rain, and a smear of dust on the horizon showed where the French army's baggage train was advancing towards the newly captured city of Oporto. The city itself, hidden now by hills, was marked by a great plume of dirty smoke spewing up from burning houses, and from the busy batteries of cannons that, though muted by distance, sounded like an unceasing thunder. No French troops had bothered to pursue Christopher this far. A dozen labourers were deepening a ditch in the valley, and ignored the fugitives on the nearby road, as if to suggest that the war was the city's business, not theirs. There were no British riflemen among the fugitives, Christopher noted, but he would have been surprised to see Sharpe and his men this far from the city. Doubtless by now they were dead, or captured. What had Hogan been thinking of in asking Sharpe to accompany him? Was it because the shrewd Irishman suspected something? But how could Hogan know? Christopher worried at the problem for a few moments, then dismissed it. Hogan could know nothing. He was just trying to be helpful. "The French did well today," Christopher remarked to his Portuguese servant, a young man with receding hair and a thin, earnest face. "The devil will get them in the end, senor," the servant answered. "Sometimes mere men have to do the devil's business," Christopher said. He drew a small telescope from his pocket and trained it on the far hills. "In the next few days," he said, still gazing through the glass, "you will see some things that will surprise you." "If you say so, senor," the servant answered. "But there are more things in heaven and earth, Horatio, than are dreamt of in your philosophy." "If you say so, senor," the servant repeated, wondering why the English officer called him Horatio when his name was Luis. But he thought it was probably better not to ask. Luis had been a barber in Lisbon, where he had sometimes cut the hair of men from the British embassy, and it had been those men who'd recommended him as a reliable servant to Christopher, who paid him good wages in real gold, English gold. And if the English were mad and got names wrong, they still made the best coinage in the world. Which meant that Colonel Christopher could call Luis whatever he wanted, so long as he went on paying him thick guineas embossed with the figure of St. George slaying the dragon. Christopher was looking for any sign of a French pursuit, but his telescope was small, old, and had a scratched lens, and he could see very little better with it than without it. He was meaning to buy another, but he never had the opportunity. He collapsed the glass, put it in his saddle pouch, and took out a fresh toothpick that he thrust between his teeth. "Onwards," he said brusquely, and he led the servant through the wood, across the hill's crest and down to a large farmhouse. It was plain that Christopher knew the route well, for he did not hesitate on the way. Nor was he apprehensive as he curbed his horse beside the farm gate. "Stables are in there," he told Luis, pointing to an archway. "The kitchen is beyond the blue door, and the folks here are expecting us. We'll spend the night here." "Not at Villarreal de Ceres, senor?" Luis asked. "I heard you say we would look for Miss Savage." "Your English is getting too good if it lets you eavesdrop," Christopher said sourly. "Tomorrow. Luis, we shall look for Miss Savage tomorrow." Christopher slid out of the saddle and threw the reins to Luis. Call the horses, unsaddle them, find me something to eat, and bring it to my room. One of the servants will let you know where I am." Louis walked the 2 horses to cool them down, then stabled, watered, and fed them. Afterwards he went to the kitchen, where a cook and 2 maids showed no surprise at his arrival. Louis had become accustomed to being taken to some remote village or house where his master was known, but he had never been to this farmhouse before. He would have felt happier if Christopher had retreated across the river, but the farm was well hidden in the hills, and it was possible the French would never come here. The servants told Louis that the house and lands belonged to a Lisbon merchant, who had instructed them to do all they could to accommodate Colonel Christopher's wishes. "He's been here often, then?" Louis asked. The cook giggled. "He used to come with his woman." That explained why Louis had not been brought here before, and he wondered who the woman was. "He wants food now," Louis said. "What woman?" "The pretty widow," the cook said, then sighed. "But we have not seen her in a month. A pity. He should have married her." She had a chickpea soup on the stove, and she ladled some into a bowl, cut some cold mutton, and put it on a tray with the soup, red wine, and a small loaf of newly baked bread. "Tell the Colonel the meal will be ready for his guest this afternoon." "His guest?" Louis asked, bemused. "One guest for dinner, he told us. Now hurry, don't let the soup get cold. You go up the stairs and turn right." Louis carried the tray upstairs. It was a fine house, well built and handsome, with some ancient paintings on the walls. He found the door to his master's bedroom ajar, and Christopher must have heard the footsteps, for he called out that Louis should come in without knocking. "Put the food by the window," he ordered. Christopher had changed his clothes, and now, instead of wearing the black breeches, black boots, and red tailcoat of an English officer, he was in sky-blue breeches that had black leather reinforcements wherever they might touch a saddle. The breeches were skin-tight, made so by the laces that ran up both flanks from the ankles to the waist. The colonel's new jacket was of the same sky-blue as the breeches, but decorated with lavish silver piping that climbed to curl around the stiff, high red collar. Over his left shoulder was a pelisse, a fake jacket trimmed with fur, while on a side table was a cavalry sabre and a tall black hat that bore a short silver cockade held in place by an enamelled badge. And the enamelled badge displayed the tricolour of France. "I said you'd be surprised," Christopher remarked to Louis, who was indeed gaping at his master. Louis found his voice. "You are—" he faltered. "I am an English officer, Louis, as you very well know, but the uniform is that of a French hussar." "Ah! Chickpea soup. I do so like chickpea soup. Peasant food, but good." He crossed to the table, and, grimacing because his breeches were so tightly laced, lured himself into the chair. "We shall be sitting a guest to dinner this afternoon." "So I was told," Louis said coldly. "You will serve, Louis, and you will not be deterred by the fact that my guest is a French officer." "French?" Louis sounded disgusted. "French," Christopher confirmed. "And he'll be coming here with an escort, probably a large escort, and it would not do, would it, if that escort were to return to their army and say that their officer met with an Englishman? Which is why I wear this." He gestured at the French uniform, then smiled at Louis. "War is like chess," Christopher went on. "There are 2 sides, and if the one wins, then the other must lose." "France must not win," Louis said harshly. "There are black and white pieces," Christopher continued, ignoring his servant's protest. "And both obey rules. But who makes those rules, Louis? That is where the power lies. Not for the players, certainly not for the pieces, but for the man who makes the rules." "France must not win," Louis said again. "I am a good Portuguese." Christopher sighed at his servant's stupidity and decided to make things simpler for Louis to understand. "You want to rid Portugal of the French?" "You know I do." "Then serve dinner this afternoon, be courteous, hide your thoughts, and have faith in me." Because Christopher had seen the light, and now he would rewrite the rules. Sharpe stared ahead to where the dragoons had lifted 4 skiffs from the river and used them to make a barricade across the road. There was no way round the barricade, which stretched between 2 houses, for beyond the right-hand house was the river, and beyond the left was the steep hill where the French infantry approached. And there were more French infantry behind Sharpe, which meant the only way out of the trap was to go straight through the barricade. "What do we do, sir?" Harper asked. Sharpe swore. "That bad, eh?" Harper unslung his rifle. "We could pick some of those boys off the barricade there." "We could," Sharpe agreed, "but it would only annoy the French, not defeat them." He could defeat them, he was sure, because his riflemen were good, and the enemy's barricade was low. But Sharpe was also sure he would lose half his men in the fight, and the other half would still have to escape the pursuit of vengeful horsemen. He could fight, he could win, but he could not survive the victory. There really was only one thing to do, but Sharpe was reluctant to say it out loud. He had never surrendered. The very thought was horrid. "Fix swords!" he shouted. His men looked surprised, but they obeyed. They took the long sword bayonets from their scabbards and slotted them onto the rifle muzzles. Sharpe drew his own sword, a heavy cavalry blade that was a yard of slaughtering steel. "All right, lads, 4 files." "Sir?" Harper was puzzled. "You heard me, Sergeant. 4 files. Smartly now." Harper shouted the men into line. The French infantry, who had come from the city, were only 100 paces behind now. Too far for an accurate musket shot, though one Frenchman did try, and his ball cracked into the whitewashed wall of a cottage beside the road. The sound seemed to irritate Sharpe. "On the double now!" he snapped. "Advance!" They trotted down the road towards the newly erected barricade, which was 200 paces ahead. The river slid grey and swirling to their right, while on their left was a field dotted with the remnants of last year's haystacks, which were small and pointed, so that they looked like bedraggled witches' hats. A hobbled car with a broken horn watched them pass. Some fugitives, despairing of passing the dragoons' roadblock, had settled in the field to await their fate. "Sir?" Harper managed to catch up with Sharpe, who was a dozen paces ahead of his men. "Sergeant?" It was always Sergeant, Harper noted, when things were grim, never Patrick or Pat. "What are we doing, sir?" "We're charging that barricade, Sergeant." "They'll fill it our guts, if you'll pardon me saying so, sir. The buggers will turn us inside out." "I know that," Sharpe said, "and you know that. But do they know that?" Harper stared at the dragoons who were levelling their carbines across the keels of the upturned skiffs. The carbine, like a musket and unlike a rifle, was smoothbore and thus inaccurate, which meant the dragoons would wait until the last moment to unleash their volley. And that volley promised to be heavy, for still more of the green-coated enemy were squeezing onto the road behind the barricade and aiming their weapons. "I think they do know that, sir," Harper observed. Sharpe agreed, though he wouldn't say so. He had ordered his men to fix swords because the sight of fixed bayonets was more frightening than the threat of rifles alone. But the dragoons did not seem to be worried by the menace of the steel blades. They were crowding together so that every carbine could join the opening volley, and Sharpe knew he would have to surrender. But he was unwilling to do it without a single shot being fired. He quickened his pace, reckoning that one of the dragoons would fire at him too soon, and that one shot would be Sharpe's signal to halt, throw down his sword, and so save his men's lives. The decision hurt, but it was the only option he had, unless God sent a miracle. "Sir?" Harper struggled to keep up with Sharpe. "They'll kill you!" "Get back, Sergeant," Sharpe said, "if that's an order." He wanted the dragoons to fire at him, not at his men. "They'll bloody kill you," Harper said. "Well, maybe they'll turn and run," Sharpe called back. "God save Ireland," Harper said. "And why would they do that?" "Because God wears a green jacket," Sharpe snarled. "Of course." And just then the French turned and ran. Chapter 2. Sharpe had always been lucky. Maybe not in the greater things of life, certainly not in the nature of his birth to a Cat Lane whore who had died without giving her only son a single caress, nor in the manner of his upbringing in a London orphanage that cared not a jot for the children within its grim walls. But in the smaller things, in those moments when success and failure had been a bullet's width apart, he had been lucky. It had been good fortune that took him to the tunnel where the Tipu Sultan was trapped, and even better fortune that had decapitated an orderly at Assaye, so that Richard Sharpe was riding behind Sir Arthur Wellesley when that general's horse was killed by a pike thrust and Sir Arthur was thrown down among the enemy. All luck. Outrageous luck sometimes, but even Sharpe doubted his good fortune when he saw the dragoons twisting away from the barricade. Was he dead? Dreaming? Concussed and imagining things? But then he heard the roar of triumph from his men, and he knew he was not dreaming. The enemy really had turned away, and Sharpe was going to live, and his men would not have to march as prisoners to France. He heard the firing then, the stuttering chatter of muskets, and realized that the dragoons had been attacked from their rear. There was powder smoke hanging thick between the houses that edged the road, and more coming from an orchard halfway up the hill on which the great white flat-topped block of a building stood. And then Sharpe was at the barricade, and he leapt up onto the first skiff, his foot half sticking in some new tar that had been smeared on its lower hull. The dragoons were facing away from him, shooting up at the windows. But then a green-coated man turned and saw Sharpe and shouted a warning. An officer came from the door of the house beside the river, and Sharpe, jumping down from the boat, skewered the man's shoulder with his big sword, then shoved him hard against the lime-washed wall, as the dragoon who had shouted the warning fired at him. The ball plucked at Sharpe's heavy pack. Then Sharpe kneed the officer in the groin and turned on the man who had fired at him. That man was going backwards, mouthing "Non, non," and Sharpe slammed the sword against his head, drawing blood, but doing more damage with the blade's sheer weight, so that the dazed dragoon fell and was trampled by riflemen swarming over the low barricade. They were screaming slaughter, deaf to Harper's shout to give the dragoons a volley. Maybe 3 rifles fired, but the rest of the men kept charging to take their sword bayonets to an enemy that could not stand against an attack from front and back. The dragoons had been ambushed by troops coming from a building some 50 yards down the road, troops who had been hidden in the building and in the garden behind, and the French were now being attacked from both sides. The small space between the houses was veiled in powder smoke, loud with screams and the echo of shots, stinking of blood, and Sharpe's men were fighting with a ferocity that both astonished and appalled the French. They were dragoons, schooled to fight with big swords from horseback, and they were not ready for this bloody brawl on foot, with riflemen hardened by years of tavern fights and barrack-room conflicts. The men in rifle-green jackets were murderous in close combat, and the surviving dragoons fled back to a grassy space on the riverbank where their horses were picketed, and Sharpe roared at his men to keep going eastwards. "Let them go!" he shouted. "Drop 'em! Drop 'em!" The last 4 words were those used in the rat pit, the instruction shouted to a terrier trying to kill a rat that was already dead. "Drop 'em! Keep going!" There was French infantry close behind. There were more cavalrymen in Oporto, and Sharpe's priority now was to get as far away from the city as he possibly could. "Sergeant! I hear you, sir!" Harper shouted, and he waded down the alley and hauled Rifleman Tongue away from a Frenchman. "Come on, Isaiah! Move your bloody bones! I'm killing the bastard, Sergeant! I'm killing the bastard! The bastard's already dead! Now move!" A brace of carbine bullets rattled in the alleyway. A woman screamed incessantly in one of the nearby houses. A fleeing dragoon stumbled over a pile of woven wicker fish traps and sprawled in the house's backyard, where another Frenchman was lying among a pile of drying washing that he'd pulled from a line as he died. The white sheets were red with his blood. Gattaca aimed at a dragoon officer who had managed to mount his horse, but Harper pulled him away. "Keep running! Keep running!" Then there was a swarm of blue uniforms to Sharpe's left, and he turned sword raised and saw they were Portuguese. "Friends!" he shouted for the benefit of his riflemen. "Watch out for the Portuguese!" The Portuguese soldiers were the ones who had saved him from an ignominious surrender, and now, having ambushed the French from behind, they joined Sharpe's men in their headlong flight to the east. "Keep going!" Harper bawled. Some of the riflemen were panting, and they slowed to a walk until a flurry of carbine shots from the surviving dragoons made them hurry again. Most of the shots went high. One banged into the road beside Sharpe and ricocheted up into a poplar, and another struck Tarrant in the hip. The rifleman went down, screaming, and Sharpe grabbed his collar and kept running, dragging Tarrant with him. The road and river curved leftwards, and there were trees and bushes on its bank. That woodland was not far away, too close to the city for comfort, but it would provide cover while Sharpe reorganized his men. "Get to the trees!" Sharpe yelled. "Get to the trees!" Tarrant was in pain, shouting protests and leaving a trail of blood on the road. Sharpe pulled him into the trees and let him drop, then stood beside the road and shouted at his men to form a line at the wood's edge. "Count them, Sergeant!" he called to Harper. "Count them!" The Portuguese infantry mingled with the riflemen and began reloading their muskets. Sharpe unslung his rifle and fired at a cavalryman who was wheeling his horse on the riverbank, ready to pursue. The horse reared, throwing its rider. Other dragoons had drawn their long straight swords, evidently intent on a vengeful pursuit. But then a French officer shouted at the cavalrymen to stay where they were. He at least understood that a charge into thick trees, where infantry was loaded and ready, was tantamount to suicide. He would wait for his own infantry to catch up. Daniel Hagman took out the scissors that had cut Sharpe's hair and sliced Tarrant's breeches away from the wounded hip. Blood spilled down as Hagman cut. Then the old man grimaced. "Reckon he's lost the joints, sir. He can't walk?" "He won't walk never again," Hagman said. Tarrant swore viciously. He was one of Sharpe's troublemakers, a sullen man from Hertfordshire who never lost a chance to become drunk and vicious. But when he was sober, he was a good marksman, who didn't lose his head in battle. "You'll be all right, Ned," Hagman told him. "You'll live." "Carry me," Tarrant appealed to his friend Williamson. "Leave him," Sharpe snapped. "Take his rifle, ammunition, and sword." "You can't just leave him here," Williamson said, and obstructed Hagman so that he could not unbuckle his friend's cartridge box. Sharpe seized Williamson by the shoulder and hauled him away. "I said leave him!" He didn't like it, but he couldn't be slowed down by the weight of a wounded man, and the French would tend for Tarrant better than any of Sharpe's men could. The rifleman would go to a French army hospital, be treated by French doctors, and, if he didn't die from gangrene, would probably be exchanged for a wounded French prisoner. Tarrant would go home a cripple, and most likely end in the parish workhouse. Sharpe pushed through the trees to find Harper. Carbine bullets pattered through the branches, leaving shreds of leaf sifting down the shafts of sunlight behind them. "Anyone missing?" Sharpe asked Harper. "No, sir. What happened to Tarrant?" "Bullet in the hip," Sharpe said. "He'll have to stay here." "I won't miss him," Harper said. Though before Sharpe had made the Irishman into a sergeant, Harper had been a crony of the troublemakers, among whom Tarrant had been a ringleader. Now Harper was the troublemaker's scourge. It was strange, Sharpe reflected, what 3 stripes could do. Sharpe reloaded his rifle, knelt by a laurel tree, cocked the weapon, and stared at the French. Most of the dragoons were mounted, though a handful were on foot and trying their luck with their carbines, but at too long a range. But in a minute or two, Sharpe thought, they would have 100 infantrymen ready to charge. It was time to go. "Senor!" A very young Portuguese officer appeared beside the tree and bowed to Sharpe. "Later!" Sharpe didn't like to be so rude, but there was no time to waste on courtesies. "Dan!" He pushed past the Portuguese officer and shouted at Hagman. "Have you got Tarrant's kit?" "Yes, sir." Hagman had the wounded man's rifle on his shoulder and his cartridge box dangling from his belt. Sharpe would have hated the French to collect a Baker rifle. They were trouble enough already, without being given the best weapon ever issued to a skirmisher. "This way," Sharpe ordered, going north away from the river. He deliberately left the road. It followed the river, and the open pastures on the Douro's bank offered few obstacles to pursuing cavalry. But a smaller track twisted north through the trees, and Sharpe took it, using the woodland to cover his escape. As the ground became higher, the trees thinned out, becoming groves of squat oaks that were cultivated because their thick bark provided the corks for Oporto's wine. Sharpe led a grueling pace, only stopping after half an hour when they came to the edge of the oaks and were staring at a great valley of vineyards. The city was still in sight to the west, the smoke from its many fires drifting over the oaks and vines. The men rested. Sharpe had feared a pursuit, but the French evidently wanted to plunder Oporto's houses and find the prettiest women, and had no mind to pursue a handful of soldiers fleeing into the hills. The Portuguese soldiers had kept pace with Sharpe's riflemen, and their officer, who had tried to talk to Sharpe before, now approached again. He was very young and very slender and very tall, and wearing what looked like a brand-new uniform. His officer's sword hung from a white shoulder sash edged with silver piping, and at his belt was a holstered pistol that looked so clean Sharpe suspected it had never been fired. He was good-looking, except for a black moustache that was too thin, and something about his demeanour suggested he was a gentleman, and a decent one at that, for his dark and intelligent eyes were oddly mournful. But perhaps that was no surprise, for he had just seen Oporto fall to invaders. He bowed to Sharpe. "Senor?" "I don't speak Portuguese," Sharpe said. "I am Lieutenant Vicente," the officer said in good English. His dark blue uniform had white piping at its hems, and was decorated with silver buttons and red cuffs and a high red collar. He wore a baratina, a shako with a false front that added 6 inches to his already considerable height. The number 18 was emblazoned on the baratina's brass front plate. He was out of breath, and sweat was glistening on his face, but he was determined to remember his manners. "I congratulate you, senor." "Congratulate me?" Sharpe did not understand. "I watched you, senor, on the road beneath the seminary. I thought you must surrender, but instead you attacked. It was—" Vicente paused, frowning as he searched for the right word. "It was great bravery," he went on, and then embarrassed Sharpe by removing the baratina and bowing again. "And I brought my men to attack the French because your bravery deserved it." "I wasn't being brave," Sharpe said. "Just bloody stupid." "You were brave," Vicente insisted, "and we salute you." He looked for a moment as though he planned to step smartly back, draw his sword, and whip the blade up into a formal salute, but Sharpe managed to head off the flourish with a question about Vicente's men. "There are 37 of us, senor," the young Portuguese answered gravely, "and we are from the 18th Regiment, the 2nd of Porto." He gave Oporto its proper Portuguese name. The regiment, he said, had been defending the makeshift palisades on the city's northern edge, and had retreated towards the bridge where it had dissolved into panic. Vicente had gone eastwards in the company of these 37 men, only 10 of whom were from his own company. "There were more of us," he confessed, "many more, but most kept running. One of my sergeants said I was a fool to try and rescue you, and I had to shoot him, to stop him from spreading— what is the word? Desesperanza. Despair. And then I led these volunteers to your assistance." For a few seconds Sharpe just stared at the Portuguese lieutenant. "You did what?" he finally asked. "I led these men back to give you aid. I am the only officer of my company left, so who else could make the decision? Captain Rocha was killed by a cannonball up on the redoubt, and the others— I do not know what happened to them." "No," Sharpe said. "Before that, you shot your sergeant." Vicente nodded. "I shall stand trial, of course. I shall plead necessity." There were tears in his eyes. "But the sergeant said you were all dead men, and that we were beaten ones. He was urging the men to shed their uniforms and desert." "You did the right thing," Sharpe said, astonished. Vicente bowed again. "You flatter me, senor." "And stop calling me senor," Sharpe said. "I'm a lieutenant like you." Vicente took a half-step back, unable to hide his surprise. "You are—" he began to ask, then understood that the question was rude. Sharpe was older than he was, maybe by 10 years, and if Sharpe was still a lieutenant, then presumably he was not a good soldier, for a good soldier by the age of 30 must have been promoted. "But I am sure, senor," Vicente went on, "that you are senior to me." "I might not be," Sharpe said. "I have been a lieutenant for 2 weeks," Vicente said. It was Sharpe's turn to look surprised. 2 weeks? I had some training before that, of course, Vicente said. And during my studies I read the exploits of the great soldiers. Your studies? I am a lawyer, senor. A lawyer? Sharpe could not hide his instinctive disgust. He came from the gutters of England, and anyone born and raised in those gutters knew that most persecution and oppression was inflicted by lawyers. Lawyers were the devil's servants who ushered men and women to the gallows. They were the vermin who gave orders to the bailiffs. They made their snares from statutes and became wealthy on their victims. And when they were rich enough, they became politicians so they could devise even more laws to make themselves even wealthier. I hate bloody lawyers, Sharpe growled with a genuine intensity, for he was remembering Lady Grace, and what had happened after she died, and how the lawyers had stripped him of every penny he had ever made. And the memory of Grace and her dead baby brought all the old misery back, and he thrust it out of mind. I do hate lawyers, he said. Vicente was so dumbfounded by Sharpe's hostility that he seemed to simply blank it out of his mind. I was a lawyer, he said, before I took up my country's sword. I worked for the Real Compañía Vella, which is responsible for the regulation of the trade of port wine. If a child of mine wanted to become a lawyer, Sharpe said, I'd strangle it with my own hands and then piss on its grave. So, you are married then, senor? Vicente asked politely. No, I'm bloody not married. I misunderstood, Vicente said, then gestured towards his tired troops. So, here we are, senor, and I thought we might join forces. Maybe, Sharpe said grudgingly. But make one thing clear, lawyer. If your commission is 2 weeks old, then I'm the senior man. I'm in charge. No bloody lawyer weaseling around that. Of course, senor, Vicente said, frowning as though he was offended by Sharpe's stating of the obvious. Bloody lawyer, Sharpe thought, of all the bloody ill fortune. He knew he'd behaved boorishly, especially as this courtly young lawyer had possessed the courage to kill a sergeant and lead his men to Sharpe's rescue. And he knew he should apologize for his rudeness, but instead he stared south and west, trying to make sense of the landscape, looking for any pursuit and wondering where in hell he was. He took out his fine telescope, which had been a gift from Sir Arthur Wellesley, and trained it back the way they'd come, staring over the trees, and at last he saw what he expected to see. Dust. A lot of dust, being kicked up by hooves, boots, or wheels. They could have been fugitives streaming eastwards on the road beside the river, or it could have been the French. Sharpe couldn't tell. You will be trying to get south of the Douro? Vicente asked. I am, but there's no bridges on this part of the river, is that right? Not till you reach Amarante, Vicente said. And that is on the River Tamea. It's how do you say, a side river. A tributary, thank you, of the Douro. But once you cross Tamea, there's a bridge over the Douro at Peso da Regua. And are the frogs on the far side of the Tamea? Vicente shook his head. We were told General Silveira is there. Being told that a Portuguese general was waiting across a river was not the same as knowing it, Sharpe thought. And there's a ferry over the Douro? He asked. Not far from here? Vicente nodded. At Barca da Vintas. How close is it? Vicente thought for a heartbeat. Maybe a half-hour's walk, less probably. That close. But if the ferry was close to Oporto, then the French could already be there. And how far is Amarante? We could be there tomorrow. Tomorrow, Sharpe echoed, then collapsed the telescope. He stared south. Was that dust thrown up by the French? Were they on their way to Barca da Vintas? He wanted to use the ferry because it was so much nearer, but also riskier. Would the French be expecting fugitives to use the ferry? Or perhaps the invaders didn't even know it existed. There was only one way to find out. How do we get to Barca da Vintas? He asked Vicente, gesturing back down the track that led through the cork oaks. The same way we came? There is a quicker path, Vicente said. Then lead on. Some of the men were sleeping, but Harper kicked them awake, and they all followed Vicente off the road and down into a gentle valley where vines grew in neatly tended rows. From there they climbed another hill and walked through meadows dotted with the small haystacks left from the previous year. Flowers studded the grass and twined about the witch-hat haystacks, while blossom filled the hedgerows. There was no path, though Vicente led the men confidently enough. "You know where you're going?" Sharpe asked suspiciously after a while. "I know this landscape," Vicente assured the rifleman. "I know it well." "You grew up here, then?" Vicente shook his head. "I was raised in Coimbra. That's far to the south, senor, but I know this landscape because I belong—" He checked and corrected himself. "Belonged to a society that walks here." "A society that walks in the countryside?" Sharpe asked, amused. Vicente blushed. "We are philosophers, senor, and poets." Sharpe was too astonished to respond immediately, but finally managed a question. "You were what?" "Philosophers and poets, senor." "Jesus bloody Christ," Sharpe said. "We believe, senor," Vicente went on, "that there is inspiration in the countryside. The country, you see, is natural, while towns are made by man, and so harbour all men's wickedness. If we wish to discover our natural goodness, then it must be sought in the country." He was having trouble finding the right English words to express what he meant. "There is, I think," he tried again, "a natural goodness in the world, and we seek it." "So you come here for inspiration?" "We do, yes." Vicente nodded eagerly. Giving inspiration to a lawyer, Sharpe thought sourly, was like feeding fine brandy to a rat. "And let me guess," he said, barely hiding his derision, "that the members of your society of rhyming philosophers are all men, not a woman among you, eh?" "How did you know?" Vicente asked in amazement. "I told you. I guessed." Vicente nodded. "It's not, of course, that we do not like women. You must not think that we do not want their company, but they are reluctant to join our discussions. They would be most welcome, of course, but—" His voice tailed away. "Women are like that," Sharpe said. Women, he had found, preferred the company of rogues to the joys of conversation with sober and earnest young men like Lieutenant Vicente, who harboured romantic dreams about the world, and whose thin black moustache had patently been grown in an attempt to make himself look older and more sophisticated, and only succeeded in making him look younger. "Tell me something, Lieutenant," he said. "Giorgi," Vicente interrupted him. "My name is Giorgi, like your saint." "So tell me something, Giorgi. You said you had some training as a soldier. What kind of training was it?" "We had lectures in Porto." "Lectures?" "On the history of warfare, on Hannibal, Alexander, and Caesar." "Book learning?" Sharpe asked, not hiding his derision. "Book learning," Vicente said bravely, "comes naturally to a lawyer, and a lawyer, moreover, who saved your life, Lieutenant." Sharpe grunted, knowing he had deserved that mild reproof. "What did happen back there?" he asked. "When you rescued me? I know you shot one of your sergeants, but why didn't the French hear you do that?" "Ah," Vicente frowned, thinking. "I shall be honest, Lieutenant, and tell you it is not all to my credit. I had shot the sergeant before I saw you. He was telling the men to strip off their uniforms and run away. Some did, and the others would not listen to me, so I shot him. It was very sad, and most of the men were in the tavern by the river, close to where the French made their barricade." Sharpe had seen no tavern. He had been too busy trying to extricate his men from the dragoons to notice one. "It was then I saw you coming. Sergeant Macedo," Vicente gestured towards a squat, dark-faced man stumping along behind, "wanted to stay hidden in the tavern, and I told the men that it was time to fight for Portugal. Most did not seem to listen, so I drew my pistol, senor, and I went into the road. I thought I would die, but I also thought I must set an example." "But your men followed you." "They did," Vicente said warmly. "And Sergeant Macedo fought very bravely." "I think," Sharpe said, "that despite being a bloody lawyer, you're a remarkable bloody soldier." "I am?" The young Portuguese sounded amazed, but Sharpe knew it must have taken a natural leader to bring men out of a tavern to ambush a party of dragoons. "So did all your philosophers and poets join the army?" Sharpe asked. Vicente looked embarrassed. "Some joined the French, alas," The French? The lieutenant shrugged. There is a belief, senor, that the future of mankind is prophesied in French thought, in French ideas. In Portugal, I think we are old-fashioned, and in response many of us are inspired by the French philosophers. They reject the church and the old ways, they dislike the monarchy and despise unearned privilege. Their ideas are very exciting. You have read them? No, Sharpe said. But I love my country more than I love Monsieur Rousseau, Vicente said sadly. So I shall be a soldier before I am a poet. Quite right, Sharpe said. Best choose something useful to do with your life. They crossed a small rise in the ground, and Sharpe saw the river ahead and a small village beside it, and he checked Vicente with an upraised hand. Is that Barca de Vintas? It is, Vicente said. God damn it, Sharpe said bitterly, because the French were there already. The river curled gently at the foot of some blue-tinged hills, and between Sharpe and the river were meadows, vineyards, the small village, a stream flowing to the river, and the goddamn bloody French. More dragoons. The green-coated cavalrymen had dismounted, and now strolled about the village as if they didn't have a care in the world, and Sharpe, dropping back behind some gorse bushes, waved his men down. Sergeant! Skirmish order along the crest! He left Harper to get on with deploying the rifles, while he took out his telescope and stared at the enemy. What do I do? Vicente asked. Just wait, Sharpe said. He focused the glass, marvelling at the clarity of its magnified image. He could see the buckle holes in the girth straps on the dragoons' horses, which were picketed in a small field just to the west of the village. He counted the horses. 46? Maybe 48. It was hard to tell because some of the beasts were bunched together. Call it 50 men. He edged the telescope left and saw smoke rising from beyond the village, maybe from the river bank. A small stone bridge crossed the stream which flowed from the north. He could see no villagers. Had they fled? He looked to the west, back down the road which led to Oporto, and he could see no more Frenchmen, which suggested the dragoons were a patrol sent to harry fugitives. Pat? Sir. Harper came and crouched beside him. We can take these bastards. Harper borrowed Sharpe's telescope and stared south for a good minute. 40 of them. 50? About that. Make sure our boys are loaded. Sharpe left the telescope with Harper and scrambled back from the crest to find Vicente. Call your men here. I want to talk to them. You'll translate. Sharpe waited till the 37 Portuguese were assembled. Most looked uncomfortable, doubtless wondering why they were being commanded by a foreigner. My name is Sharpe, he told the blue-coated troops. Lieutenant Sharpe, and I've been a soldier for 16 years. He waited for Vicente to interpret, then pointed at the youngest-looking Portuguese soldier, a lad who could not have been a day over 17, and might well have been 3 years younger. I was carrying a musket before you were born, and I mean carrying a musket. I was a soldier like you. I marched in the ranks. Vicente, as he translated, gave Sharpe a surprised look. The rifleman ignored it. I fought in Flanders, Sharpe went on. I fought in India. I fought in Spain and I fought in Portugal, and I've never lost a fight. Never! The Portuguese had just been run out of the great northern redoubt in front of Oporto, and that defeat was still sore. Yet here was a man telling them he was invincible. And some of them looked at the scar on his face and the hardness in his eyes, and they believed him. Now you and I are going to fight together, Sharpe went on. And that means we're going to win. We're going to run these damn Frenchmen out of Portugal. Some of them smiled at that. Don't take any notice of what happened today. That wasn't your fault. You were led by a bishop. What bloody use is a bishop to anyone? You might as well go into battle with a lawyer. Vicente gave Sharpe a swift and reproving glance before translating the last sentence, but he must have done it correctly, for the men grinned at Sharpe. We're going to run the bastards back to France, Sharpe continued, and for every Portuguese in Britain they kill, we're going to slaughter a score. Some of the Portuguese thumped their musket butts on the ground in approbation. But before we fight, Sharpe went on, you better know I have 3 rules, and you'd all better get used to those rules now. Because if you break these 3 rules, then God help me, I'll goddamn break you!" Vicente sounded nervous as he interpreted the last few words. Sharpe waited, then held up one finger. "You don't get drunk without my permission." A second finger. "You don't thieve from anyone unless you're starving, and I don't count taking things off the enemy as thieving." That got a smile. He held up the third finger. "And you fight as if the devil himself was on your tail. That's it. You don't get drunk, you don't thieve, and you fight like demons, you understand?" They nodded after the translation. "And right now," Sharpe went on, "you're going to start fighting. You're going to make 3 ranks, and you'll fire a volley at some French cavalry." He would have preferred 2 ranks, but only the British fought in 2 ranks. Every other army used 3, and so for the moment he would too, even though 37 men in 3 ranks offered a very small frontage. "And you won't pull your trigger until Lieutenant Vicente gives the order. You can trust him. He's a good soldier, your lieutenant." Vicente blushed, and perhaps made some modest changes to his interpretation, but the grins on his men's faces suggested the lawyer had conveyed the gist of Sharpe's words. "Make sure your muskets are loaded," Sharpe said, "but not cocked. I don't want the enemy knowing we're here, because some careless half-wit lets off a cocked musket. Now, enjoy killing the bastards." He left them on that bloodthirsty note and walked back to the crest where he knelt beside Harper. "Are they doing anything?" he asked, nodding towards the dragoons. "Getting drunk," Harper said. "Gave them the talk, did you? Is that what it is? Don't get drunk, don't thieve, and fight like the devil. Mr. Sharpe's sermon." Sharpe smiled, then took the telescope from the sergeant and trained it at the village, where a score of dragoons, their green coats unbuttoned, were squirting wineskins into their mouths. Others were searching the small houses. A woman with a torn black dress ran from one house, was seized by a cavalryman, and dragged back indoors. "I thought the villagers were gone," Sharpe said. "I've seen a couple of women," Harper said, "and doubtless there are plenty more we can't see." He ran a huge hand over the lock of his rifle. "So what are we going to do with them?" "We're going to piss up their noses," Sharpe said, "till they decide to swat us away, and then we're going to kill them." He collapsed the glass and told Harper exactly how he planned to defeat the dragoons. The vineyards gave Sharpe the opportunity. The vines grew in close, thick rows that stretched from the stream on their left to some woodland off to the west, and the rows were broken only by a footpath that gave labourers access to the plants which offered dense cover for Sharpe's men as they crawled closer to Barca de Vintas. 2 careless French sentries watched from the village's edge, but neither saw anything threatening in the spring countryside, and one of them even laid his carbine down so he could pack a small pipe with tobacco. Sharpe put Vicente's men close to the footpath and sent his riflemen off to the west, so that they were closer to the paddock in which the dragoons' horses were picketed. Then he cocked his own rifle, lay down so that the barrel protruded between 2 gnarled vine roots, and aimed at the nearest sentry. He fired, and the butt slammed back into his shoulder, and the sound was still echoing from the village's walls when his riflemen began shooting at the horses. Their first volley brought down 6 or 7 of the beasts, wounded as many again, and started a panic among the other tethered animals. 2 managed to pull their picketing pins out of the turf and jump the fence in an attempt to escape, but then circled back towards their companions just as the rifles were reloaded and fired again. More horses screamed and fell. A half-dozen of the riflemen were watching the village, and began shooting at the first dragoons to run towards the paddock. Vicente's infantry remained hidden, crouching among the vines. Sharpe saw that the sentry he had shot was crawling up the street, leaving a bloody trail, and as the smoke from that shot faded, he fired again, this time at an officer running towards the paddock. More dragoons, fearing they were losing their precious horses, ran to unpicket the beasts, and the rifle bullets began to kill men as well as horses. An injured mare whinnied pitifully, and then the dragoons' commanding officer realized he could not rescue the horses until he had driven away the men who were slaughtering them, and so he shouted at his cavalrymen to advance into the vines and drive the attackers off. "Keep shooting the horses!" Sharpe shouted. It was not a pleasant job. The screams of the wounded beasts tore at men's souls. and the sight of an injured gelding trying to drag itself along by its front legs was heartbreaking. But Sharpe kept his men firing. The dragoons, spared the rifle fire now, ran towards the vineyard in the confident belief that they were dealing with a mere handful of partisans. Dragoons were supposed to be mounted infantry, and so they were issued with carbines, short-barreled muskets, with which they could fight on foot. And some carried the carbines, while others preferred to attack with their long, straight swords, but all of them instinctively ran towards the track which climbed among the vines. Sharpe had guessed they would follow the track rather than clamber over the entangling vines, and that was why he had put Vicente and his men close by the path. The dragoons were bunching together as they entered the vines, and Sharpe had an urge to run across to the Portuguese and take command of them. But just then Vicente ordered his men to stand. The Portuguese soldiers appeared as if by magic in front of the disorganized dragoons. Sharpe watched approvingly as Vicente let his men settle, then ordered them to fire. The French had tried to check their desperate charge and swerve aside, but the vines obstructed them, and Vicente's volley hammered into the thickest press of cavalrymen bunched on the narrow track. Harper, off on the right flank, had the riflemen add their own volley, so that the dragoons were assailed from both sides. Powder smoke drifted over the vines. "Fix swords!" Sharpe shouted. A dozen dragoons were dead, and the ones at the back were already running away. They'd been convinced they fought against a few undisciplined peasants, and instead they were outnumbered by real soldiers, and the centre of their makeshift line had been gutted. Half their horses were dead, and now the infantry was coming from the smoke with fixed bayonets. The Portuguese stepped over the dead and injured dragoons. One of the Frenchmen, shot in the thigh, rolled over with a pistol in his hand, and Vicente knocked it away with his sword and then kicked the gun into the stream. The unwounded dragoons were running towards the horses, and Sharpe ordered his riflemen to drive them off with bullets rather than blades. "Just keep them running!" he shouted. "Panic them! Lieutenant!" He looked for Vicente. "Take your men into the village! Cooper, Tank, Slattery! Make these bastards safe!" He knew he had to keep the Frenchmen in front moving, but he dared not leave any lightly wounded dragoons in his rear, and so he ordered the 3 riflemen to disarm the cavalrymen injured by Vicente's volley. The Portuguese were in the village now, banging open doors and converging on a church that stood next to the bridge that crossed the small stream. Sharpe ran towards the field where the horses were dead, dying, or terrified. A few dragoons had tried to untie their mounts, but the rifle fire had chased them off. So now Sharpe was the possessor of a score of horses. "Dan," he called to Hagman, "put the wounded ones out of their misery. Pendleton, Harris, Cressica, over there!" He pointed the 3 men towards the wall on the paddock's western side. The dragoons had fled that way, and Sharpe guessed they'd taken refuge in some trees that stood thick just 100 paces away. 3 pickets were not enough to cope with even a half-hearted counterattack by the French, so Sharpe knew he'd have to strengthen those pickets soon. But first he wanted to make sure there were no dragoons skulking in the houses, gardens, and orchards of the village. Barca de Vintas was a small place, a straggle of houses built about the road that ran down to the river, where a short jetty should have accommodated the ferry. But some of the smoke Sharpe had seen earlier was coming from a barge-like vessel with a blunt bow and a dozen rowlocks. Now it was smoking in the water. Its upper works burned almost to the waterline, and its lower hull holed and sunken. Sharpe stared at the useless boat, looked across the river that was over 100 yards broad, and then swore. Harper appeared beside him, his rifle slung. "Jesus," he said, staring at the ferry. "That's not a lot of good to man or beast, is it now? Any of our boys hurt?" "Not a one, sir, not even a scratch. The Portuguese are the same, all alive. They did well, didn't they?" He looked at the burning boat again. "Sweet Jesus, was that the ferry?" "It was Noah's bloody ark," Sharpe snapped. "What do you got up think it was?" He was angry because he had hoped to use the ferry to get all his men safe across the Douro, but now it seemed he was stranded. He stalked away, then turned back just in time to see Harper making a face at him. "Have you found the taverns?" he asked, ignoring the grimace. "Not yet, sir," Harper said. "Then find them, put a guard on them, then send a dozen more men to the far side of the paddock." "Yes, sir." The French had set more fires among sheds on the riverbank, and Sharpe now ducked beneath the billowing smoke to kick open half-burned doors. There was a pile of tarred nets smouldering in one shed, but in the next there was a black-painted skiff with a fine spiked bow that curved up like a hook. The shed had been fired, but the flames had not reached the skiff, and Sharpe managed to drag it halfway out of the door before Lieutenant Vicente arrived and helped him to pull the boat all the way out of the smoke. The other sheds were too well alight, but at least this one boat was saved, and Sharpe reckoned it could hold about half a dozen men safely, which meant that it would take the rest of the day to ferry everyone across the wide river. Sharpe was about to ask Vicente to look for oars or paddles when he saw that the young man's face was white and shaken, almost as if the lieutenant was on the point of tears. "What is it?" Sharpe asked. Vicente did not answer, but merely pointed back to the village. "The French were having games with the ladies, eh?" Sharpe asked, setting off for the houses. "I would not call it games," Vicente said bitterly. "And there is also a prisoner." "Only one?" "There are two others," Vicente said, frowning. "But this one is a lieutenant. He had no breeches, which is why he was slow to run." Sharpe did not ask why the captured dragoon had no breeches. He knew why. "What have you done with him?" "He must go on trial," Vicente said. Sharpe stopped and stared at the lieutenant. "He was what?" he asked, astonished. "Go on trial?" "Of course." "In my country," Sharpe said, "they hang a man for rape." "Not without a trial," Vicente protested. And Sharpe guessed that the Portuguese soldiers had wanted to kill the prisoner straight away, and that Vicente had stopped them out of some high-minded idea that a trial was necessary. "Bloody hell," Sharpe said. "You're a soldier now, not a lawyer. You don't give them a trial, you chop their hearts out." Most of Barca de Vintas's inhabitants had fled the dragoons, but some had stayed, and most of them were now crowded about a house guarded by a half-dozen of Vicente's men. A dead dragoon, stripped of shirt, coat, boots and breeches, lay face down in front of the church. He must have been leaning against the church wall when he was shot, for he'd left a smear of blood down the lime-washed stones. Now a dog sniffed at his toes. The soldiers and villagers parted to let Sharpe and Vicente into the house where the young dragoon officer, fair-haired, thin and sullen-faced, was being guarded by Sergeant Macedo and another Portuguese soldier. The lieutenant had managed to pull on his breeches, but had not had time to button them, and he was now holding them up by the waist. As soon as he saw Sharpe, he began gabbling in French. "You speak French?" Sharpe asked Vicente. "Of course," Vicente said. But Vicente, Sharpe reflected, wanted to give this fair-haired Frenchman a trial, and Sharpe suspected that if Vicente interrogated the man, he wouldn't learn the real truth, merely hear the excuses. So Sharpe went to the house door. "Harper!" He waited till the sergeant appeared. "Get me Tongue or Harris," he ordered. "I will talk to the man," Vicente protested. "I need you to talk to someone else," Sharpe said. And he went to the back room, where a girl, she couldn't have been a day over 14, was weeping. Her face was red, eyes swollen, and her breath came in fitful jerks, interspersed with grisling moans and cries of despair. She was wrapped in a blanket and had a bruise on her left cheek. An older woman, dressed all in black, was trying to comfort the girl, who began to cry even louder the moment she saw Sharpe, making him back out of the room in embarrassment. "Find out from her what happened," he told Vicente, then turned as Harris came through the door. Harris and Tongue were Sharpe's two educated men. Tongue had been doomed to the army by drink, while the red-haired, ever-cheerful Harris claimed to be a volunteer who wanted adventure. He was getting plenty now, Sharpe reflected. "This piece of shit," Sharpe told Harris, jerking his head at the fair-haired Frenchman, "was caught with his knickers round his ankles and a young girl under him. Find out what his excuse is before we kill the bastard." He went back to the street and took a long drink from his canteen. The water was warm and brackish. Harper was waiting by a horse trough in the centre of the street, and Sharpe joined him. "All well? There's 2 more frogs in there." Harper flicked a thumb towards the church behind him. "Live ones, I mean." The church door was guarded by 4 of Vicente's men. "What are they doing in there?" Sharpe asked. "Praying?" The tall Ulsterman shrugged. "Looking for sanctuary, I guess." "We can't take the bastards with us," Sharpe said. "So why do we just shoot them?" "Because Mr. Vicente says we mustn't," Harper said. He's very particular about prisoners, is Mr. Vicente. He's a lawyer, isn't he? He seems halfway decent for a lawyer, Sharpe admitted grudgingly. The best lawyers are 6 feet under the daisy, so they are, Harper said. And this one won't let me go and shoot those 2 bastards. He says they're just drunks, which is true, they are. Skew to the skies, they are. We can't cope with prisoners, Sharpe said. He wiped the sweat from his forehead, then pulled his shako back on. The visor was coming away from the crown, but there was nothing he could do about that here. Get tongue, he suggested, and see if he can find out what these 2 were up to. If they're just drunk on communion wine, then march them out west, strip them of anything valuable, and boot them back where they came from. But if they raped anyone, I know what to do, sir, Harper said grimly. Then do it, Sharpe said. He nodded to Harper, then walked on past the church to where the stream joined the river. The small stone bridge carried the road eastwards, through a vineyard, past a walled cemetery, and then twisted through pasture land beside the Douro. It was all open land, and if more French came, and he had to retreat from the village, then he dared not use that road. And he hoped to God he had time to ferry his men over the Douro, and that thought made him go back up the street to look for oars. Or maybe he could find a rope. If the rope were long enough, he could rig a line across the river and haul the boat back and forth, and that would surely be quicker than rowing. He was wondering if there were bell ropes in the small church that might stretch that far, when Harris came out of the house and said that the prisoner's name was Lieutenant Olivier, and he was in the 18th Dragoons, and that the lieutenant, despite being caught with his breeches round his ankles, had denied raping the girl. He said French officers don't behave like that, Harris said. But Lieutenant Vicente says the girl swears he did. So did he or didn't he? Sharpe asked irritably. Of course he did, sir. He admitted as much after I thumped him, Harris said happily. But he still insists she wanted him to. He says she wanted comforting after a sergeant raped her. Wanted comforting, Sharpe said scathingly. He was just second in line, wasn't he? Fifth in line, Harris said tonelessly. Or so the girl says. Jesus, Sharpe swore. Why don't I just give the bugger a smacking, then we'll string him up. He walked back to the house where the civilians were screaming at the Frenchman, who gazed at them with a disdain that would have been admirable on a battlefield. Vicente was protecting the dragoon, and now appealed to Sharpe for help to escort Lieutenant Olivier to safety. "You must stand trial," Vicente insisted. "He just had a trial," Sharpe said, "and I found him guilty, so now I'll thump him, and then I'll hang him." Vicente looked nervous, but he did not back down. "We cannot lower ourselves to their level of barbarity," he claimed. "I didn't rape her," Sharpe said, "so don't place me with them." "We fight for a better world," Vicente declared. For a second Sharpe just stared at the young Portuguese officer, scarce believing what he had heard. "What happens if we leave him here, eh?" "We can't," Vicente said, knowing that the villagers would take a far worse revenge than anything Sharpe was proposing. "And I can't take prisoners," Sharpe insisted. "We can't kill him." Vicente was blushing with indignation as he confronted Sharpe, and he would not back down. "And we can't leave him here. It would be murder." "Oh, for Christ's sake!" Sharpe said in exasperation. Lieutenant Olivier did not speak English, but he seemed to understand that his fate was in the balance, and he watched Sharpe and Vicente like a hawk. "And who's going to be the judge and jury?" Sharpe demanded. But Vicente got no opportunity to answer, for just then a rifle fired from the western edge of the village, and then another sounded, and then there was a whole rattle of shots. The French had come back. Colonel James Christopher liked wearing the hussar uniform. He decided it suited him, and he spent a long time admiring himself in the pier glass in the farmhouse's largest bedroom, turning left and right and marvelling at the feeling of power conveyed by the uniform. He deduced it came from the long tasselled boots, and from the jacket's high stiff collar that forced a man to stand upright with his head back, and from the fit of the jacket that was so tight that Christopher, who was lean and fit, still had to suck in his belly to fasten the hooks and eyes down its silver-laced front. The uniform made him feel encased in authority, and the elegance of the outfit was enhanced by the fur-edged pelisse that was draped from his left shoulder, and by the silver-chained sabre scabbard that chinked as he went downstairs, and as he paced up and down the terrace where he waited for his guest. He put a sliver of wood into his mouth, obsessively working it between his teeth as he gazed at the distant smear of smoke which showed where buildings burned in the captured city. A handful of fugitives had stopped at the farm to beg for food, and Louis had talked with them, and then told Christopher that hundreds, if not thousands of people had drowned when the pontoon bridge broke. The refugees claimed that the French had wrecked the bridge with cannon fire, and Louis, his hatred of the enemy fueled by the false rumour, eyed his master with a surly expression until Christopher had finally lost his patience. "It's only a uniform, Louis. It's not a sign of a changed allegiance." "A French uniform," Louis had complained. "You wish Portugal to be free of the French?" Christopher snapped. "Then behave respectfully and forget this uniform." Now Christopher paced the terrace, picking at his teeth and constantly watching the road that led across the hill. The clock in the farm's elegant parlour struck 3, and no sooner had the last chime faded than a large column of cavalry appeared across the far crest. They were dragoons, and they came in force to make sure that no partisans or fugitive Portuguese troops gave trouble to the officer who rode to meet Christopher. The dragoons, all from the 18th Regiment, wheeled away into the fields beneath the farmhouse, where a stream offered water for their horses. The cavalrymen's rose-fronted green coats were white with dust. Some, seeing Christopher in his French hussar's uniform, offered a hasty salute, but most ignored him and just led their horses towards the stream, as the Englishman turned to greet his visitor. His name was Argenton, and he was a captain and the adjutant of the 18th Dragoons, and it was plain from his smile that he knew and liked Colonel Christopher. "The uniform becomes you," Argenton said. "I found it in a porter," Christopher said. "It belonged to a poor fellow who was a prisoner and died of the fever, and a tailor trimmed it to size for me." "He did well," Argenton said admiringly. "Now all you need are the cadenet." "The cadenet?" "The pigtails," Argenton explained, touching his temples where the French hussars grew their hair long to mark themselves as elite cavalrymen. "Some men go bald and have wig-makers attach false cadenets to their shakos or colbacks." "I'm not sure I want to grow pigtails," Christopher said, amused. "But perhaps I can find some girl with black hair and cut off a pair of tails, eh?" "A good idea," Argenton said. He watched approvingly as his escort set pickets, then smiled his thanks as a very sullen-looking Louis brought him and Christopher glasses of vino verde, the golden white wine of the Douro Valley. Argenton sipped the wine cautiously and was surprised that it was so good. He was a slight man with a frank, open face and red hair that was damp with sweat and marked where his helmet had been. He smiled easily, a reflection of his trusting nature. Christopher rather despised the Frenchman, but knew he would be useful. Argenton drained the wine. "Did you hear about the drownings in Oporto?" he asked. "My servant says you broke the bridge." "They would say that," Argenton said regretfully. "The bridge collapsed under the weight of the refugees. It was an accident, a sad accident, but if the people had stayed in their homes and given our men a decent welcome, then there wouldn't have been any panic at the bridge. They'd all be alive now. As it is, we are being blamed, but it had nothing to do with us. The bridge wasn't strong enough, and who built the bridge? The Portuguese." "A sad accident, as you say," Christopher said. "But all the same, I must congratulate you on your swift capture of Oporto. It was a notable feat of arms." "It would have been still more notable," Argenton observed, "if the opposition had been better soldiers." "I trust your losses were not extravagant?" "A handful," Argenton said dismissively. "But half of our regiment were sent eastwards, and they lost a good few men in an ambush by the river. An ambush," he looked accusingly at Christopher, "in which some British riflemen took part. I didn't think there were any British troops in Oporto." "There shouldn't have been," Christopher said. "I ordered them south of the river." "Then they disobeyed you," Argenton said. "Did any of the riflemen die?" Christopher asked, mildly hoping that Argenton would have news of Sharpe's death. "I wasn't there. I'm posted to Oporto, where I find billets, look for rations, and do the errands of war." "Which I'm sure you discharge admirably," Christopher said smoothly, then led his guest into the farmhouse where Argenton admired the tiles about the dining-room hearth and the simple iron chandelier that hung above the table. The meal itself was commonplace enough: chicken, beans, bread, cheese, and a good country red wine. But Captain Argenton was complimentary. "We've been on short rations," he explained, "but that should change now. We've found plenty of food in our Porto, and a warehouse stuffed to the rafters with good British powder and shot." "You were short of those too?" Christopher asked. "We have plenty," Argenton said, "but the British powder is better than our own. We have no source of saltpeter, except what we scrape from cesspit walls." Christopher grimaced at the thought. The best saltpeter, an essential element of gunpowder, came from India, and he had never considered that there might be a shortage in France. "I assume," he said, "that the powder was a British gift to the Portuguese." "Who have now given it to us," Argenton said, "much to Marshal Soult's delight." "Then it's time, perhaps," Christopher suggested, "that we made the Marshal unhappy." "Indeed," Argenton said, "indeed," and then fell silent because they had reached the purpose of their meeting. It was a strange purpose, but an exciting one. The two men were plotting mutiny, or rebellion, or a coup against Marshal Soult's army. But however it was described, it was a ploy that might end the war. There was, Argenton now explained, a great deal of dissatisfaction in Marshal Soult's army. Christopher had heard all this before from his guest, but he did not interrupt as Argenton rehearsed the arguments that would justify his disloyalty. He described how some officers, all devout Catholics, were mortally offended by their army's behaviour in Spain and Portugal. Churches had been desecrated, nuns raped. "Even the holy sacraments have been defiled," Argenton said in a horrified tone. "I can hardly believe it," Christopher said. Other officers, a few, were simply opposed to Bonaparte. Argenton was a Catholic monarchist, but he was willing to make common cause with those men who still held Jacobin sympathies, and believed that Bonaparte had betrayed the revolution. "They cannot be trusted, of course," Argenton said, "not in the long run, but they will join us in resisting Bonaparte's tyranny." "I pray they do," Christopher said. The British government had long known that there was a shadowy league of French officers who opposed Bonaparte. They called themselves the Philadelphes, and London had once sent agents in search of their elusive brotherhood, but had finally concluded that their numbers were too few, their ideals too vague, and their supporters too ideologically divided for the Philadelphs ever to succeed. Yet here, in remote northern Portugal, the various opponents of Bonaparte had found a common cause. Christopher had first got wind of that cause when he talked with a French officer who'd been taken prisoner on Portugal's northern border, and who'd been living in Braga, where, having given his parole, his only restriction was to remain within the barracks for his own protection. Christopher had drunk with the unhappy officer, and heard a tale of French unrest that sprang from one man's absurd ambition. Nicolas Jean de Dieu Soult, Duke of Dalmatia, Marshal of France, and commander of the army that was now invading Portugal, had seen other men who served the emperor become princes, even kings, and he reckoned his own dukedom was a poor reward for a career that outshone almost all the emperor's other marshals. Soult had been a soldier for 24 years, a general for 15, and a marshal for 5. At Austerlitz, the greatest of all the emperor's victories so far, Marshal Soult had covered himself with glory, far outfighting Marshal Bernadotte, who, nevertheless, was now Prince of Pontecorvo. Jerome Bonaparte, the emperor's youngest brother, was an idle, extravagant wastrel, yet he was king of Westphalia, while Marshal Murat, a hot-headed braggart, was king of Naples. Louis Napoleon, another of the emperor's brothers, was king of Holland, and all those men were nonentities, while Soult, who knew his own high worth, was a mere duke. And it wasn't enough. But now the ancient throne of Portugal was empty. The royal family, fearing the French invasion, had fled to Brazil, and Soult wanted to occupy the vacant chair. Colonel Christopher at first had not believed the tale, but the prisoner had sworn its truth, and Christopher had talked with some of the other few prisoners who had been captured in skirmishes on the northern frontier, and all claimed to have heard much the same story. It was no secret, they said, that Soult had royal pretensions. But the paroled officers also told Christopher that the Marshal's ambitions had soured many of his own officers, who disliked the idea that they should fight and suffer so far from home only to put Nicolas Soult on an empty chair. There was talk of mutiny, and Christopher had been wondering how he could discover whether that mutinous talk was serious, when Captain Argentan approached him. Argentan, with great daring, had been travelling in northern Portugal, dressed in civilian clothes and claiming to be a wine merchant from Upper Canada. If he'd been caught, he'd have been shot as a spy, for Argentan was not exploring the land ahead of the French armies, but rather trying to discover pliable Portuguese aristocrats who would encourage Soult in his ambitions. For if the Marshal was to declare himself King of Portugal, or, more modestly, King of Northern Lusitania, then he first needed to be persuaded that there were men of influence in Portugal who would support that usurpation of the vacant throne. Argentan had been talking with such men, and Christopher, to his surprise, discovered there were plenty of aristocrats, churchmen and scholars in northern Portugal who hated their own monarchy, and believed that a foreign king from an enlightened France would be of benefit to their country. So letters were being collected that would encourage Soult to declare himself king. And when that happened, Argentan had promised Christopher the army would mutiny. The war had to be stopped, Argentan said, or else like a great fire it would consume all Europe. It was a madness, he said, a madness of the Emperor, who seemed intent on conquering the whole world. He believes he is Alexander the Great, the Frenchman said gloomily. And if he doesn't stop, then there will be nothing left of France. Who are we to fight? Everyone? Austria, Prussia, Britain, Spain, Portugal, Russia? Never Russia, Christopher said. Even Bonaparte is not that mad. He is mad, Argentan insisted, and we must rid France of him. And the start of the process, he believed, would be the mutiny that would surely erupt when Soult declared himself a king. Your army is unhappy, Christopher allowed, but will they follow you into mutiny? I would not lead it, Argentan said, but there are men who will. And those men want to take the army back to France, and that, I assure you, is what most of the soldiers want. They will follow. Who are these leaders? Christopher asked swiftly. Argentan hesitated. Any mutiny was a dangerous business, and if the identities of the leaders became known, then there could be an orgy of firing squads. Christopher saw his hesitation. If we're to persuade the British authorities that your plans are worth supporting, he said, then we must give them names. We must. And you must trust us, my friend. Christopher placed a hand over his heart. I swear to you upon my honour that I shall never betray those names. Never. Argentan, reassured, listed the men who would lead the revolt against Soult. There was Colonel Lafitte, the commanding officer of his own regiment, and the colonel's brother, and they were supported by Colonel Donadieu of the 47th Regiment of the Line. They are respected, Argentan said earnestly, and the men will follow them. He gave more names that Christopher jotted down in his notebook, but he observed that none of the mutineers was above the rank of colonel. An impressive list, Christopher lied, then he smiled. Now, give me another name. Tell me who in your army would be your most dangerous opponent. Our most dangerous opponent? Argentan was puzzled by the question. Other than Marshal Soult, of course, Christopher went on. I want to know who we should watch, who perhaps we might want to, how can I put it, render safe. Ah! Argentan understood now, and he thought for a short while. Probably Brigadier Vuillard, he said. I've not heard of him. A Bonapartiste through and through, Argentan said disapprovingly. Spell his name for me, will you? Christopher asked, then wrote it down. Brigadier Henri Vuillard. I assume he knows nothing of your scheme, he continued. Of course not, Argentan said. But it is a scheme, Colonel, that cannot work without British support. General Craddock is sympathetic, is he not? Craddock is sympathetic, Christopher said confidently. He had reported his earlier conversations to the British general, who had seen in the proposed mutiny an alternative to fighting the French, and so had encouraged Christopher to pursue the matter. "But, alas," Christopher went on, "it's rumoured he'll soon be replaced." "And the new man?" Argentan inquired. "Wellesley," Christopher said flatly. "Sir Arthur Wellesley." "Is he a good general?" Christopher shrugged. "He's well connected. Younger son of an earl. Eton, of course. He wasn't thought clever enough for anything except the army, but most people think he did well near Lisbon last year." "Against Laborde and Junot," Argentan said scathingly. "And he had some successes in India before that," Christopher added in warning. "Oh, in India," Argentan said, smiling. "Reputations made in India rarely stand up to a volley in Europe. But will this Wellesley want to fight Soult?" Christopher thought about that question. "I think," he said eventually, "that he would prefer not to lose. I think," he went on, "that if he knows the strength of your sentiments, then he will cooperate." Christopher was not nearly as certain as he sounded. Indeed, he had heard that General Wellesley was a cold man who might not look kindly on an escapade that depended for its success on so many assumptions. But Christopher had other fish to fry in this unholy tangle. He doubted whether the mutiny could ever succeed, and did not much care what Craddock or Wellesley thought of it, but knew his knowledge of it could be used to great advantage, and, for the moment anyway, it was important that Argentan saw Christopher as an ally. "Tell me," he said to the Frenchman, "exactly what you want of us." "Britain's influence," Argentan said. "We want Britain to persuade the Portuguese leaders to accept Soult as their king." "I thought you'd found plenty of support already," Christopher said. "I've found support," Argentan confirmed, "but most won't declare themselves for fear of the mob's vengeance. But if Britain encourages them, they'll find their courage. They don't even have to make their support public, merely write letters to Soult. And then there are the intellectuals." Argentan's sneer as he said the last word would have soured milk. "Most of whom will back anyone other than their own government. But again, they need encouragement before they'll find the bravery to express support for Marshal Soult." "I'm sure we'll be happy to provide encouragement," Christopher said. He was not sure at all. "And we need an assurance," Argentan said firmly, "that if we lead a rebellion, the British will not take advantage of the situation by attacking us. I shall want your general's word on that." Christopher nodded. "And I think he will give it," he said. "But before he commits himself to any such promise, he'll want to judge for himself the likelihood of your success, and that, my friend, means he will want to hear from you directly." Christopher unstopped a decanter of wine, then paused before pouring. "And I think you need to hear his personal assurances. I think you must travel south to see him." Argentan looked rather surprised by this suggestion, but he thought about it for a moment and then nodded. "You can give me a pass that will see me safe through the British lines?" "I'll do better, my friend. I shall come with you, so long as you provide me with a pass for the French lines." "Then we shall go," Argentan said happily. "My colonel will give me permission once he understands what we are doing." "But when? Soon, I think, don't you? Tomorrow?" "The day after tomorrow," Christopher said firmly. "I have an engagement tomorrow that I cannot avoid, but if you join me in Villarreal de Cedes tomorrow afternoon, then we can travel the next day. Will that suit?" Argentan nodded. "You must tell me how to reach Villarreal de Cedes." "I shall give you directions," Christopher said, then raised his glass. "And I shall drink to the success of our endeavours." "Amen to that," Argentan said, and raised his glass to the toast. And Colonel Christopher smiled, because he was rewriting the rules. Chapter 3. Sharpe ran across the paddock, where the dead horses lay with flies crawling in their nostrils and across their eyeballs. He tripped on a metal picketing pin, and as he stumbled forward, a carbine bullet fluttered past him, the sound suggesting it was almost spent. But even a spent bullet in the wrong place could kill a man. His riflemen were shooting from the field's far side, the smoke of their Baker rifles thickening along the wall. Sharpe dropped beside Hagman. "What's happening, Dan?" "Dragoons are back, sir," Hagman said laconically, "and there's some infantry there, too." "You sure?" "Shot one blue bastard," Hagman said, "and 2 green so far." Sharpe wiped sweat from his face, then crawled a few paces along the wall to a place where the powder smoke was not so thick. The dragoons had dismounted and were shooting from the edge of a wood some 100 paces away. Too long a range for their carbines, Sharpe thought, but then he saw some blue uniforms where the road ran through the trees, and he reckoned the infantry was forming for an attack. There was an odd clicking noise coming from somewhere nearby, and he couldn't place it, but it seemed to offer no threat, so he ignored it. "Pendleton?" "Sir." "Find Lieutenant Vicente. He's in the village. Tell him to get his men out on the northern path now." Sharpe pointed to the track through the vineyards, the same track by which they had entered Barca de Vintas, and where the dead dragoons of the first fight still lay. "And Pendleton, tell him to hurry, but be polite, though." Pendleton, a pickpocket and purse-snatcher from Bristol, was the youngest of Sharpe's men, and now looked puzzled. "Polite, sir?" "Call him sir, damn you, and salute him, but hurry!" God damn it, Sharpe thought. But there'd be no escape across the Douro today, no slow shuttling back and forth with the small boat, and no marching back to Captain Hogan and the army. Instead, they'd have to get the hell out northwards, and get out fast. "Sergeant?" He looked left and right for Patrick Harper through the misty patches of rifle smoke along the wall. "Harper!" "Hey, with you, sir!" Harper came running from behind. "I was dealing with those 2 frogs in the church. The moment the Portuguese are into the vineyard, we get out of here. Are any of our men left in the village?" "Harris is there, sir, and Pendleton, of course." "We'll send someone to make sure the 2 of them get out." Sharpe levelled his rifle across the wall and sent a bullet spinning towards the infantry, who were forming up on the road among the trees. "And Pat, what did you do with those 2 frogs?" "They'd robbed the pure box," Harper said, "so I sent them to hell." He patted his sheathed sword bayonet. Sharpe grinned. "And if you get the chance, Pat, do the same to that bastard French officer." "Pleasure, sir," Harper said, then ran back across the paddock. Sharpe reloaded. The French, he thought, were being too cautious. They should have attacked already, but they must have believed there was a larger force in Barca de Vintas than 2 stranded half-companies, and the rifle fire must have been disconcerting to the dragoons, who were not used to such accuracy. There were bodies lying on the grass at the edge of the wood, evidence that the dismounted French horsemen had been taught about the Baker rifle the hard way. The French did not use rifles, reckoning that the spiralling grooves and lands that spun the bullet in the barrel, and so gave the weapon its accuracy, also made it much too slow to reload. And so the French, like most British battalions, relied on the quicker-firing but much less accurate musket. A man could stand 50 yards from a musket and stand a good chance of living, but standing 100 paces in front of a Baker in the hands of a good man was a death warrant. And so the dragoons had pulled back into the trees. There was infantry in the wood as well, but what were the bastards doing? Sharpe propped his loaded rifle against the wall and took out his telescope, the fine instrument made by Matthew Burge of London, which had been a gift from Sir Arthur Wellesley after Sharpe had saved the general's life at Assaye. He rested the telescope on the wall's mossy coping and stared at the leading company of French infantry, which was well back in the trees, but Sharpe could see they were formed in 3 ranks. He was looking for some sign that they were ready to advance, but the men were slouching, musket butts grounded, without even fixed bayonets. He whipped the glass right, suddenly fearing that perhaps the French would try to cut off his retreat by infiltrating the vineyard, but he saw nothing to worry him. He looked back at the trees, and saw a flash of light, a distinct white circle, and realized there was an officer kneeling in the leafy shadows staring at the village through a telescope. The man was undoubtedly trying to work out how many enemy were in Barca de Vintas, and how to attack them. Sharpe put his own telescope away, picked up the rifle and levelled it on the wall. Careful now, he thought, careful. Kill that one officer, and any French attack is slowed, because that officer is the man who makes the decisions. And Sharpe pulled back the flint, lowered his head so that his right eye was gazing down the sights, found the patch of dark shadow that was the Frenchman's blue coat, and then raised the rifle's foresight, a blade of metal, so that the barrel hit the target and so allowed the bullet to drop. There was little wind, not enough to drift the bullet left or right. A splintering of noise sounded from the other rifles, and a drop of sweat trickled past Sharpe's left eye as he pulled the trigger, and the rifle hammered back into his shoulder, and the puff of bitter smoke from the pan made his right eye smart, and the specks of burning powder stung his cheek as the cloud of barrel smoke billowed in front of the wall to hide the target. Sharpe twisted to see Lieutenant Vicenti's troops streaming into the vineyard, accompanied by 30 or 40 civilians. Harper was coming back across the paddock. The odd clicking noise was louder suddenly, and Sharpe registered that it was the sound of French carbine bullets striking the other side of the stone wall. "We're all clear of the village, sir," Harper said. "We can go," Sharpe said, and he marvelled that the enemy had been so slow, thus giving him time to extricate his force. He sent Harper with most of the greenjackets to join Vicente, and they took a dozen French horses with them, each horse worth a small fortune in prize money, if they could ever rejoin the army. Sharpe kept Hagman and 6 other men, and they spread along the wall and fired as fast as their rifles would load, which meant they did not wrap the bullets in leather patches which gripped the rifling, but just tapped the balls down the barrels, because Sharpe did not care about accuracy. He just wanted the French to see a thick rill of smoke and hear the shots and thus not know that their enemy was withdrawing. He pulled the trigger, and the flint broke into useless scraps. So he slung the rifle and backed out of the smoke to see that Vicente and Harper were both well into the vineyard, and so he shouted at his remaining men to hurry back across the paddock. Hagman paused to fire a last bullet, then he ran, and Sharpe went with him, the last man to leave. And he couldn't believe it had been that easy to disengage, that the French had been so supine. And just then Hagman went down. At first Sharpe thought Hagman had tripped on one of the metal pegs with which the dragoons had picketed their horses. Then he saw blood on the grass, and saw Hagman let go of his rifle, and his right hand slowly clench and unclench. "Dan!" Sharpe knelt and saw a tiny wound high up beside Hagman's left shoulder blade. Just an unlucky carbine bullet that had flicked through the smoke and found its target. "Go on, sir." Hagman's voice was hoarse. "I'm done for." "You're bloody not!" Sharpe snarled, and he turned Hagman over onto his back and saw no wound in front, which meant the carbine ball was somewhere inside. Then Hagman choked and spat up frothy blood, and Sharpe heard Harper yelling at him, "The bastards are coming, sir!" Just 1 minute before, Sharpe thought, he'd been congratulating himself on how easy it had been, and now it was all collapsing. He pulled Hagman's rifle to him, slung it beside his own, and picked up the old poacher, who gave a gasp and a whimper and shook his head. "Leave me, sir." "I'm not leaving you, Dan." "Hurts, sir. It hurts." Hagman whimpered again. His face was deathly pale, and there was a trickle of blood spilling from his mouth. And then Harper was at Sharpe's side and took Hagman out of his arms. "Leave me here," Hagman said softly. "Take him back," Sharpe said. And then some rifles fired from the vineyard, and muskets banged behind him, and the air was whistling with balls as Sharpe pushed Harper on. He followed, walking backwards, watching the blue French uniforms appear in the mist of smoke left by their own ragged volley. "Come on, sir!" Harper shouted, letting Sharpe know he had Hagman in the scanty shelter of the vines. "Carry him north," Sharpe said when he reached the vineyard. "He's hurting bad, sir. Carry him! Get him out of here!" Sharpe watched the French. 3 companies of infantry had attacked the pasture, but they made no effort to follow Sharpe north. They must have seen the column of Portuguese and British troops winding through the vineyards, accompanied by the dozen captured horses and a crowd of frightened villagers, but they did not follow. It seemed they wanted Barca de Vintas more than they wanted Sharpe's men dead. Even when Sharpe established himself on a knoll a half-mile north of the village, and stared at the French through his telescope, they did not come near to threaten him. They could easily have chased him away with dragoons, but instead they chopped up the skiff that Sharpe had rescued, and then set the fragments alight. "They're closing off the river," Sharpe said to Vicente. "Closing the river?" Vicente did not understand. "Making sure they've got the only boats. They don't want British or Portuguese troops crossing the river, attacking them in the rear, which means it's going to be bloody hard for us to go the other way." Sharpe turned as Harper came near, and saw that the big Irish sergeant's hands were bloody. "How is he?" Harper shook his head. "He's in a terrible bad way, sir," he said gloomily. "I think the bloody ball's in his lung. Coughing red bubbles he is, when he can cough at all. Poor Dan." "I'm not leaving him," Sharpe said obstinately. He knew he'd left Tarrant behind, and there were men like Williamson, who'd been friends of Tarrant, who would resent that Sharpe was not doing the same with Hagman. But Tarrant had been a drunk and a troublemaker, while Dan Hagman was valuable. He was the oldest man among Sharpe's riflemen, and he had a wealth of common sense that made him a steadying influence. Besides, Sharpe liked the old poacher. "Make a stretcher, Pat," he said, "and carry him." They made a stretcher out of jackets that had their sleeves threaded onto two poles cut from an ash tree. And while it was being fashioned, Sharpe and Vicente watched the French and discussed how they were to escape them. "What we must do," the Portuguese lieutenant said, "is go east, to Amarante." He smoothed a patch of bare earth and scratched a crude map with a splinter of wood. "This is the Douro," he said, "and here is Porto. We are here." He tapped the river very close to the city. "And the nearest bridge is at Amarante." He made a cross mark well to the east. "We could be there tomorrow, or perhaps the day after." "So can they," Sharpe said grimly, and he nodded towards the village. A gun had just appeared from among the trees where the French had waited so long before attacking Sharpe's men. The cannon was drawn by 6 horses, 3 of which were ridden by gunners in their dark blue uniforms. The gun itself, a 12-pounder, was attached to its limber, which was a light 2-wheeled cart that served as a ready magazine and as an axle for the heavy gun's trail. Behind the gun was another team of 4 horses, these pulling a coffin-like caisson that carried a spare gun-wheel on its stern. The caisson, which was being ridden by a half-dozen gunners, held the cannon's ammunition. Even from half a mile away, Sharpe could hear the clink of the chains and thump of the wheels. He watched in silence as a howitzer came into sight, then a second 12-pounder, and after that a troop of hussars. "Do you think they're coming here?" Vicente asked with alarm. "No," Sharpe said. "They're not interested in fugitives. They're going to Amarante." "This is not the good road to Amarante. In fact, it goes nowhere. They'll have to strike north to the main road." "I don't know that yet," Sharpe guessed. "They're taking any road east that they can find." Infantry had now appeared from the trees. Then another battery of artillery. Sharpe was watching a small army march eastwards, and there was only one reason to send so many men and guns to the east, and that was to capture the bridge at Amarante and so protect the French left flank. "Amarante," Sharpe said. "That's where the bastards are going." "Then we can't," Vicente said. "We can go," Sharpe said. "We just can't go on that road." "You say there's a main road?" "Up here," Vicente said, and scratched the earth to show another road to the north of them. "That is the high road," Vicente said. "The French are probably on that as well. Do you really have to go to Amarante?" "I've got to cross the river," Sharpe said. "And there's a bridge there, and there's a Portuguese army there. And just because the bloody frogs are going there doesn't mean that they'll capture the bridge." And if they did, he thought, then he could go north from Amarante, until he found a crossing place. Then follow the Tamea's far bank south, until he reached a stretch of the Douro unguarded by the French. "So how do we reach Amarante if we don't go by road? Can we go cross-country?" Vicente nodded. "We go north to a village here." He pointed to an empty space on his map. "And then turn east. The village is on the edge of the hills, the beginning of the, the wilderness. We used to go there." "We?" Sharpe asked. "The poets and philosophers?" "We would walk there," Vicente said. "Spend the night in the tavern and walk back. I doubt there will be Frenchmen there. It's not on the road to Amarante, not on any road." "So we go to the village at the edge of the wilderness," Sharpe said. "What's it called?" "Villa Real de Cedes," Vicente said. "It's called that because the vineyards there once belonged to the king, but that was long ago. Now they are the property of—" "Villa Real de what?" Sharpe asked. "Cedes," Vicente said, puzzled by Sharpe's tone, and even more puzzled by the smile on Sharpe's face. "You know the place?" "I don't know it," Sharpe said, but there's a girl I want to meet there." "A girl?" Vicente sounded disapproving. "A 19-year-old girl," Sharpe said. "And believe it or not, it's a duty." He turned to see if the stretcher was finished, and suddenly stiffened in anger. "What the hell is he doing here?" he asked. He was staring at the French dragoon, Lieutenant Olivier, who was watching as Harper carefully rolled Hagman onto the stretcher. "He is to stand trial," Vicente said stubbornly. "So he is here under arrest and under my personal protection." "Bloody hell!" Sharpe exploded. "It's a matter of principle," Vicente insisted. "Principle?" Sharpe shouted. "It's a matter of bloody stupidity, lawyers' bloody stupidity. We're in the middle of a bloody war, not in a bloody assizes town in England." He saw Vicente's incomprehension. "Oh, never mind," he growled. "How long will it take us to reach Villa Real de Ceres?" "We should be there tomorrow morning," Vicente said coldly, then looked at Hagman. "So long as he doesn't slow us down too much." "We'll be there tomorrow morning," Sharpe said. And then he would rescue Miss Savage, and find out just why she had run away. And after that, God help him, he would slaughter the bloody dragoon officer, lawyer or no lawyer. The Savage country house, which was called the Quinta dos Xeres, was not in Villarreal de Xeres itself, but high on a hill spur to the south of the village. It was a beautiful place, its whitewashed walls edged with masonry to trace out the elegant lines of a small manor house which looked across the once royal vineyards. The shutters were painted blue, and the high windows of the ground floor were decorated with stained glass, which showed the coat of arms of the family which had once owned the Quinta dos Xeres. Mr. Savage had bought the Quinta along with the vineyards, and because the house was high, possessed a thick tiled roof, and was surrounded by trees hung with wisteria, it proved blessedly cool in summer, and so the Savage family would move there each June and stay till October, when they took themselves back to the House Beautiful high on a Porto's slope. Then Mr. Savage had died of a seizure, and the house had stayed empty ever since, except for the half-dozen servants who lived at the back and tended the small vegetable garden and walked down the long curving drive to the village church for Mass. There was a chapel in the Quinta dos Xeres, and in the old days, when the owners of the coats of arms had lived in the long cool rooms, the servants had been allowed to attend Mass in the family chapel. But Mr. Savage had been a staunch Protestant, and he'd ordered the altar taken away, the statues removed, and the chapel whitewashed for use as a food store. The servants had been surprised when Miss Kate came to the house, but they curtsied or bowed, and then set about making the great rooms comfortable. The dust sheets were pulled from pieces of furniture, the bats were knocked off the beams, and the pale blue shutters were thrown open to let in the spring sun. Fires were lit to take away the lingering winter chill, though on that first evening Kate did not stay indoors beside the fires, but instead sat on a balcony, built on top of the Quinta's porch, and stared down the drive which was edged with wisteria hanging from the cedar trees. The evening shadows stretched, but no one came. Kate almost cried herself to sleep that night. But next morning her spirits were restored, and over the shocked protests of the servants she swept out the entrance hall, which was a glorious space of checkered black and white marble, with a white marble staircase curving up to the bedrooms. Then she insisted on dusting the fireplace in the great parlour, which was decorated with painted tiles showing the Battle of Aljubarrota, where Jean I had humiliated the Castilians. She ordered a second bedroom to be aired, its bed made and the fire lit. Then she went back to the balcony above the porch and watched the driveway, until just after the morning bell had rung in Villarreal de Xeres, she saw two horsemen appear beneath the cedars, and her soul soared for joy. The leading horseman was so tall, so straight-backed, so darkly handsome. And at the same time there was a touching tragedy about him, because his wife had died giving birth to their first baby. And the baby had died as well, and the thought of that fine man enduring such sadness almost brought tears to Kate's eyes. But then the man stood in his stirrups and waved to her, and Kate felt her happiness flood back as she ran down the stairs to greet her lover on the house steps. Colonel Christopher slid from his horse. Louis, his servant, was riding the spare horse, and carrying the great valise filled with Kate's clothes that Christopher had removed from the House Beautiful once her mother was gone. Christopher threw Louis the reins, then ran to the house, leapt up the front steps, and took Kate into his arms. He kissed her and ran his hand from the nape of her neck to the small of her back, and felt a tremor go through her. "I could not get here last night, my love," he told her. "Duty called." "I knew it would be duty," Kate said, her face shining as she looked up at him. "Nothing else would keep me from you," Christopher said. "Nothing." And he bowed to kiss her forehead, then took a pace back, still holding both her hands, to look into her face. She was, he thought, the most beautiful girl in creation, and charmingly modest, for she blushed and laughed with embarrassment when he stared at her. "Kate, Kate," he said chidingly, "I shall spend all my years looking at you." Her hair was black, and she wore it drawn back from her high forehead, but with a pair of deep curls hanging where the French hussars wore their cadenets. She had a full mouth, a small nose, and eyes that were touchingly serious at one moment, and sparkling with amusement the next. She was 19 years old, leggy as a colt, full of life and trust, and, at this moment, full of love for her handsome man, who was dressed in a plain black coat, white riding breeches, and a cocked hat from which hung 2 golden tassels. "Did you see my mother?" she asked. "I left her promising that I would search for you." Kate looked guilty. "I should have told her, your mother will want you to marry some man of property who is safe in England," Christopher said, "not some adventurer like me." The real reason Kate's mother would disapprove was because she had hoped to marry Christopher herself. But then the Colonel had discovered the terms of Mr. Savage's will and had turned his attention to the daughter. "It would do no good to ask her blessing," he went on, "and if you had told her what we planned, then she would most certainly have stopped us." "She might not," Kate suggested in a small voice. "But this way," Christopher said, "your mother's disapproval doesn't matter, and when she knows we're married, then I am persuaded she will learn to like me." "Married?" "Of course," Christopher said. "You think I don't care for your honour?" He laughed at the shy look on her face. "There's a priest in the village," he went on, "who I'm sure can be persuaded to marry us." I'm not," Kate said. Then she brushed at her hair and tugged at her dress, and blushed deeper. "You are ready," Christopher anticipated her protest, "and you look enchantingly beautiful." Kate blushed more deeply, and plucked at the neckline of her dress, which she had chosen very carefully from among the summer frocks stored in the quinta. It was an English dress of white linen, embroidered with bluebells and twined with acanthus leaves, and she knew it suited her. "My mother will forgive me?" she asked. Christopher very much doubted it. "Of course she will," he promised her. "I've known such situations before. Your dear mother wants only the best for you, but once she's come to know me, she'll surely recognize that I'll care for you as no other." "I'm sure she will," Kate said warmly. She'd never been quite certain why Colonel Christopher was so sure her mother would disapprove of him. He said it was because he was 21 years older than Kate, but he looked much less, and she was sure he loved her, and there were many men married to wives much younger, and Kate didn't think her mother could possibly object on grounds of age. But Christopher also claimed to be a relatively poor man, and that, he said, would most definitely offend her mother, and Kate thought that more than likely. But Christopher's poverty didn't offend her. Indeed, it only seemed to make their love more romantic. And now she would marry him. He led her down the quinta steps. "Is there a carriage here?" "There's an old gig in the stables." "Then we can walk to the village, and Louis can fetch the gig for our return." "Now?" "Yesterday," Christopher said solemnly. "Could not be too soon for me, my love." He sent Louis to harness the gig, then laughed. "I almost came with inconvenient company." "Inconvenient?" "Some damn fool engineer, forgive my soldier's vocabulary, wanted to send a broken-down rifle lieutenant to rescue you. Him and his ragamuffins. I had to order him away. 'Begone,' I said, 'and stand not upon the order of your going,' poor fellow." "Why poor?" "Oh, dear me, 30-something years old and still a lieutenant. No money, no prospects, and a chip on his shoulder as big as the Rock of Gibraltar." He put her hand under his elbow and walked her beneath the avenue of wisteria. Oddly enough, I know the rifle lieutenant by reputation. Have you ever heard of Lady Grace Hale, the widow of Lord William Hale?" "I've never heard of either of them," Kate said. "What a sheltered life you do lead in Oporto," Christopher said lightly. "Lord William was a very sound man. I worked closely with him in the Foreign Office for a time, but then he went to India on government business and had the misfortune to return on a naval ship that got tangled up in Trafalgar. He must have been an uncommonly brave fellow, for he died in the battle. But there was an almighty scandal because his widow set up house with a rifle officer, and this is the very same man. Ye gods, what can Lady Grace have been thinking of?" "He's not a gentleman." "Certainly not Beaumont," Christopher said. "God knows where the army fetch some of their officers these days, but they dredged this fellow up from beneath a rock, and the Lady Grace set up an establishment with him. Quite extraordinary. But some well-bred women like to go fishing in the dirty end of the lake, and I fear she must have been one of them." He shook his head in disapproval. "It gets worse," he went on, "because she became pregnant and then died giving birth." "Poor woman," Kate said, and marvelled that her lover could tell this tale so calmly, for it would surely remind him of his own first wife's death. And what happened to the baby?" she asked. "I believe the child died too, but it was probably for the best. It ended the scandal, and what future could such an infant have faced? Whatever, the father of the child was this same wretched rifleman who was supposed to whisk you away across the river. I sent him packing, I can tell you." Christopher laughed at the recollection. "He scowled at me, he looked grim, and claimed he had his orders, but I wouldn't stand his nonsense and told him to make himself scarce. I hardly wanted such a disreputable rogue glowering at my wedding." "Indeed not," Kate agreed. "Of course, I didn't tell him I knew his reputation. There was no call to embarrass the fellow." "Quite right," Kate said, and squeezed her lover's arm. Louis appeared behind them, driving a small dusty gig that had been stored in the Kinter stables, and to which he'd harnessed his own horse. Christopher stopped halfway to the village and picked some of the small, delicate wild narcissi that grew on the road's verge, and he insisted on threading the yellow blossoms into Kate's black hair. And then he kissed her again and told her she was beautiful, and Kate thought this had to be the happiest day of her life. The sun shone, a small wind stirred the flower-bright meadows, and her man was beside her. Father Joseph was waiting at the church, having been summoned by Christopher on his way to the Kinter. But before any ceremony could be performed, the priest took the Englishman aside. "I have been worrying," the priest said, "that what you propose is irregular." "Irregular, Father?" "You are Protestants?" the priest said, and when Christopher nodded he sighed. "The Church says that only those who take our sacraments can be married." "And your Church is right," Christopher said emolliently. He looked at Kate, standing alone in the white-painted chancel, and he thought she looked like an angel with the yellow flowers in her hair. "Tell me, Father," he went on, "do you look after the poor in your parish?" "It is a Christian duty," Father Joseph said. Christopher took some golden English guineas from his pocket. They were not his, but from the funds supplied by the Foreign Office to smooth his way, and now he folded the priest's hand around the coins. "Let me give you that as a contribution to your charitable work," he said, "and let me beg you to give us a blessing, that's all. A blessing in Latin, Father, that will enjoin God's protection on us in these troubled times. Later, when the fighting's over, I shall do my best to persuade Kate to take instruction from you, as I will too, of course." Father Joseph, son of a labourer, looked at the coins and thought he had never seen so much money at one time, and he thought of all the difficulties the gold could allay. "I cannot say a mass for you," he insisted. "I don't want a mass," Christopher said, "and I don't deserve a mass. I just want a blessing in Latin." He wanted Kate to believe she was married, and, so far as Christopher was concerned, the priest could gabble the words of the funeral rite if he wanted. "Just a blessing from you, Father, is all I want. A blessing from you, from God, and from the saints." He took another few coins from his pocket and gave them to the priest, who decided a prayer of blessing could not possibly hurt. "And you will take instruction?" Father Josepha asked. "I have felt God pulling me towards your church for some time," Christopher said, "and I believe I must heed his call, and then, Father, you may marry us properly." So Father Josepha kissed his scapula, and then draped it about his shoulders, and he went to the altar where he knelt, made the sign of the cross, and then stood and turned to smile at Kate and the tall, handsome man at her side. The priest didn't know Kate well, for the Savage family had never been familiar with the villagers, and certainly did not attend the church. But the servants at the Quinta spoke approvingly of her, and Father Josepha, though he was celibate, could appreciate that this girl was a rare beauty. And so his voice was full of warmth as he enjoined God and the holy saints to look with kindness on these two souls. He felt guilty that they would behave as married people, even though they were not married, but such things were common, and in wartime a good priest knew when to close his eyes. Kate listened to the Latin that she didn't understand, and she looked past the priest at the altar where the gently shining silver cross was hung with a black diaphanous veil, because Easter had not yet come, and she felt her heart beating, and felt her lover's hand strongly entwined in hers, and she wanted to cry with happiness. Her future seemed golden, stretching sunlit and warm and flower-strewn ahead of her. It wasn't quite the wedding she'd envisaged. She had thought to sail back to England, which she and her mother still considered home, there to walk up the aisle of a country church filled with her rubicund relatives, and be showered with rose-petals and wheat-grains, and afterwards go in a chaise and four to some beam tavern for a dinner of beef, beer, and good red wine. Yet she couldn't have been happier. Or maybe she could have been happier if only her mother had been in the church. But she consoled herself that they would be reconciled. She was sure of that. And suddenly Christopher squeezed her hand so hard that it hurt. "Say I do, my dearest," he ordered her. Kate blushed. "Oh, I do," she said. "I truly do." Father Josepha smiled at her. The sun streamed through the church's small high windows. There were flowers in her hair, and Father Josepha raised his hand to bless James and Catherine with the sign of the cross. And just then the church door creaked open to let in a wash of more sunlight, and the stench of a manure heap just outside. Kate turned to see soldiers in the door. The men were outlined against the light, so she couldn't see them properly, but she could see the guns on their shoulders, and she supposed they were French, and she gasped in fear. But Colonel Christopher seemed quite unworried as he tilted her face to his and kissed her on the lips. "We're married, my darling," he said softly. "James," she said. "My dear, dear Kate," the Colonel responded with a smile. "My dear, dear wife." Then he turned as harsh steps sounded in the small nave. They were slow steps, heavy steps, the nailed boots unfittingly loud on the ancient stones. An officer was walking towards the altar. He had left his men at the church door and came alone, his long sword clinking inside its metal scabbard as he walked closer. Then he stopped and stared into Kate's pale face, and Kate shuddered, because the officer was a scarred, shabby, green-coated soldier with a tanned face harder than iron and a gaze that could only be described as impudent. "Are you Kate Savage?" he asked, surprising her because he put the question in English, and she had assumed the newcomer was French. Kate said nothing. Her husband was beside her, and he would protect her from this horrid, frightening, and insolent man. "Is that you, Sharpe?" Colonel Christopher demanded. "My God, it is!" He was oddly nervous, and his voice was too high-pitched, and he had a struggle to bring it under control. "What the devil are you doing here? I ordered you south of the river, damn you!" "Got cut off, sir," Sharpe said, not looking at Christopher, but still staring at Kate's face, which was framed by the narcissi in her hair. "I got cut off by frogs, sir. A lot of frogs. So I fought them off, sir, and came to look for Miss Savage." "Who no longer exists," the Colonel said coldly. "But allow me to introduce you to my wife, Sharpe, Mrs. James Christopher." And Kate, hearing her new name, thought her heart would burst with happiness, because she believed she was married. The newly united Colonel and Mrs. Christopher rode back to the Quinta in the dusty gig, leaving Lewis and the soldiers to trail after them. Hagman, still alive, was now on a handcart, though the jolting of the unsprung vehicle seemed to give him more pain than the old stretcher. Lieutenant Vicenti was also looking ill. Indeed, he was so pale that Sharpe feared the erstwhile lawyer had caught some disease in the last couple of days. "You should see the doctor when he comes to have another look at Hagman," Sharpe said. There was a doctor in the village who had already examined Hagman, pronounced him a dying man, but promised he would come to the Quinta that afternoon to look at the patient again. "You look as if you've got an upset belly," Sharpe said. "It's not an illness," Vicenti said, "not something a doctor can cure." "Then what is it?" "It is Miss Catherine," Vicenti said forlornly. "Kate?" Sharpe stared at Vicenti. "You know her?" Vicenti nodded. "Every young man in Porto knows Kate Savage. When she was sent to school in England we pined for her, and when she sailed back it was as if the sun had come out." "She's pretty enough," Sharpe allowed, then looked again at Vicenti as the full force of the lawyer's words registered. "Oh, bloody hell," he said. "What?" Vicenti asked, offended. "I don't need you to be in love," Sharpe said. "I'm not in love," Vicenti said, still offended, but it was obvious that he was besotted with Kate Christopher. In the last 2 or 3 years he had gazed at her from afar, and he had dreamt of her when he was writing his poetry, and had been distracted by her memory when he was studying his philosophy, and he had woven fantasies about her as he delved through the dusty law books. She was the Beatrice to his Dante, the unapproachable English girl from the big house on the hill, and now she was married to Colonel Christopher. And that, Sharpe thought, explained the silly bitch's disappearance. She had eloped. But what Sharpe still didn't understand was why she would need to conceal such a love from her mother, who would surely approve of her choice. Christopher, so far as Sharpe could tell, was well-born, affluent, properly educated, and a gentleman, all the things indeed that Sharpe was not. Christopher was also very annoyed, and when Sharpe reached the Quinta, the Colonel faced him from the front steps, and again demanded an explanation for the rifleman's presence in Villa Real de Xeres. "I told you," Sharpe said. "We were cut off. We couldn't cross the river." "Sir!" Christopher snapped, then waited for Sharpe to repeat the word. But Sharpe just stared past the Colonel into the Quinta's hallway, where he could see Kate unpacking clothes from the big leather valise. "I gave you orders," Christopher said. "We couldn't cross the river," Sharpe said, "because there wasn't a bridge. It broke. So we went to the ferry, but the damn frogs have burned it. So now we're going to Amarante because we can't use the main roads because the frogs are swarming over them like lice, and I can't go fast because I've got a wounded man, and is there a room here where we can put him tonight?" Christopher said nothing for a moment. He was waiting for Sharpe to call him Sir, but the rifleman stubbornly stayed silent. Christopher sighed and glanced across the valley to where a buzzard circled. "You expect to stay here tonight?" he asked distantly. "We've marched since 3 this morning," Sharpe said. He wasn't sure they had left at 3 o'clock because he had no watch, but it sounded about right. "We'll rest now," he said, "then march again before tomorrow's dawn." "The French," Christopher said, "will be at Amarante." "No doubt they will," Sharpe said, "but what else am I to do?" Christopher flinched at Sharpe's surly tone, then shuddered as Hagman moaned. "There's a stable block behind the house," he said coldly. "Put your wounded man there. And who the devil is that?" He had noticed Vicenti's prisoner, Lieutenant Olivier. Sharpe turned to see where the Colonel was looking. "A frog," he answered, "whose throat I'm going to cut." Christopher stared in horror at Sharpe. "A frog?" he began to repeat, but just then Kate came from the house to stand beside him. He put an arm about her shoulder, and with an irritable look at Sharpe raised his voice to call to Lieutenant Olivier. "Monsieur, venez ici, s'il vous plaît." "He's a prisoner," Sharpe said. "He's an officer?" Christopher asked as Olivier threaded his way through Sharpe's sullen men. "He's a lieutenant," Sharpe said, "of the 18th Dragoons." Christopher gave Sharpe a rather startled look. "It is customary," he said coldly, "to allow officers to give their parole. Where's the lieutenant's sword?" "I wasn't keeping him prisoner," Sharpe said. "Lieutenant Vicenti was. The lieutenant's a lawyer, you see, and he seems to have the strange idea that the man should stand trial, but I was just planning on hanging him." Kate gave a small cry of horror. "Perhaps you should go inside, my dear," Christopher suggested, but she didn't move and he didn't insist. "Why were you going to hang him?" he asked Sharpe instead. "Because he's a rapist," Sharpe said flatly, and the word prompted Kate to give another small cry, and this time Christopher bodily pushed her into the tiled hallway. "You will mind your language," Christopher said icily, "when my wife is present." "There was a lady present when this bastard raped her," Sharpe said. "We caught him with his breeches round his ankles and his equipment hanging out. What was I supposed to do with him? Give him a brandy and offer him a game of whist?" "He is an officer and a gentleman," Christopher said, more concerned that Olivier was from the 18th Dragoons, which meant he served with Captain Argenton. "Where's his sword?" Lieutenant Vicenti was introduced. He carried Olivier's sword, and Christopher insisted it was returned to the Frenchman. Vicenti tried to explain that Olivier was accused of a crime and must be tried for it, but Colonel Christopher, speaking his impeccable Portuguese, dismissed the idea. "The conventions of war, Lieutenant," he said, "do not allow for the trial of military officers as though they were civilians. You should know that, if, as Sharpe claims, you're a lawyer. To allow the civil trial of prisoners of war would open up the possibilities of reciprocity. Try this man and execute him, and the French will do the same to every Portuguese officer they take captive. You understand that, surely?" Vicenti saw the force of the argument, but would not give in. "He's a rapist," he insisted. "He is a prisoner of war," Christopher contradicted him, "and you will give him over to my custody." Vicenti still tried to resist. Christopher, after all, was in civilian clothes. "He's a prisoner of my army," Vicenti said stubbornly. "And I," Christopher said disdainfully, "am a lieutenant colonel in His Britannic Majesty's army, and that, I think, means that I outrank you, Lieutenant, and you will obey my orders, or else you will face some military consequences." Vicenti, outranked and overwhelmed, stepped back, and Christopher, with a small bow, presented Olivier with his sword. "Perhaps you will do me the honour of waiting inside," he suggested to the Frenchman. And when a much relieved Olivier had gone into the quinta, Christopher strode to the edge of the front steps and stared over Sharpe's head to where a white cloud of dust was being generated on a track coming from the distant main road. A large body of horsemen was approaching the village, and Christopher reckoned it had to be Captain Argenton and his escort. A look of alarm crossed his face, and his gaze flickered to Sharpe, then back to the approaching cavalry. He dared not let the two meet. "Sharpe," he said, "you are under orders again." "If you say so, sir." Sharpe sounded reluctant. "Then you will stay here and guard my wife," Christopher said. "Those your horses?" He pointed to the dozen cavalry horses captured at Barca de Vintas, most of which were still saddled. "I'll take 2 of them." He ran into the entrance hall and beckoned to Olivier. "Monsieur, you will accompany me, and we go at once." "Dearest one," he took Kate's hand, "you will stay here till I return. I shall not be long, an hour at the most." He bent to give her knuckles a kiss, then hurried outside and hauled himself into the nearest saddle, watched Olivier mount, then both men spurred down the track. "You will stay here, Sharpe," Christopher shouted as he left. "Right here, and that is an order." Vicenti watched Christopher and the dragoon lieutenant ride away. "Why has he taken the Frenchman?" "God knows," Sharpe said. And while Dodd and 3 other riflemen took Hagman to the stable block, he climbed to the top step and took out his superb telescope, which he rested on a finely carved stone urn that decorated the small terrace. He trained the glass on the approaching horsemen and saw they were French dragoons. 100 of them, maybe more. Sharpe could see the green coats and the pink facings, and the straight swords and the brown cloth covers on their polished helmets. Then he saw the horsemen curbing their mounts as Christopher and Olivier emerged from Villarreal de Cheres. Sharpe gave the telescope to Harper. Why would that greasy bugger be talking to the Crappos? God knows, sir, Harper said. So watch 'em, Pat, watch 'em, Sharpe said. If they come any closer, let me know. He walked into the Quinta, giving the huge front door a perfunctory knock. Lieutenant Vicente was already in the entrance hall, staring with dog-like devotion at Kate Savage, who was now evidently Kate Christopher. Sharpe took off his shako and ran a hand through his newly cut hair. "Your husband has gone to talk to the French," he said, and saw the frown of disapproval on Kate's face, and wondered if that was because Christopher was talking to the French, or because she was being addressed by Sharpe. "Why?" he asked. "You must ask him, Lieutenant," she said. "My name's Sharpe." "I know your name," Kate said coldly. "Richard, to my friends." "It's good to know you possess some friends, Mr. Sharpe," Kate said. She looked at him boldly, and Sharpe thought what a beauty she was. She had the sort of face that painters immortalized in oils, and it was no wonder that Vicente's band of earnest poets and philosophers had worshipped her from afar. "So why is Colonel Christopher talking to the frogs, ma'am?" Kate blinked in surprise, not because her husband was talking with the enemy, but because for the first time she'd been called ma'am. "I told you, Lieutenant," she said with some asperity, "you must ask him." Sharpe walked round the hall. He admired the curving marble stairway, gazed up at a fine tapestry that showed huntresses pursuing a stag, then looked at two busts in opposing niches. The busts had evidently been imported by the late Mr. Savage, for one portrayed John Milton and the other was labelled John Bunyan. "I was sent to fetch you," he said to Kate, still staring at Bunyan. "To fetch me, Mr. Sharpe?" "A Captain Hogan ordered me to find you," he told her, "and take you back to your mother. She was worried about you." Kate blushed. "My mother has no cause to worry. I have a husband now." "Now?" Sharpe said. "You were married this morning? That's what we saw in the church." "Is it any of your business?" Kate demanded fiercely. Vicente looked crestfallen, because he believed Sharpe was bullying the woman he so silently adored. "If you're married, ma'am, then it's none of my business," Sharpe said, "because I can't take a married woman away from her husband, can I?" "No, you cannot," Kate said, "and we were indeed married this morning." "My congratulations, ma'am," Sharpe said, then stopped to admire an old grandfather clock. Its face was decorated with smiling moons and bore the legend, "Thomas Tompion, London." He opened the polished case and pulled down the weights so that the mechanism began ticking. "I expect your mother will be delighted, ma'am." "It's none of your business, Lieutenant," Kate said, bridling. "Pity she couldn't be here, eh? Your mother was in tears when I left her." He turned on her. "Is he really a colonel?" The question took Kate by surprise, especially after the disconcerting news that her mother had been crying. She blushed, then tried to look dignified and offended. "Of course he's a colonel," she said indignantly. "And you are impudent, Mr. Sharpe." Sharpe laughed. His face was grim in repose, made so by the scar on his cheek. But when he smiled or laughed, the grimness went, and Kate, to her astonishment, felt her heart skip a beat. She'd been remembering the story Christopher had told her, of how the Lady Grace had destroyed her reputation by living with this man. What had Christopher said? Fishing in the dirty end of the lake. But suddenly Kate envied Lady Grace, and then remembered she'd been married less than an hour and was very properly ashamed of herself. But all the same, she thought, this rogue was horribly attractive when he smiled, and he was smiling at her now. "You're right," Sharpe said. "I am impudent, always have been and probably always will be, and I apologize for it, ma'am." He looked around the hall again. "This is your mother's house?" "It's my house," Kate said, "since my father died, and now I suppose it's my husband's property." "I've got a wounded man, and your husband said he should be put in the stables. I don't like putting wounded men into stables when there are better rooms." Kate blushed, though Sharpe was not sure why. Then she pointed towards a door at the back of the hall. "The servants have quarters by the kitchens," she said, "and I'm sure there's a comfortable room there." She stepped aside and gestured again at the door. "Why don't you look?" "I will, ma'am," Sharpe said. But instead of exploring the back parts of the house, he just stared at her. "What is it?" Kate asked, unsettled by his dark gaze. "I was merely going to offer you felicitations, Mum, for your marriage," Sharpe said. "Thank you, Lieutenant," Kate said. "Marry in haste," Sharpe said, and paused, and he saw the anger flare in her eyes, and he smiled at her again. "It's something folks often do in wartime," he finished. "I'll go on the outside of the house, Mum." He left her to Vicenti's admiration and joined Harper on the terrace. "Is the bastard still talking?" he asked. "The Colonel's still talking to the crapos, sir," Harper said, gazing through the telescope. "And they're not coming any closer. The Colonel's full of surprises, isn't they?" "Stuffed as full of them," Sharpe said, "as a plum pudding." "So what do we do, sir?" "We move down into a servant's room by the kitchen. Let the doctor see him. If the doctor thinks he can travel, then we'll go to Amarante." "Do we take the girl?" "Not if she's married, Pat. We can't do a bloody thing with her if she's married. She belongs to him now, lock, stock, and barrel." Sharpe scratched under his collar where a louse had bitten. "Pretty girl." "Has she now? I hadn't noticed." "You lying Irish bastard," Sharpe said. Harper grinned. "Aye, well, she's smooth on the eye, sir, smooth as they come. But she's also a married woman." "Off bounds, eh?" "A colonel's wife? I wouldn't dream of it," Harper said. "Not if I were you." "I'm not dreaming, Patrick," Sharpe said. "Just wondering how to get the hell out of here. How do we go back home?" "Back to the army?" Harper asked. "Or back to England?" "God knows. Which would you want?" They should have been in England. They all belonged to the 2nd Battalion of the 95th Rifles, and that battalion was in the Shorncliffe barracks. But Sharpe and his men had been separated from the rest of the Green Jackets during the scrambling retreat to Vigo, and somehow they'd never managed to rejoin. Captain Hogan had seen to that. Hogan needed men to protect him while he mapped the wild frontier country between Spain and Portugal, and a squad of prime riflemen were heaven sent, and he cleverly managed to confuse the paperwork, reroute letters, scratch pay from the military chest, and so keep Sharpe and his men close to the war. "England holds nothing for me," Harper said. "I'm happier here." "And the men?" "Most like it here," the Irishman said. "But a few want to go home. Cressiker, Sims, the usual grumblers. John Williamson's the worst. He keeps telling the others that you're only here because you want promotion, and that you'll sacrifice us all to get it." "He says that? And worse." "Sounds a good idea," Sharpe said lightly. "But I don't think anyone believes him, other than the usual bastards. Most of us know we're here by accident." Harper stared at the distant French dragoons, then shook his head. "I'll have to give Williamson a thumping sooner or later." "You or me," Sharpe agreed. Harper put the telescope to his eye again. "The bastard's coming back," he said. "And he's left that other bastard with him." He handed Sharpe the telescope. "Olivier, he's bloody given him back!" Harper was indignant. Through the telescope, Sharpe could see Christopher riding back towards Villarreal de Xeres, accompanied by a single man, a civilian judging by his clothes, and certainly not Lieutenant Olivier, who was evidently riding northwards with the dragoons. "Those crappos must have seen us," Sharpe said. "Clear as daylight," Harper agreed. "And Lieutenant Olivier would have told them we're here," Sharpe said. "So why the devil are they leaving us alone?" "Because your man's made an agreement with the bastards," Harper said, nodding towards the distant Christopher. Sharpe wondered why an English officer would be making agreements with the enemy. "We should give him a smacking," he said. "Not if he's a colonel." "Then we should give the bastard 2 smackings," Sharpe said savagely. "Then we'd find the bloody truth quickly enough." The 2 men fell silent as Christopher cantered up the drive to the house. The man accompanying him was young, red-haired, and in plain civilian clothes, yet the horse he rode had a French mark on its rump, and the saddle was military issue. Christopher looked at the telescope in Sharpe's hand. "You must be curious, Sharpe," he said with unusual geniality. "I'm curious," Sharpe said, "why our prisoner was given back." "Because I decided to give him back, of course," Christopher said, sliding down from the horse. And he's promised not to fight us until the French return a British prisoner of equal rank. All quite normal, Sharpe, and no occasion for indignation. Oh, this is Monsieur Argenton, who'll be going with me to visit General Craddock in Lisbon. The Frenchman, hearing his name spoken, gave Sharpe a nervous nod. "We'll come with you," Sharpe said, ignoring the Frenchman. Christopher shook his head. "I think not, Sharpe. Monsieur Argenton will arrange for the two of us to use the pontoon bridge at Oporto if it's been repaired, and if not, he'll arrange passage on a ferry. And I hardly think our French friends will allow a half-company of riflemen to cross the river under their noses, do you?" "If you talk to them, maybe," Sharpe said. "You seem friendly enough with them." Christopher threw his reins to Louis, then gestured that Argenton should dismount and follow him into the house. "There are more things in heaven and earth, Horatio, than are dreamt of in your philosophy," Christopher said, going past Sharpe. Then he turned. "I have different plans for you." "You have plans for me?" Sharpe asked truculently. "I believe a lieutenant-colonel outranks a lieutenant in His Britannic Majesty's army, Sharpe," Christopher said sarcastically. "It always was so, which means, does it not, that you are under my command? So you will come to the house in half an hour, and I shall give you your new orders. Come, monsieur." He beckoned to Argenton, glanced coldly at Sharpe, and went up the steps. It rained next morning. It was colder, too. Grey veils of showers swept out of the west, brought from the Atlantic by a chill wind that blew the wisteria blossom from the thrashing trees, banged the Quinta's shutters, and sent chill draughts chasing through its rooms. Sharpe, Vicente, and their men had slept in the stable block, guarded by pickets who shivered in the night and peered through the damp blackness. Sharpe, doing the rounds in the darkest heart of the night, saw one window of the Quinta glowing with the glimmer of shuddering candlelight behind the wind-shaken shutters, and he thought he heard a cry, like an animal in distress, from that upper floor, and for a fleeting second he was sure it was Kate's voice. Then he told himself it was his imagination, or that it was just the wind shrieking in the chimneys. He went to see Hagman at dawn, and found the old poacher was sweating, but alive. He was asleep, and once or twice spoke a name aloud. "Amy," he said. "Amy." The doctor had visited the previous afternoon. He'd sniffed the wound, shrugged, said Hagman would die, washed the injury, bandaged it, and refused to take any fee. "Keep the bandages wet," he had told Vicente, who was translating for Sharpe, "and dig a grave." The Portuguese lieutenant did not translate the last 4 words. Sharpe was summoned to Colonel Christopher soon after sunrise, and found the colonel seated in the parlour and swathed in hot towels as Louis shaved him. "He used to be a barber," the colonel said. "Weren't you a barber, Louis?" "A good one," Louis said. "You look as if you could do the barber, Sharpe," Christopher said. "Cut your own hair, do you?" "No, sir." "Looks like it. Looks like the rats got to it." The razor made a slight scratching noise as it glided down his chin. Louis wiped the blade with a flannel, scraped again. "My wife," Christopher said, "will have to stay here. I ain't happy." "No, sir." "But she ain't safe anywhere else, is she? She can't go to Oporto. It's full of Frenchmen who are raping anything that isn't dead, and probably things that are dead if they're still fresh, and they won't get the place under decent control for another day or two. So she must stay here, and I'll feel a great deal more comfortable, Sharpe, if she's protected. So you will guard my wife, let your wounded fellow recover, have a rest, contemplate God's ineffable ways, and in a week or so I'll be back and you can go." Sharpe looked out of the window where a gardener was scything the lawn, probably the first cut of the year. The scythe slid through the pale blossoms blown from the wisteria. "Mrs. Christopher could accompany you south, sir," he suggested. "No, she bloody well can't," Christopher snapped. "I told her it's too dangerous. Captain Argenton and I have to get through the line, Sharpe, and we won't make things easier for ourselves by taking a woman with us." The true reason, of course, was that he did not want Kate to meet her mother, and tell her of the marriage in Villa Real de Chedi's small church. "So Kate will stay here," Christopher went on, "and you will treat her with respect." Sharpe said nothing, just looked at the colonel, who had the grace to shift uncomfortably. "Of course you will," Christopher said. "I'll have a word with the village priest on our way out and make sure his people deliver food for you. Bread, beans, and a bullock should do your fellows for a week, eh? And for God's sake, don't make yourselves obvious. I don't want the French sacking this house. There's some damn fine pipes of port in the cellars, and I don't want your rogues helping themselves." "They won't, sir," Sharpe said. Last night, when Christopher had first told him that he and his men must stay at the Quinta, the colonel had produced a letter from General Craddock. The letter had been carried around for so long that it was fragile, especially along the creases, and its ink was faded, but it clearly stated, in English and Portuguese, that Lieutenant Colonel James Christopher was employed on work of great importance, and enjoined every British and Portuguese officer to attend to the colonel's orders and offer him whatever help he might require. The letter, which Sharpe had no reason to believe was counterfeit, made it clear that Christopher was in a position to give Sharpe orders, and so he now sounded more respectful than he had the previous evening. "They won't touch the port, sir," he said. "Good. Good. That's all, Sharpe. You're dismissed." "You're going south, sir?" Sharpe asked, instead of leaving. "I told you, we're going to see General Craddock." "Then perhaps you'd take a letter to Captain Hogan for me, sir." "Write it quick, Sharpe, write it quick. I have to be off." Sharpe wrote it quick. He disliked writing, for he had never learned his letters properly, not school proper, and he knew his expressions were as clumsy as his penmanship. But he wrote to tell Hogan that he was stranded north of the river, that he was ordered to stay at the Quinta dos Ceres, and that just as soon as he was released from those orders he would return to duty. He guessed that Christopher would read the letter, and so he had made no mention of the colonel, nor offered any criticism of his orders. He gave the letter to Christopher, who, dressed in civilian clothes and accompanied by the Frenchman, who was also out of uniform, left in mid-morning. Louise rode with them. Kate had also written a letter, this one to her mother. She had been pale and tearful in the morning, which Sharpe put down to her imminent parting from her new husband, but in truth Kate was upset that Christopher would not let her accompany him, an idea the colonel had brusquely refused to consider. "Where we are going," he had insisted, "is exceedingly dangerous. Going through the lines, my dear one, is perilous in the extreme, and I cannot expose you to such risk." He had seen Kate's unhappiness and taken both her hands in his. "Do you believe that I wish to part from you so soon? Do you not understand that only matters of duty, of the very highest duty, would tear me from your side? You must trust me, Kate. I think trust is very important in marriage, don't you?" And Kate, trying not to cry, had agreed that it was. "You will be safe," Christopher had told her. "Sharpe's men will guard you. I know he looks uncouth, but he's an English officer, and that means he's almost a gentleman. And you've got plenty of servants to chaperone you." He frowned. "Does having Sharpe here worry you?" "No," Kate said. "I'll just stay out of his way." "I've no doubt he'll be glad of that. Lady Grace might have tamed him a little, but he's plainly uncomfortable around civilized folk. I'm sure you'll be quite safe till I return. I can leave you a pistol if you're worried." "No," Kate said, for she knew there was a pistol in her father's old gunroom, and anyway she didn't think she'd need it to deter Sharpe. "How long will you be away?" she asked. "A week. At most 10 days. One cannot be precise about such things, but be assured, my dearest, that I shall hurry back to you with the utmost dispatch." She gave him the letter for her mother. The letter, written by candlelight just before dawn, told Mrs. Savage that her daughter loved her, that she was sorry she had deceived her, but nevertheless she was married to a wonderful man, a man Mrs. Savage would surely come to love as though he were her own son. And Kate promised she'd be back at her mother's side just as soon as she possibly could. In the meantime she commended herself, her husband, and her mother to God's tender care. Colonel James Christopher read his wife's letter as he rode towards Oporto. Then he read Sharpe's letter. "Something important?" Captain Argentin asked him. "Trivialities, my dear Captain, mere trivialities," Christopher said, and read Sharpe's letter a second time. "Good God," he said, "but they allow utter illiterates to carry the King's commission these days." And with those words he tore both letters into tiny shreds that he let fly upon the cold, rain-laden wind, so that for a moment the white scraps looked like snow behind his horse. "I assume," he asked Argentin, that we shall need a permit to cross the river?" "I shall get one from headquarters," Argenton said. "Good," Christopher said. "Good." Because in his saddlebag, unknown to Captain Argenton, was a third letter, one that Christopher had written himself in polished, perfect French, and it was addressed, care of Marshal Soult's headquarters, to Brigadier Henri Vuillard, the man who was most feared by Argenton and his fellow plotters. Christopher smiled, remembered the joys of the night, and anticipated the greater joys to come. He was a happy man. Chapter 4.
"Spider-webs,"
Hagman whispered.
"and moss. That'll do it, sir."
"Spider-webs and moss?" Sharpe asked.
"A poultice, sir, of spider-webs, moss, and a little vinegar. Back it with brown paper and bind it on tight."
"Well, the doctor says you should just keep the bandage damp, then. Nothing else."
"We knows better than a doctor, sir."
Hagman's voice was scarcely audible.
"My mother always swore by vinegar, moss, and webs."
He fell silent, except that every breath was a wheeze.
"And brown paper,"
he said after a long while.
"And my father, sir, when he was shot by a gatekeeper at Dunham on the Hill, he was brought back by vinegar, moss, and spider silk. She was a wonderful woman, my mother."
Sharpe, sitting beside the bed, wondered if he would be different if he had known his mother, if he had been raised by a mother. He thought of Lady Grace, dead these 3 years, and how she had once told him he was full of rage, and he wondered if that was what mothers did, took the rage away. And then his mind sheered away from Grace, as it always did. It was just too painful to remember, and he forced a smile. "You were talking about Amy in your sleep, Dad. She your wife?"
"Amy?"
Hagman blinked in surprise.
"Amy? I haven't thought of Amy in years. She was the rector's daughter, sir, the rector's daughter, and she did things no rector's daughter ought to have even known about."
He chuckled, and it must have hurt him, for the smile vanished, and he groaned. But Sharpe reckoned Hagman had a chance now. For the first 2 days he'd been feverish, but the sweat had broken.
"How long are we staying here, sir?"
"Long as we need to, Dan. But the truth is I don't know. The Colonel gave me orders, so we'll just stay till he gives us more." Sharpe had been reassured by the letter from General Craddock, and even more by the news that Christopher was going to meet the General. Plainly the Colonel was up to his neck in strange work, but Sharpe now wondered whether he'd misconstrued Captain Hogan's words about keeping a close eye on Christopher. Perhaps Hogan had meant that he wanted Christopher protected, because his work was so important. Whatever, Sharpe had his orders now, and he was satisfied that the Colonel had the authority to issue them. Yet even so he felt guilty that he and his men were resting in the Quinta Doceles while a war went on somewhere to the south and another to the east. At least he assumed there was fighting, for he had no real news in the next few days. A peddler came to the Quinta with a stock of bone buttons, steel pins, and stamped tin medallions showing the Virgin Mary, and he said the Portuguese still held the bridge at Amarante, where they were opposed by a big French army. He also claimed the French had gone south towards Lisbon, then reported a rumour which said Marshal Soult was still in Oporto. A friar who called at the Quinta to beg for food brought the same news. "Which is good," Sharpe told Harper. "Why's that, sir?" "Because Soult isn't going to linger in Oporto if there's a chance of Lisbon falling, is he? No, if Soult is in Oporto, then that's as far as the frogs have got." "But they are south of the river." "A few bloody cavalrymen, maybe," Sharpe said dismissively. But it was frustrating not to know what was happening, and Sharpe, to his surprise, found himself wanting Colonel Christopher to return, so he could learn how the war progressed. Kate doubtless wanted her husband to return even more than Sharpe did. For the first few days after the Colonel's departure she'd avoided Sharpe, but increasingly they began to meet in the room where Daniel Hagman lay. Kate brought the injured man food, and then would sit and talk with him. And, once she'd convinced herself that Sharpe was not the scurrilous rogue she'd supposed him to be, she invited him into the front of the house, where she made tea in a pot decorated with embossed china roses. Lieutenant Vicente was sometimes invited, but he said almost nothing, just sat on the edge of a chair and gazed at Kate in sad adoration. If she spoke to him, he blushed and stammered, and Kate would look away, seemingly equally embarrassed. Yet she seemed to like the Portuguese lieutenant. Sharpe sensed she was a lonely woman, and always had been. One evening, when Vicente was supervising the pickets, she spoke of growing up as a single child in Oporto, and of being sent back to England for her education. "There were 3 of us girls in a parson's house," she told him. It was a cold evening, and she sat close to a fire that had been lit in the tile-edged hearth of the Quinta's parlour. "His wife made us cook, clean and sew," Kate went on, "and the clergyman taught us scripture knowledge, some French, a little mathematics, and Shakespeare." "More than I ever learned," Sharpe said. "You are not the daughter of a wealthy port merchant," Kate said with a smile. Behind her, in the shadows, the cook knitted. Kate, when she was with Sharpe or Vicente, always had one of the women servants to chaperone her, presumably so that her husband would have no grounds for suspicion. "My father was determined to make me accomplished," Kate went on, looking wistful. "He was a strange man, my father. He made wine but wouldn't drink it. He said God didn't approve. The cellar here is full of good wine, and he added to it every year, and he never opened a bottle for himself." She shivered and leant towards the fire. "I remember it was always cold in England. I hated it, but my parents didn't want me schooled in Portugal." "Why not?" "They feared I might be infected with papism," she said, fidgeting with the tassels on the edge of her shawl. "My father was very opposed to papism," she continued earnestly, "which is why in his will he insisted I must marry a communicant of the Church of England, or else." "Or else?" "I would lose my inheritance," she said. "It's safe now," Sharpe said. "Yes," she said, looking up at him, the light from the small fire catching in her eyes. "Yes, it is." "Is it an inheritance worth keeping?" Sharpe asked, suspecting the question was indelicate, but driven to it by curiosity. "This house, the vineyards," Kate said, apparently unoffended. "The lodge where the port is made, it's all held in trust for me at the moment, though my mother enjoys the income, of course." "Why didn't she go back to England?" "She's lived here for over 20 years, Kate said. "So her friends are here now, but after this week—" She shrugged. "Maybe she will go back to England. She always said she'd go home to find a second husband." She smiled at the thought. "She couldn't marry here?" Sharpe asked, remembering the good-looking woman climbing into the carriage outside the House Beautiful. "They are all papists here, Mr. Sharpe," Kate said in mock reproof, "though I suspect she did find someone not so long ago. She began to take more trouble with herself, her clothes, her hair, but maybe I imagined it." She was silent for a moment. The cook's needles clicked and a log collapsed with a shower of sparks. One spat over the wire fireguard and smouldered on a rug, until Sharpe leant forward and pinched it out. The Tompion clock in the hall struck 9. "My father," Kate went on, "believed that the women in his family were prone to wander from the straight and narrow path, which is why he always wanted a son to take over the lodge. It didn't happen, so he tied our hands in the will." "You had to marry a Protestant Englishman?" "A confirmed Anglican, anyway," Kate said, "who was willing to change his name to Savage." "So it's Colonel Savage now, is it?" "Oh, he will be," Kate said. "He said he'd sign a paper before a notary in Oporto, and then we'll send it to the trustees in London. I don't know how we send letters home now, but James will find a way. He's very resourceful." "He is," Sharpe said dryly. "But does he want to stay in Portugal and make port?" "Oh, yes," Kate said. "And you?" "Of course. I love Portugal. And I know James wants to stay. He declared as much not long after he arrived at our house in Oporto." She said that Christopher had come to the House Beautiful in the new year, and he had lodged there for a while, though he spent most of his time riding in the north. She didn't know what he did there. "It wasn't my business," she told Sharpe. "And what's he doing in the south now? That's not your business either?" "Not unless he tells me," she said defensively, then frowned at him. "You don't like him, do you?" Sharpe was embarrassed, not knowing what to say. "He's got good teeth," he said. That grudging statement made Kate look pained. "Did I hear the clock strike?" she asked. Sharpe took the hint. "Time to check the sentries," he said, and he went to the door, glancing back at Kate, and noticing not for the first time how delicate her looks were, and how her pale skin seemed to glow in the firelight. And then he tried to forget her as he started on his tour of the pickets. Sharpe was working the riflemen hard, patrolling the Kinter's lands, drilling on its driveway, working them long hours so that the little energy they had left was spent in grumbling. But Sharpe knew how precarious their situation was. Christopher had airily ordered him to stay and guard Kate, but the Kinter could never have been defended against even a small French force. It was high on a wooded spur, but the hill rose behind it even higher, and there were thick woods on the higher ground which could have soaked up a corps of infantry, who would then have been able to attack the manor house from the higher ground with the added advantage of the trees to give them cover. But higher still, the trees ended, and the hill rose to a rocky summit where an old watchtower crumbled in the winds, and from there Sharpe spent hours watching the countryside. He saw French troops every day. There was a valley north of Villarreal de Chedes that carried a road leading east towards Amarante, and enemy artillery, infantry, and supply wagons travelled the road each day, and to keep them safe, large squadrons of dragoons patrolled the valley. Some days there were outbreaks of firing, distant, faint, half-heard, and Sharpe guessed that the country people were ambushing the invaders, and he would stare through his telescope, trying to see where the actions took place. But he never saw the ambushes, and none of the partisans came near Sharpe, and nor did the French, though he was certain they must have known that a stranded squad of British riflemen were at Villarreal de Chedes. Once he even saw some dragoons trot to within a mile of the Kinter, and 2 of their officers stared at the elegant house through telescopes, yet they made no move against it. Had Christopher arranged that? 9 days after Christopher had left, the head man of the village brought Vicente a newspaper from Oporto. It was an ill-printed sheet, and Vicente was puzzled by it. "I've never heard of the Diario de Porto," he told Sharpe, "and it is nonsense." "Nonsense?" "It says Soult should declare himself king of northern Lusitania. It says there are many Portuguese people who support the idea. Who? Why would they? We have a king already." "The French must be paying the newspaper," Sharpe guessed, though what else the French were doing was a mystery, for they left him alone. The doctor who came to see Hagman thought Marshal Soult was gathering his forces in readiness to strike south, and did not want to fritter men away in bitter little skirmishes across the northern mountains. "Once he possesses all Portugal," the doctor said, "then he will scour you away." He wrinkled his nose as he lifted the stinking compress from Hagman's chest. Then he shook his head in amazement, for the wound was clean. Hagman's breathing was easier, he could sit up in bed now, and was eating better. Vicente left the next day. The doctor had brought news of General Silvera's army in Amarante, and how it was valiantly defending the bridge across the Tamega, and Vicente decided his duty lay in helping that defence. But after 3 days he returned, because there were too many dragoons patrolling the countryside between Villarreal de Chedes and Amarante. The failure made him dejected. "I am wasting my time," he told Sharpe. "How good are your men?" Sharpe asked. The question puzzled Vicente. "Good. As good as any, I suppose." "Are they?" Sharpe asked. And that afternoon he paraded every man, riflemen and Portuguese alike, and made them all fire 3 rounds in a minute from the Portuguese muskets. He did it in front of the house, and timed the shots with a big grandfather clock. Sharpe had no difficulty in firing the 3 shots. He had been doing this for half his life, and the Portuguese musket was British-made and familiar to Sharpe. He bit open the cartridge, tasted the salt in the powder, charged the barrel, rammed down wadding and ball, primed the pan, cocked, pulled the trigger, and felt the kick of the gun into his shoulder. And then he dropped the butt and bit into the next cartridge, and most of his riflemen were grinning because they knew he was good. Sergeant Macedo was the only man other than Sharpe who fired his 3 shots within 45 seconds. 15 of the riflemen and 12 of the Portuguese managed a shot every 20 seconds, but the rest was slow, and so Sharpe and Vicente set about training them. Williamson, one of the riflemen who had failed, grumbled that it was stupid to make him learn how to fire a smooth-bore musket when he was a rifleman. He made the complaint just loud enough for Sharpe to hear, and in the expectation that Sharpe would choose to ignore it, then looked aggrieved when Sharpe dragged him back out of the formation. "You got a complaint?" Sharpe challenged him. "No, sir." Williamson, his big face surly, looked past Sharpe. "Look at me," Sharpe said. Williamson sullenly obeyed. "The reason you're learning to fire a musket like a proper soldier," Sharpe told him, "is because I don't want the Portuguese to think we're picking on them." Williamson still looked sullen. "And besides," Sharpe went on, "we're stranded miles behind enemy lines, so what happens if your rifle breaks? And there's another reason besides." "What's that, sir?" Williamson asked. "If you don't bloody do it," Sharpe said, "I'll have you on another charge. Then another charge, and another after that, until you're so damn fed up with punishment duty that you'll have to shoot me to be rid of it." Williamson stared at Sharpe with an expression which suggested he would like nothing more than to shoot him. But Sharpe just stared into his eyes, and Williamson looked away. "We'll run out of ammunition," he said churlishly, and in that he was probably right. But Kate Savage unlocked her father's gunroom and found a barrel of powder and a bullet mould, so Sharpe was able to have his men make up new cartridges, using pages from the sermon books in the Kinter's library to wrap the powder and shot. The balls were too small, but they were fine for practice, and for 3 days his men blasted their muskets and rifles across the driveway. The French must have heard the musketry echoing dully from the hills, and they must have seen the powder smoke above Villarreal de Cedej, but they didn't come. Nor did Colonel Christopher. "But the French are going to come," Sharpe told Harper one afternoon as they climbed the hill behind the Kinter. "Like as not," the big man said. "I mean, it's not as if they don't know we're here." "And they'll slice us into pieces when they do arrive," Sharpe said. Harper shrugged at that pessimistic opinion, then frowned. "How far are we going?" "The top," Sharpe said. He had led Harper through the trees, and now they were on the rocky slope that led to the old watchtower on the hill's summit. "Have you never been up here?" Sharpe asked. "I grew up in Donegal," Harper said, "and there was one thing we learned there, which was never go to the top of the hills." "Why ever not?" "Because anything valuable would have long rolled down, sir, and all you'll be doing is getting yourself out of breath by climbing up to find it gone. Jesus Christ! But you can see halfway to heaven from up here." The track followed a rocky spine that led to the summit, and on either side the slope steepened until only a goat could have found footing on the treacherous scree. Yet the path itself was safe enough, winding up towards the watchtower's ancient stump. "We're going to make a fort up here," Sharpe said enthusiastically. "God save us," Harper said. "We're getting lazy, Pat. Soft. Idle. It ain't good." "But why make a fort?" Harper asked. "That's a fortress already. The devil himself couldn't take this hill, not if it was defended." "There are 2 ways up here," Sharpe said, ignoring the question. "This path and another on the south side. I want walls across each path. Stone walls, Pat. High enough so a man can stand behind them and fire over their tops. There's plenty of stone up here." Sharpe led Harper through the tower's broken archway and showed him how the old building had been raised about a natural pit in the hill's summit, and how the crumbling tower had filled the pit with stones. Harper peered down into the pit. "You want us to move all that masonry and build new walls?" He sounded appalled. "I was talking to Kate Savage about this place," Sharpe said. "This old tower was built hundreds of years ago, Pat, when the Moors were here. They were killing Christians then, and the king built the watchtower so they could see when a Moorish raiding party was coming." "That's a sensible thing to do," Harper said. "And Kate was saying how the folk in the valleys would send their valuables up here. Coins, jewels, gold, all of it up here, Pat, so that the heathen bastards wouldn't snatch it. And then there was an earthquake, and the tower fell in, and the locals reckon there's treasure under those stones." Harper looked sceptical. "And why wouldn't they dig it up, sir? The folk in the village don't strike me as half-wits. I mean, Jesus, Mary and Joseph, if I knew there was a bit of bloody gold up on a hill, I wouldn't be wasting my time with a plough or a harrow." "That's just it," Sharpe said. He was making up the story as he went along, and thought desperately for an answer to Harper's entirely reasonable objection. "There was a child, you see, buried with the gold, and the legend says the child will haunt the house of whoever digs up its bones. But only a local house. he added hastily. Harper sniffed at that embellishment, then looked back down the path. "So you want a fort here?" "And we need to bring barrels of water here," Sharpe said. That was the Summit's weakness, no water. If the French came, and he had to retreat to the hilltop, then he didn't want to surrender just because of thirst. "Miss Savage," he still did not think of her as Mrs. Christopher, "will find us barrels." "Up here, in the sun. Water will go rancid," Harper warned him. "A splash of brandy in each one," Sharpe said, remembering his voyages to and from India, and how the water had always tasted faintly of rum. "I'll find the brandy." "And you really expect me to believe there's gold under those stones, sir?" "No," Sharpe admitted, "but I want the men to half-believe it. It's going to be hard work building walls up here, Pat, and dreams of treasure never hurt." So they built the fort, and never found gold. But in the spring sunlight they made the hilltop into a redoubt where a handful of infantry could grow old under siege. The ancient builders had chosen well, not just selecting the highest peak for miles around to build their watchtower, but also a place that was easily defended. Attackers could only come from the north or the south, and in both cases they would have to pick their way along narrow paths. Sharpe, exploring the southern path one day, found a rusted arrowhead under a boulder, and he took it back to the summit and showed it to Kate. She held it beneath the brim of her wide straw hat and turned it this way and that. "It probably isn't very old," she said. "I was thinking it might have wounded a Moor." "They were still hunting with bows and arrows in my grandfather's time," she said. "Your family was here then?" "Savages started in Portugal in 1711, she said proudly. She had been gazing southwest, in the direction of Oporto, and Sharpe knew she was watching the road in hope of seeing a horseman come. But the passing days brought no sign of her husband, nor even a letter. The French did not come either, though Sharpe knew they must have seen his men toiling on the summit, as they piled rocks to make ramparts across the two paths, and struggled up those tracks with barrels of water that were put into the great cleared pit on the peak. The men grumbled about being made to work like mules, but Sharpe knew they were happier tired than idle. Some, encouraged by Williamson, complained that they wasted their time, that they should have abandoned this god-forsaken hill with its broken tower and found a way south to the army. And Sharpe reckoned they were probably right, but he had his orders, and so he stayed. "What it is," Williamson told his cronies, "is the bloody Frau. We aren't being stung, and he's tickling the Colonel's wife." And if Sharpe had heard that opinion, he might even have agreed with it too, even though he was not tickling Kate, but he was enjoying her company, and had persuaded himself that, orders or no orders, he ought to protect her against the French. But the French did not come, and nor did Colonel Christopher. Manuel Lopez came instead. He arrived on a black horse, galloping up the driveway, and then curbing the stallion so fast that it reared and twisted, and Lopez, instead of being thrown off, as 99 out of 100 other riders would have been, stayed calm and in control. He soothed the horse and grinned at Sharpe. "You are the Englishman," he said in English, "and I hate the English, but not so much as I hate the Spanish, and I hate the Spanish less than I hate the French." He slid down from the saddle and held out a hand. "I am Manuel Lopez." "Sharpe," Sharpe said. Lopez looked at the Quinto with the eyes of a man sizing it up for plunder. He was an inch less than Sharpe's 6 feet, but seemed taller. He was a big man, not fat, just big, with a strong face and quick eyes and a swift smile. "If I was a Spaniard," he said, "and I nightly thank the good Lord that I am not, then I would call myself something dramatic. The Slaughterman, perhaps, or the Pig-Sticker, or the Prince of Death." He was talking of the partisan leaders who made French life so miserable. "But I am a humble citizen of Portugal, so my nickname is the Schoolteacher." "The Schoolteacher," Sharpe repeated. "Because that is what I was," Lopez responded energetically. "I owned a school in Braganza, where I taught ungrateful little bastards English, Latin, Greek, algebra, rhetoric, and horsemanship. I also taught them to love God, honor the king, and fart in the face of all Spaniards. Now, instead of wasting my breath on half-wits,
I kill Frenchmen.
He offered Sharpe an extravagant bow.
I am famous for it.
I've not heard of you, Sharpe said. Lopez just smiled at the challenge.
The French have heard of me, senor, he said, and I have heard about you. Who is this Englishman who lives safe, north of the Douro? Why do the French leave him in peace? Who is the Portuguese officer who lives in his shadow? Why are they here? Why are they making a toy fort on the Watchtower Hill? Why are they not fighting?
Good questions, Sharpe said dryly. All of them. Lopez looked at the Quinta again.
Everywhere else in Portugal, senor, where the French have left their dung, they have destroyed places like this. They have stolen the paintings, broken the furniture, and drunk the cellars dry. Yet the word does not come to this house.
He turned to stare down the driveway where some 20 or 30 men had appeared.
My pupils, he explained. They need rest.
The pupils were his men, a ragged band with which Lopez had been ambushing the French columns that carried ammunition to the gunners who fought against the Portuguese troops still holding the bridge at Amarante. The schoolteacher had lost a good few men in the fights, and admitted that his early successes had made him too confident, until just 2 days before French dragoons had caught his men in open ground.
I hate those green bastards, Lopez growled. Hate them, and their big swords.
Nearly half his men had been killed, and the rest had been lucky to escape.
So I brought them here, Lopez said, to recover, and because the Quinta dos Cedes seems like a safe haven.
Kate bridled when she heard Lopez wanted his men to stay at the house. "Tell him to take them to the village," she said to Sharpe, and Sharpe carried her suggestion to the schoolteacher. Lopez laughed when he heard the message.
"Her father was a pompous bastard, too," he said.
"You knew him?"
"I knew of him. He made pot, but wouldn't drink it because of his stupid beliefs, and he wouldn't take off his hat when the sacrament was carried past. What kind of man is that? Even a Spaniard takes off his hat for the blessed sacraments."
Lopez shrugged.
"My men will be happy in the village."
He drew on a filthy-smelling cigar.
"We'll only stay long enough to heal the worst wounds, then we go back to the fight."
"Us too," Sharpe said.
"You?"
The schoolteacher was amused.
"Yet you don't fight now."
"Colonel Christopher ordered us to stay here."
"Colonel Christopher?"
"This is his wife's house," Sharpe said.
"I did not know he was married,"
Lopez responded.
"You know him?" "He came to see me in Braganza. I still owned the school then, and I had a reputation as a man of influence. So the colonel comes calling. He wanted to know if sentiment in Braganza was in favor of fighting the French, and I told him that sentiment in Braganza was in favor of drowning the French in their own piss. But if that was not possible, then we would fight them instead. So we do."
Lopez paused.
"I also heard that the colonel had money for anyone willing to fight against them. But we never saw any."
He turned and looked at the house.
"And his wife owns the Quinta. And the French don't touch the place."
"Colonel Christopher," Sharpe said, "talks to the French, and right now he's south of the Douro, where he's taken a Frenchman to speak with the British general." Lopez stared at Sharpe for a few heartbeats.
"Why would a French officer be talking to the British?"
he asked, and waited for Sharpe to answer, then did so himself when the rifleman was silent.
"For one reason only,"
Lopez suggested.
"To make peace. Britain is going to run away, leave us to suffer."
"I don't know," Sharpe said.
"We'll beat them with you or without you,"
Lopez said angrily, and stalked down the drive, shouting at his men to bring his horse, pick up their baggage, and follow him to the village. The meeting with Lopez only made Sharpe feel more guilty. Other men were fighting while he did nothing. And that night after supper he asked to speak with Kate. It was late, and Kate had sent the servants back to the kitchen, and Sharpe waited for her to call one back to act as her chaperone. But instead she led him into the long parlour. It was dark, for no candles were lit, so Kate went to one of the windows and pulled back its curtains to reveal a pale, moonlit night. The wisteria seemed to glow in the silver light. The boots of a sentry crunched on the driveway. "I know what you're going to say," Kate said. "That it's time for you to go." "Yes," Sharpe said. "And I think you should come with us." "I must wait for James," Kate said. She went to a sideboard, and by the light of the moon poured a glass of port. "For you," she said. "How long did the Colonel say he'd be?" Sharpe asked. "A week, maybe 10 days." "It's been more than 2 weeks," Sharpe said. "Very nearly 3. "He ordered you to wait here," Kate said. "Not through eternity," Sharpe replied. He went to the sideboard and took the port, which was Savage's finest. "You can't leave me here," Kate said. "I don't intend to," Sharpe said. The moon made a shadow of her cheek, and glinted from her eyes, and he felt a pang of jealousy for Colonel Christopher. "I think you should come." "No," Kate said with a note of petulance, then turned a pleading face to Sharpe. "You can't leave me here alone." "I'm a soldier," Sharpe said, "and I've waited long enough. There's supposed to be a war in this country, and I'm just sitting here like a lump." Kate had tears in her eyes. "What's happened to him?" "Maybe he got new orders in Lisbon," Sharpe suggested. "Then why doesn't he write?" "Because we're an enemy country now, ma'am," Sharpe said brutally, "and maybe he can't get a message to us." That was very unlikely, Sharpe thought, because Christopher seemed to have plenty of friends among the French. Perhaps the Colonel had been arrested in Lisbon, or killed by partisans. "He's probably waiting for you to come south," he said, instead of voicing those thoughts. "You would send a message," Kate protested. "I'm sure he's on his way." "Are you?" Sharpe asked. She sat on a gilt chair, staring out of the window. "He must come back," she said softly, and Sharpe could tell from her tone that she had virtually given up hope. "If you think he's coming back," he said, "then you must wait for him, but I'm taking my men south." He would leave the next night, he decided. March in the dark, go south, find the river, and search its bank for a boat, any boat, even a tree trunk would do, anything that could float them across the Douro. "Do you know why I married him?" Kate suddenly asked. Sharpe was so astounded by the question that he didn't answer. He just gazed at her. "I married him," Kate said, "because life in Oporto is so dull. My mother and I live in the big house on the hill, and the lawyers tell us what happens in the vineyards and the lodge, and the other ladies come to tea, and we go to the English church on Sundays, and that's all that ever happens." Sharpe still said nothing. He was embarrassed. "You think he married me for the money, don't you?" Kate demanded. "Don't you?" Sharpe responded. She stared at him in silence, and he half expected her to be angry, but instead she shook her head and sighed. "I dare not believe that," she said, "though I do believe marriage is a gamble, and we don't know how it will turn out, but we still just hope. We marry in hope, Mr. Sharpe, and sometimes we're lucky. Don't you think that's true?" "I've never married." Sharpe evaded the answer. "Have you wanted to?" Kate asked. "Yes," Sharpe said, thinking of Grace. "What happened?" "She was a widow," Sharpe said, "and the lawyers were making hay with her husband's will, and we thought that if she married me it would only complicate things. Her lawyers said so. I hate lawyers." He stopped talking, hurt as he always was by the memory. He drank the port to cover his feelings, then walked to the window and stared down the moonlit drive to where the smoke of the village fires smeared the stars above the northern hills. "In the end she died," he finished abruptly. "I'm sorry," Kate said in a small voice. "And I hope it turns out well for you," Sharpe said. "Do you?" "Of course," he said. Then he turned to her, and he was so close that she had to tilt her head back to see him. "What I really hope," he said, "is this." And he bent and kissed her very tenderly on the lips. And for a half-second she stiffened, and then she let him kiss her. And when he straightened, she lowered her head, and he knew she was crying. "I hope you're lucky," he said to her. Kate did not look up. "I must lock the house," she said. And Sharpe knew he was dismissed. He gave his men the next day to get ready. There were boots to be repaired, and packs and haversacks to be filled with food for the march. Sharpe made sure every rifle was clean, that the flints were new, and that the cartridge boxes were filled. Harper shot 2 of the captured dragoon horses and butchered them down into cuts of meat that could be carried. Then he put Hagman on another of the horses to make certain he'd be able to ride it without too much pain. And Sharpe told Kate she must ride another, and she protested, saying she could not travel without her chaperone. And Sharpe told her she could make up her own mind. "Stay or leave, Mum, but we're going tonight." "You can't leave me," Kate said, angry, as if Sharpe hadn't kissed her, and she hadn't allowed the kiss. "I'm a soldier, Mum," Sharpe said, "and I'm going." And then he did not go, because that evening at dusk Colonel Christopher returned. The colonel was mounted on his black horse and dressed all in black. Dodd and Pendleton were the pickets on the Kinter's driveway, and when they saluted him, Christopher just touched the ivory heel of his riding crop to one of the tasselled peaks of his bicorn hat. Louis the servant followed, and the dust from their horses' hooves drifted across the rills of fallen wisteria blossom that lined either side of the driveway. "It looks like lavender, don't it?" Christopher remarked to Sharpe. "They should try growing lavender here," he went on as he slid from the horse. "It would do well, don't you think?" He didn't wait for an answer, but instead ran up the Kinter's steps and held his hands wide for Kate. "My sweetest one!" Sharpe, left on the terrace, found himself staring at Louise. The servant raised an eyebrow as if in exasperation, then led the horses round to the back of the house. Sharpe stared across the darkening fields. Now that the sun was gone, there was a bite in the air, a tendril of winter lingering into spring. "Sharpe!" the colonel's voice called from inside the house. "Sharpe!" "Sir?" Sharpe pushed through the half-open door. Christopher stood in front of the hall fire, the tails of his coat lifted to the heat. "Kate tells me you behaved yourself. Thank you for that." He saw the thunder on Sharpe's face. "It's a jest, man, a jest. Have you no sense of humour? Kate, dearest, a glass of decent port would be more than welcome. I'm parched, fair parched. So, Sharpe, no French activity?" "They came close," Sharpe said curtly, "but not close enough." "Not close enough. You're fortunate in that, I should think. Kate tells me you're leaving." "Tonight, sir." "No, you're not." Christopher took the glass of port from Kate and downed at him one. "That is delicious," he said, staring at the empty glass. "One of ours?" "Our best," Kate said. "Not too sweet. That's the trick of a fine port, wouldn't you agree, Sharpe? And I must say I've been surprised by the white port, more than drinkable. I always thought the stuff was execrable, a woman's tipple at best, but Savage's white is really very good. You must make more of it in the piping days of peace, don't you think, dearest?" "If you say so," Kate said, smiling at her husband. "That was rather good, Sharpe, don't you think? Pipes of port, piping days of peace, a piping pun, I'd say." Christopher waited for Sharpe's comment, and when none came, he scowled. "You'll stay here, Lieutenant." "Why's that, sir?" Sharpe asked. The question surprised Christopher. He'd been expecting a more surly response, and he wasn't ready for a mildly voiced query. He frowned, thinking how to phrase his answer. "I'm expecting development, Sharpe," he said after a few heartbeats. "Development, sir?" "It's by no means certain," Christopher went on, "that the war will be prolonged. We could indeed be on the very cusp of peace." "That's good, sir," Sharpe said in an even voice. "And that's why we're to stay here." "You're to stay here, Sharpe." There was asperity in Christopher's voice now as he realized Sharpe's neutral tone had been impudence. "And that applies to you too, Lieutenant." He spoke to Vicente, who'd come into the room with a small bow to Kate. "Things are poised. the colonel went on precariously. "If the French find British troops wandering around north of the Douro, they'll think we're breaking our word." "My troops are not British," Vicente observed quietly. "The principle's the same," Christopher snapped. "We do not rock the boat. We do not jeopardize weeks of negotiation. If the thing can be resolved without more bloodshed, then we must do all that we can to ensure that it is so resolved, and your contribution to that process is to stay here." "And who the devil are those rogues down in the village?" "Rogues?" Sharpe asked. "A score of men, armed to the teeth, staring at me as I rode through. So who the devil are they?" "Partisans," Sharpe said, "otherwise known as our allies." Christopher did not like that jibe. "Idiots, more like," he snarled, "ready to upset the apple cart." "And they're led by a man you know," Sharpe went on. "Manuel Lopez." "Lopez? Lopez?" Christopher frowned, trying to remember. "Oh, yes, the fellow who ran a flogging school for the few sons of the gentry in Braganza. Blustery sort of fellow, eh? Well, I'll have a word with him in the morning. Tell him not to upset matters, and the same goes for you two. And that," he looked from Sharpe to Vicente, "is an order." Sharpe did not argue. "Did you bring an answer from Captain Hogan?" he asked instead. "I didn't see Hogan. Left your letter at Craddock's headquarters." "And General Wellesley's not here?" Sharpe asked. "He is not," Christopher said. "But General Craddock is, and he commands, and he concurs with my decision that you stay here." The colonel saw the frown on Sharpe's face, and opened a pouch at his belt from which he took a piece of paper that he handed to Sharpe. "There, Lieutenant," he said silkily, "in case you're worried." Sharpe unfolded the paper, which proved to be an order signed by General Craddock and addressed to Lieutenant Sharpe, that placed him under Colonel Christopher's command. Christopher had gulled the order from Craddock, who had believed the colonel's assurance that he needed protection, though in truth it simply amused Christopher to have Sharpe put under his command. The order ended with the words pro tem, which puzzled Sharpe. "Pro tem, sir?" he asked. "You never learned Latin, Sharpe?" "No, sir." "Good God, where did you go to school?" "It means for the time being, until indeed I'm through with you. But you do agree, Lieutenant, that you are now strictly under my orders?" "Of course, sir." "Keep the paper, Sharpe," Christopher said irritably when Sharpe tried to hand back General Craddock's order. "It's addressed to you, for God's sake, and looking at it once in a while might remind you of your duty, which is to obey my orders and stay here. If there is a truce, then it won't hurt our bargaining position to say we have troops established well north of the Douro. So you dig your heels in here, and you stay very quiet. Now, if you'll pardon me, gentlemen, I'd like to spend some time with my wife." Vicente bowed again and left, but Sharpe did not move. "You'll be staying here with us, sir?" "No." Christopher seemed uncomfortable with the question, but forced a smile. "You and I, my darling," he turned to Kate, "will be going back to House Beautiful." "You're going to Oporto?" Sharpe was astonished. "I told you, Sharpe, things are changing. There are more things in heaven and earth, Horatio, than are dreamt of in your philosophy. So good night to you, Lieutenant." Sharpe went out onto the driveway, where Vicente was standing by the low wall that overlooked the valley. The Portuguese lieutenant was gazing at the half-dark sky, which was punctured by the first stars. He offered Sharpe a rough cigar, and then his own to light it from. "I talked to Luis," Vicente said. "And?" Sharpe rarely indulged and almost choked on the harsh smoke. "Christopher has been back north of the Douro for 5 days. He's been in Porto, talking to the French." "But he did go south?" Vicente nodded. "They went to Coimbra, met General Craddock, then came back. Captain Argenton returned to Porto with him." "So what the hell is going on?" Vicente blew smoke at the moon. "Maybe they do make peace. Luis does not know what they talked about." So maybe it was peace. There had been just such a treaty after the battles at Holica and Vimero, and the defeated French had been taken home on British ships. So was a new treaty being made? Sharpe was at least reassured that Christopher had seen Craddock, and now Sharpe had definitive orders that took away much of the uncertainty. The colonel left shortly after dawn. At sunrise there had been a stuttering crackle of musketry somewhere to the north, and Christopher had joined Sharpe on the driveway and stared into the valley's mist. Sharpe could see nothing with his telescope, but Christopher was impressed by the glass.
"Who's A.W.?"
he asked Sharpe, reading the inscription. "Just someone I knew, sir."
"Not Arthur Wellesley?"
Christopher sounded amused. "Just someone I knew," Sharpe repeated stubbornly.
"Fellow must have liked you," Christopher said, "because it's a damned generous gift. Mind if I take it to the rooftop? I might see more from there, and my own telescope's an evil little thing."
Sharpe did not like relinquishing the glass, but Christopher gave him no chance to refuse, and just walked away. He evidently saw nothing to worry him, for he ordered the gig harnessed and told Lewis to collect the remaining cavalry horses that Sharpe had captured at Barca de Vintas.
"You can't be bothered with horses, Sharpe," he said, "so I'll take them off your hands. Tell me, what do your fellows do during the day?"
"There isn't much to do," Sharpe said. "We're training Vicenti's men."
"Need it, do they?"
"They could be quicker with their muskets, sir." Christopher had brought a cup of coffee out of the house and now blew on it to cool the liquid.
"If there's peace," he said, "then they can go back to being cobblers, or whatever it is they do when they ain't shambling about the place in ill-fitting uniforms."
He sipped his coffee.
"Speaking of which, Sharpe, it's time you got yourself a new one."
"I'll talk to my tailor," Sharpe said, and then, before Christopher could react to his insolence, asked a serious question. "You think there will be peace, sir?"
"Quite a few of the frogs think Bonaparte's bitten off more than he can chew," Christopher said airily, "and Spain certainly is probably indigestible."
"Portugal isn't?"
"Well, Portugal's a mess,"
Christopher said dismissively.
"But France can't hold Portugal if she can't hold Spain."
He turned to watch Lewis leading the gig from the stable.
"I think there's the real prospect of radical change in the air," he said. "And you, Sharpe, won't jeopardize it. Lie low here for a week or so, and I'll send word when you can take your fellows south. With a little luck, you'll be home by June."
"You mean back with the army?"
"I mean home in England, of course,"
Christopher said.
"Proper ale, Sharpe, thatched roofs, cricket on the artillery ground, church bells, fat sheep, plump parsons, pliant women, good beef, England. Something to look forward to, eh, Sharpe?"
"Yes, sir," Sharpe said, and wondered why he mistrusted Christopher most when the colonel was trying to be pleasant.
"There's no point in you trying to leave anyway," Christopher said. "The French have burned every boat on the Douro, so keep your lads out of trouble, and I'll see you in a week or two."
Christopher threw away the rest of his coffee and held his hand out to Sharpe.
"And if not me, I shall send a message. I left your telescope on the hall table, by the way. You've got a key to the house, haven't you? Keep your fellows out of it, there's a good chap. Good day to you, Sharpe."
"And to you, sir," Sharpe said, and after he had shaken the colonel's hand he wiped his own on his French breeches. Lewis locked the house. Kate smiled shyly at Sharpe, and the colonel took the gig's reins. Louis collected the dragoons' horses, then followed the gig down the drive towards Villarreal de Cedes. Harper strolled over to Sharpe. "We're to stay here while they make peace?" The Irishman had evidently been eavesdropping. "That's what the man said." "Honors up, what do you think?" Sharpe stared into the east towards Spain. The sky there was white, not with cloud but heat, and there was a thumping in that eastern distance, an irregular heartbeat so far off as to be barely heard. It was cannon fire, proof that the French and the Portuguese were still fighting over the bridge at Amarante. "It doesn't smell like peace to me, Pat." "The folk here hate the French, sir. So do the Dons." "Which doesn't mean the politicians won't make peace," Sharpe said. "Those slimy bastards will do anything that makes them rich," Harper agreed. "But Captain Hogan never smelt peace in the wind. And there ain't much passes him by, sir." "But we've got orders," Sharpe said, "directly from General Craddock." Harper grimaced. "You're a great man for obeying orders, sir, so you are. And the General wants us to stay here, God knows why. There's something funny in the wind, Pat. Maybe it is peace. God knows what you and I will do then. He shrugged, then went to the house to fetch his telescope, and it was not there. The hall table held nothing except a silver letter-holder. Christopher had stolen the glass. The bastard, Sharpe thought. The utter, goddamn, bloody, misbegotten bastard. Because the telescope was gone. "I never liked the name," Colonel Christopher said. "It isn't even a beautiful house." "My father chose it," Kate said. "It's from the Pilgrim's Progress." "Oh, tedious, Reed. My God, how tedious." They were back in Oporto, where Colonel Christopher had opened the neglected cellars of the House Beautiful to discover dusty bottles of aging port and more of Vino Verde, a white wine that was almost golden in colour. He drank some now as he strolled about the garden. The flowers were coming into bloom, the lawn was newly scythed, and the only thing that spoiled the day was the smell of burnt houses. It was almost a month since the fall of the city, and smoke still drifted from some of the ruins in the lower town, where the stench was much worse because of the bodies among the ashes. There were tales of drowned bodies turning up on every tide. Colonel Christopher sat under a cypress tree and watched Kate. She was beautiful, he thought, so very beautiful. And that morning he had summoned a French tailor, Marshal Soult's personal tailor. And to Kate's embarrassment, he had made the man measure her for a French hussar uniform. "Why would I want to wear such a thing?" Kate had asked. And Christopher had not told her that he had seen a Frenchwoman dressed in just such a uniform, the breeches skin-tight and the short jacket cut high to reveal a perfect bum. And Kate's legs were longer and better shaped, and Christopher, who was feeling rich because of the funds released to him by General Craddock, funds Christopher claimed were necessary to encourage Argenton's mutineers, had paid the tailor an outrageous fee to have the uniform stitched quickly. "Why wear that uniform?" he responded to her question. "Because you'll find it easier to ride a horse wearing breeches, because the uniform becomes you, because it reassures our French friends that you are not an enemy, and best of all, my dear one, because it would please me." And that last reason, of course, had been the one that convinced her. "You really like the name House Beautiful?" he asked her. "I'm used to it." "Not attached to it? It's not a matter of faith with you?" "Faith?" Kate, in a white linen dress, frowned. "I consider myself a Christian." "A Protestant Christian," her husband amended her. "As am I, but does not the name of the house somewhat flaunt itself in a Romish society?" "I doubt," Kate said with an unexpected tartness, "that anyone here has read Bunyan." "Some will have," Christopher said, "and they will know they are being insulted." He smiled at her. "I'm a diplomat, remember. It's my job to make the crooked straight and the rough places plain." "Is that what you're doing here?" Kate asked, gesturing to indicate the city beneath them, where the French ruled over plundered houses and embittered people. "Oh, Kate," Christopher said sadly, "this is progress." "Progress?" Christopher got to his feet and paced up and down the lawn, becoming animated as he explained to her that the world was changing fast about them. "There are more things in heaven and earth," he told her, "than are dreamt of in your philosophy." And Kate, who'd been told this more than once in her short marriage, suppressed her irritation and listened as her husband described how the ancient superstitions were being discredited. "Kings have been dethroned, Kate. Whole countries now manage without them. That would once have been considered unthinkable. It would have been a defiance of God's plan for the world. But we're seeing a new revelation. It's a new ordering of the world. What do simple folk see here? War. Just war. But war between who? France and Britain? France and Portugal? No! It's between the old way of doing things and the new way. Superstitions are being challenged. I'm not defending Bonaparte, good God, no. He's a braggart, an adventurer, but he's also an instrument. He's burning out what is bad in the old regimes and leaving a space into which new ideas will come. Reason. That's what animates the new regimes, Kate. Reason." "I thought it was liberty," Kate suggested. "Liberty?"
Man has no liberty except the liberty to obey rules, but who makes the rules? With luck, Kate, it will be reasonable men making reasonable rules. Clever men, subtle men. In the end, Kate, it is a coterie of sophisticated men who will make the rules, but they will make them according to the tenets of reason. And there are some of us in Britain, a few of us in Britain, who understand that we will have to come to terms with that idea. We also have to help shape it. If we fight it, then the world will become new without us, and we shall be defeated by reason. So we must work with it.
With Bonaparte? Kate asked, distaste in her voice.
With all the countries of Europe,
Christopher said enthusiastically.
With Portugal and Spain, with Prussia and Austria, with Holland, and yes, with France. We have more in common than divides us, yet we fight. What sense does that make? There can be no progress without peace, Kate, none. You do want peace, my love?
Devoutly, Kate said.
Then trust me, Christopher said. Trust that I know what I'm doing.
And she did trust him, because she was young and her husband was so much older, and she knew he was privy to opinions that were far more sophisticated than her instincts. Yet the following night that trust was put to the test when 4 French officers and their mistresses came to the House Beautiful for supper. The group led by Brigadier General Henri Vuillard, a tall, elegantly handsome man who was charming to Kate, kissing her hand and complimenting her on the house and the garden. Vuillard's servant brought a crate of wine as a gift, though it was hardly tactful, for the wine was Savage's best, appropriated from one of the British ships that had been trapped on Oporto's quays by contrary winds when the French took the city. After supper, the 3 junior officers entertained the ladies in the parlour, while Christopher and Vuillard paced the garden, their cigars trailing smoke beneath the black cypress trees.
Soult is worried,
Vuillard confessed.
By Craddock?
Craddock's an old woman,
Vuillard said scathingly.
Isn't it true he wanted to withdraw last year? But what about Wellesley?
Tougher,
Christopher admitted.
But it's by no means certain he'll come here. He has enemies in London.
Political enemies, I presume?
Vuillard asked.
Indeed.
The most dangerous enemies of a soldier,
Vuillard said. He was of an age with Christopher, and a favourite of Marshal Soult.
No, Soult's worried, he went on, because we're frittering troops away to protect our supply lines. You kill 2 peasants armed with matchlock guns in this damn country, and 20 more spring up from the rocks. And the 20 don't have matchlocks any longer. Instead, they have good British muskets supplied by your damn country.
Take Lisbon, Christopher said, and capture every other port, and the supply of arms will dry up.
We'll do it,
Vuillard promised.
In time. But we could do with another 15,000 men.
Christopher stopped at the garden's edge and stared across the Douro for a few seconds. The city lay beneath him, the smoke from 1,000 kitchens smirching the night air.
Is Soult going to declare himself king?
You know what his nickname is now?
Vuillard asked, amused.
King Nicolas. No, he won't make the declaration, not if he's got any sense, and he's probably got just enough. The local people won't stand for it, the army won't support it, and the emperor will poach his balls for it.
Christopher smiled.
But he's tempted.
Oh, he's tempted, but Soult usually stops before he goes too far. Usually.
Vuillard sounded cautious, for Soult, only the day before, had sent a letter to all the generals in his army suggesting that they encourage the Portuguese to declare their support for him to become king. It was, Vuillard thought, madness, but Soult was obsessed with the idea of being a royal.
I told him he'll provoke a mutiny if he does.
That he will, Christopher said. And you need to know that Argenton was in Coimbra. He met Craddock.
Argenton's a fool,
Vuillard snarled.
He's a useful fool, Christopher observed. Let him keep talking to the British, and they'll do nothing. Why should they exert themselves if your army is going to destroy itself by mutiny?
But will it?
Vuillard asked.
Just how many officers does Argenton speak for?
Enough, Christopher said, and I have their names. Bouillard chuckled.
I could have you arrested, Englishman, and given to a pair of dragoon sergeants who'll prize those names out of you in 2 minutes.
You'll get the names, Christopher said, in time, but for the moment, Brigadier, I give you this instead. He handed Vuillard an envelope.
What is it?
It was too dark in the garden to read anything. Craddock's order of battle, Christopher said. Some of his troops are in Coimbra, but most are in Lisbon. In brief, he has 16,000 British bayonets and 7,000 Portuguese. The details are all there, and you'll note they're particularly deficient in artillery.
How deficient?
3 batteries of 6-pounders, Christopher said, and 1 of 3. There are rumours that more guns, heavier guns, are coming, but such rumours have always proved false in the past.
3-pounders? Vuillard laughed. He might as well chuck rocks at us.
The Brigadier tapped the envelope.
So, what do you want from us?
Christopher walked a few paces in silence, then shrugged. It seems to me, General, that Europe is going to be ruled from Paris, not from London. You're going to put your own king here.
True,
Vuillard said.
And it might even be King Nicolas, if he captures Lisbon quickly enough. But the Emperor has a stable full of idle brothers. One of those will probably get Portugal.
But whoever it is, Christopher said, I can be useful to him.
By giving us this,
Vuillard flourished the envelope,
and a few names that I can kick out of Argenton whenever I wish.
Like all soldiers, Christopher said smoothly, you are unsubtle. Once you conquer Portugal, General, you will have to pacify it. I know who can be trusted here, who will work with you, and who are your secret enemies. I know which men say one thing and do another. I bring you all the knowledge of Britain's Foreign Office. I know who spies for Britain, and who their paymasters are. I know the codes they use, and the routes their messages take. I know who will work for you, and who will work against you. I know who will lie to you, and who will tell you the truth. In short, General, I can save you thousands of deaths, unless, of course, you would rather send your troops against peasants in the hills.
Vuillard chuckled. And what if we don't conquer Portugal? What happens to you if we withdraw?
Then I shall own savages, Christopher answered calmly, and my masters at home will simply calculate that I failed to encourage mutiny in your ranks. But I doubt you'll lose. What's stopped the Emperor so far?
La Manche,
Vuillard said dryly, meaning the English Channel. He drew on his cigar.
You came to me, he said, with news of mutiny, but you never told me what you wanted in exchange. So, tell me now, Englishman.
The port trade, Christopher said. I want the port trade. The simplicity of the answer made Vuillard check his pacing.
The port trade?
All of it. Croft, Taylor Flaggate, Burmester, Smith Woodhouse, Dow's, Savages, Gould, Kopke, Sandeman, all the lodges. I don't want to own them. I already own Savages, or I will soon. I just want to be the sole shipper. Vuillard took a few seconds to understand the scope of the demand.
You'd control half the export trade of Portugal, he said. You'd be richer than the Emperor.
Not quite, Christopher said, because the Emperor will tax me, and I can't tax him. The man who becomes impressively rich, General, is the man who levies the tax, not he who pays it.
You'll still be wealthy.
And that, General, is what I want. Vuillard stared down at the black lawn. Someone was playing a harpsichord in the House Beautiful, and there was the sound of women's laughter. Peace, he thought, would eventually come, and maybe this polished Englishman could help bring it about.
You're not telling me the names I want, he said, and you've given me a list of British forces. But how do I know you're not deceiving me?
You don't.
I want more than lists, Vuillard said harshly. I need to know, Englishman, that you're willing to give something tangible to prove that you're on our side.
You want blood, Christopher said mildly. He had been expecting the demand. "Blood will do, but not Portuguese blood, British blood." Christopher smiled. "There's a village called Vila Real de Cedes," he said, "where savages have some vineyards. It's been curiously undisturbed by the conquest." That was true, but only because Christopher had arranged it with Argenton's colonel and fellow plotter, whose dragoons were responsible for patrolling that stretch of country. "But if you send a small force there," Christopher went on, "you'll find a token unit of British riflemen. There are only a score of them, but they have some Portuguese troops and some rebels with them, say 100 men altogether. They're yours, but in return I ask one thing." "Which is?" "Spare the Quinta. It belongs to my wife's family." A grumble of thunder sounded to the north, and the cypresses were outlined by a flash of sheet lightning. "Vila Real de Cedes?" Vuillard asked. "A village not far from the Amarante road," Christopher said, "and I wish I could give you something more, but I offer what I can as an earnest of my sincerity. The troops there will give you no trouble. They're led by a British lieutenant, and he didn't strike me as particularly resourceful. The man must be 30 if he's a day, and he's still a lieutenant, so he can't be up to much." Another crackle of thunder made Vuillard look anxiously to the northern sky. "We must get back to quarters before the rain comes," he said, but then paused. "It doesn't worry you that you betray your country?" "I betray nothing," Christopher said, and then for a change he spoke truthfully. "If France's conquests, General, are ruled only by Frenchmen, then Europe will regard you as nothing but adventurers and exploiters. But if you share your power, if every nation in Europe contributes to the government of every other nation, then we will have moved into the promised world of reason and peace. Isn't that what your emperor wants? A European system. Those were his words, a European system. A European code of laws, a European judiciary, and one nation alone in Europe. Europeans. How can I betray my own continent?" Vuillard grimaced. "Our emperor talks a lot, Englishman. He's a Corsican, and he has wild dreams. Is that what you are? A dreamer?" "I'm a realist," Christopher said. He had used his knowledge of the mutiny to ingratiate himself with the French, and now he would secure their trust by offering a handful of British soldiers as a sacrifice. Sir Sharpe and his men must die, so that Europe's glorious future could arrive. Chapter 5. The loss of the telescope hurt Sharpe. He told himself it was a bauble, a youthful frill, but it still hurt. It marked an achievement, not just the rescue of Sir Arthur Wellesley, but the promotion to commissioned rank afterwards. Sometimes, when he scarcely dared believe that he was a king's officer, he would look at the telescope and think how far he had travelled from the orphanage in Brewhouse Lane. And at other times, though he was reluctant to admit it to himself, he enjoyed refusing to explain the plaque on the telescope's barrel. Yet he knew other men knew. They looked at him, understood he had once fought like a demon under the Indian sun, and were awed. Now bloody Christopher had the glass. "You'll get it back, sir." Harper tried to console him. "I bloody will, too. I hear that Williamson got into a fight in the village last night." "Not much of a fight, sir. I pulled him off." "Who was he milling?" "One of Lopez's men, sir. As evil a bastard as Williamson." "Should I punish him?" "God knows, sir. I looked after it." But Sharpe nevertheless declared the village out of bounds, which he knew would not be popular with his men. Harper spoke for them, pointing out that there were some pretty girls in Vila Real de Cedes. "There's one wee slip of a thing there, sir," he said, "that would bring tears to your eyes. The lads only want to walk down there of an evening to say hello." "And to leave some babies behind." "That too," Harper agreed. "And the girls can't walk up here?" Sharpe asked. "I hear some do." "Some do, sir, I'm told, that's true." "Including one wee slip of a thing that has red hair and can bring tears to your eyes." Harper watched a buzzard quartering the broom-clad slopes of the hill on which the fort was being made. "Some of us like to go to church in the village, sir. he said, studiously not talking about the red-headed girl whose name was Maria. Sharpe smiled. "So how many Catholics have we got?" "There's me, sir, and Donnelly, and Carter, and McNeil. Oh, and Slattery, of course. The rest of you are all going to hell." "Slattery?" Sharpe said. "Fergus isn't a Christian." "He never said he was, sir, but he goes to Mass." Sharpe could not help laughing. "So I'll let the Catholics go to Mass," he said. Harper grinned. "That means that I'll be Catholic by Sunday." "This is the army," Sharpe said, "so anyone wanting to convert has to get my permission. But you can take the other 4 to Mass, and you bring them back by midday, and if I find any of the other lads down there, I'll hold you responsible." "Me?" "Well, you're a sergeant, aren't you?" "But when the lads see Lieutenant Vicente's men going to the village, sir, they won't see why they're not allowed." "Vicente's Portuguese. His men know the local rules. We don't. And sooner or later there's going to be a fight over girls that'll bring tears to your eyes, and we don't need it, Pat." The problem was not so much the girls, though Sharpe knew they could be a problem if one of his riflemen became drunk, and that was the true problem. There were 2 taverns in the village, and both served cheap wine out of barrels, and half his men would become paralyzed with drink given half a chance. And there was a temptation to relax the rules because the situation of the riflemen was so strange. They were out of touch with the army, not sure what was happening, and without enough to do, and so Sharpe invented more work for them. The fort was now sprouting extra stone redoubts, and Sharpe found tools in the Kinter's barn and made his men clear the track through the woods and carry bundles of firewood up to the watchtower. And when that was done, he led long patrols into the surrounding countryside. The patrols were not intended to seek out the enemy, but to tire the men so that they collapsed at sundown and slept till dawn. And each dawn Sharpe held a formal parade and put men on a charge if he found a button undone or a scrap of rust on a rifle lock. They moaned at him, but there was no trouble with the villagers. The barrels in the village taverns were not the only danger. The cellar of the Kinter was full of port barrels and racks of bottled white wine, and Williamson managed to find the key that was supposedly hidden in a kitchen jar. Then he and Sims and Gattaker got helplessly drunk on Savage's finest, a carouse that ended well past midnight with the 3 men hurling stones at the Kinter's shutters. The 3 had ostensibly been on picket under the eye of Dodd, a reliable man, and Sharpe dealt with him first. "Why didn't you report them?" "I didn't know where they were, sir." Dodd kept his eyes on the wall above Sharpe's head. He was lying, of course, but only because the men always protected each other. Sharpe had when he was in the ranks, and he didn't expect anything else of Matthew Dodd, just as Dodd did not expect anything except a punishment. Sharpe looked at Harper. "Got work for him, Sergeant?" "The cook was complaining that all the kitchen copper needed a proper cleaning, sir." "Make him sweat," Sharpe said, "and no wine ration for a week." The men were entitled to a pint of rum a day, and in the absence of the raw spirit, Sharpe was doling out red from a barrel he had commandeered from the Kinter's cellar. He punished Sims and Gattaker by making them wear full uniform and greatcoats and then march up and down the drive with rucksacks filled with stones. They did it under Harper's enthusiastic eye, and when they vomited with exhaustion and the effects of a hangover, the sergeant kicked them to their feet, made them clear the vomit off the driveway with their own hands, and then keep marching. Vicente arranged for a mason from the village to brick up the wine cellar's entrance, and while that was being done, and while Dodd scrubbed the coppers with sand and vinegar, Sharpe took Williamson up into the woods. He was tempted to flog the man, for he was very close to hating Williamson. But Sharpe had once been flogged himself, and he was reluctant to inflict the same punishment. Instead, he found an open space between some laurels, and used his sword to scratch 2 lines in the mossy turf. The lines were a yard long and a yard apart. "You don't like me, do you, Williamson?" Williamson said nothing. He just stared at the lines with red eyes. He knew what they were. "What are my 3 rules, Williamson?" Williamson looked up suddenly. He was a big man, heavy-faced with long side whiskers, a broken nose and smallpox scars. He came from Leicester, where he had been convicted of stealing 2 candlesticks from St. Nicholas's church, and offered the chance to enlist rather than hang. "Don't thieve," he said in a low voice.
Don't get drunk, and fight proper. Are you a thief? No, sir. You bloody are, Williamson. That's why you're in the army. And you got drunk without permission. But can you fight? You know I can, sir. Sharpe unbuckled his sword belt and let it and the weapon drop, then took off his shako and green jacket and threw them down. "Tell me why you don't like me," he demanded. Williamson stared off into the laurels. "Come on," Sharpe said. "Say what you bloody like. You're not going to be punished for answering a question." Williamson looked back at him. "We shouldn't be here," he blurted out. "You're right." Williamson blinked at that, but carried on. "Ever since Captain Murray died, sir, we've been out on our own. We should be back with the battalion. It's where we belong. You were never our officer, sir. Never." "Well, I am now." "'Tain't right." "So you want to go home to England?" "The battalion's there, so I do, aye." "But there's a war on, Williamson. A bloody war, and we're stuck in it. We didn't ask to be here. Don't even want to be here, but we are, and we're staying." Williamson looked at Sharpe resentfully, but said nothing. "But you can go home, Williamson," Sharpe said, and the heavy face looked up, interested. "There are 3 ways for you to go home. 1, we get orders for England. 2, you get wounded so badly that they send you home. And 3, you put your feet on the scratch, and you fight me. Win or lose, Williamson, I promise to send you home as soon as I can by the first bloody ship we find. All you have to do is fight me." Sharpe walked to one of the lines and put his toes against it. This was how the pugilists fought. They towed the line, and then punched it out with bare fists until one man dropped in bloody, battered exhaustion. "Fight me properly, mind," Sharpe said. "No dropping after the first hit. You'll have to draw blood to prove you're trying. Hit me on the nose, that'll do it." He waited. Williamson licked his lips. "Come on," Sharpe snarled. "Fight me." "You're an officer," Williamson said. "Well, not now I'm not, and no one's watching, just you and me, Williamson, and you don't like me, and I'm giving you a chance to thump me, and you do it properly, and I'll have you home by summer." He did not know how he would keep that promise, but nor did he think he would have to try. For Williamson, he knew, was remembering the epic fight between Harper and Sharpe, a fight that had left both men reeling. Yet Sharpe had won it, and the riflemen had watched it, and they learned something about Sharpe that day. And Williamson did not want to learn the lesson again. "I won't fight an officer," he said with assumed dignity. Sharpe turned his back, picked up his jacket. "Then find Sergeant Harper," he said, "and tell him you're to do the same punishment as Sims and Gattaker." He turned back. "On the double!" Williamson ran. His shame at refusing the fight might make him more dangerous, but it would also diminish his influence over the other men, who, even though they would never know what had happened in the woods, would sense that Williamson had been humiliated. Sharpe buckled his belt and walked slowly back. He worried about his men, worried that he would lose their loyalty, worried that he was proving a bad officer. He remembered Blas Vivar, and wished he had the Spanish officer's quiet ability to enforce obedience through sheer presence, but perhaps that effortless authority came with experience. At least none of his men had deserted. They were all present, except for Tarrant and the few who were back in Coimbra's military hospital recovering from the fever. It was a month now since Oporto had fallen. The fort on the hilltop was almost finished, and, to Sharpe's surprise, the men had enjoyed the hard labour. Daniel Hagman was walking again, albeit slowly, but he was mended enough to work, and Sharpe placed a kitchen table in the sun, where, one by one, Hagman stripped, cleaned, and oiled every rifle. The fugitives who had fled from Oporto had now returned to the city, or found refuge elsewhere. But the French were making new fugitives. Wherever they were ambushed by partisans, they sacked the closest villages, and even without the provocation of ambush, they plundered farms mercilessly to feed themselves. More and more folk came to Villarreal de Cedes, drawn there by rumours that the French had agreed to spare the village. No one knew why the French should do such a thing, though some of the older women said it was because the whole valley was under the protection of St. Joseph, whose life-size statue was in the church, and the village's priest, Father Josepha, encouraged the belief.
He even had the statue taken from the church, hung with fading narcissi and crowned with a laurel wreath, and then carried about the village boundary to show the saint the precise extent of the lands needing his guardianship. Villa-Real de Tsedej, folk believed, was a sanctuary from the war, and ordained as such by God. May arrived with rain and wind. The last of the blossom was blown from the trees to make damp rills of pink and white petals in the grass. Still the French did not come. And Manuel Lopez reckoned they were simply too busy to bother with Villa-Real de Tsedej. "They've got troubles," he said happily. "Severi's giving them a bellyache at Amarante, and the road to Vigo has been closed by partisans. They're cut off, no way home. They're not going to worry us here." Lopez frequently went to the nearby towns, where he posed as a peddler, selling religious trinkets, and he brought back news of the French troops. "They patrolled the roads," he said. "They get drunk at night, and they wish they were back home." "And they look for food," Sharpe said. "They do that too," Lopez agreed. "And one day," Sharpe said, "when they're hungry, they'll come here." "Colonel Christopher won't let them," Lopez said. He was walking with Sharpe along the Quinter's drive, watched by Harris and Cooper, who stood guard at the gate, the closest Sharpe allowed his Protestant riflemen to the village. Rain was threatening. Grey sheets of it fell across the northern hills, and Sharpe had twice heard rumbles of thunder, which might have been the sound of the guns at Amarante, but seemed too loud. "I shall leave soon," Lopez announced. "Back to Braganza?" "Amarante. My men are recovered. It's time to fight again." "You could do one thing before you go," Sharpe said, ignoring the implied criticism in Lopez's last words. "Tell those refugees to get out of the village. Tell them to go home. Tell them St. Joseph is overworked, and he won't protect them when the French come." Lopez shook his head. "The French aren't coming," he insisted. "And when they do," Sharpe continued, just as insistently, "I can't defend the village. I don't have enough men." Lopez looked disgusted. "You'll just defend the Quinta," he suggested, "because it belongs to an English family." "I don't give a damn about the Quinta," Sharpe said angrily. "I'll be up on that hilltop trying to stay alive. For Christ's sake, there's less than 60 of us, and the French will send 1,500. "They won't come," Lopez said. He reached up to pluck some shriveled white blossom from a tree. "I never did trust savages, Port," he said. "Trust?" "An elder tree," Lopez said, showing Sharpe the petals. "The bad port makers put elderberry juice in the wine to make it look richer." He tossed away the flowers, and Sharpe had a sudden memory of that day in Oporto, the day the refugees drowned when the French had taken the city, and he remembered how Christopher had been about to write him the order to go back across the Douro, and the cannonball had struck the tree to shower pinkish-red petals which the colonel had thought were cherry blossom. And Sharpe remembered the look on Christopher's face at the mention of the name Judas. "Jesus," Sharpe said. "What?" Lopez was taken aback by the force of the imprecation. "He's a bloody traitor," Sharpe said. "Who?" "The bloody colonel," Sharpe said. It was only instinct that had so suddenly persuaded him that Christopher was betraying his country, an instinct grounded in the memory of the colonel's look of outrage when Sharpe said the blossom came from a Judas tree. Ever since then, Sharpe had been havering between a half-suspicion of Christopher's treachery and a vague belief that perhaps the colonel was engaged in some mysterious diplomatic work. But the recollection of that look on Christopher's face, and the realization that there had been fear as well as outrage in it, convinced Sharpe. Christopher was not just a thief, but a traitor. "You're right," he told an astonished Lopez. "It is time to fight. Harris!" He turned towards the gate. "Sir!" "Find Sergeant Harper for me, and Lieutenant Vicenti." Vicenti came first, and Sharpe could not explain why he was so certain that Christopher was a traitor, but Vicenti was not inclined to debate the point. He hated Christopher because he had married Kate, and he was as bored as Sharpe at the undemanding life at the Quinta. "Get food," Sharpe urged him. "Go to the village, ask them to bake bread, buy as much salted and smoked meat as you can. I want every man to have 5 days' rations by nightfall." Harper was more cautious.
"I thought you had orders, sir."
"I do, Pat, from General Craddock."
"Jesus, sir, you don't disobey a general's orders."
"And who fetched those orders?" Sharpe asked. "Christopher did. So he lied to Craddock just as he's lied to everyone else." He was not certain of that. He could not be certain. But nor could he see the sense in just dallying at the Quinta. He would go south and trust that Captain Hogan would protect him from General Craddock's wrath. "We'll march at dusk tonight," he told Harper. "I want you to check everyone's equipment and ammunition." Harper smelt the air. "We're going to have rain, sir. Bad rain." "That's why God made our skins waterproof," Sharpe said.
"I was thinking we might do better to wait till after midnight, sir. Give the rain a chance to blow over."
Sharpe shook his head. "I want to get out of here, Pat. I feel bad about this place suddenly. We'll take everyone south, towards the river."
"I thought the Crappos had stripped out all the boats."
"I don't want to go east." Sharpe jerked his head towards Amarante, where rumour said a battle still raged. "And there's nothing but Crappos to the west." The north was all mountain, rock and starvation. But to the south lay the river, and he knew British forces were somewhere beyond the Douro, and Sharpe had been thinking that the French could not have destroyed every boat along its long rocky banks. "We'll find a boat," he promised Harper.
"It'll be dark tonight, sir. Lucky even to find the way."
"For God's sake," Sharpe said, irritated with Harper's pessimism. "We've been patrolling this place for a bloody month. We can find our way south." By evening they had 2 sacks of bread, some rock-hard smoked goat meat, 2 cheeses, and a bag of beans that Sharpe distributed among the men. Then he had an inspiration, and went to the Quinta's kitchen and stole 2 large tins of tea. He reckoned it was time Kate did something for her country, and there were few finer gestures than donating good China tea to riflemen. He gave 1 tin to Harper and shoved the other into his pack. It had started to rain, the drops pounding on the stable roof and cascading off the tiles into the cobbled yard. Daniel Hagman watched the rain from the stable door.
"I feel just fine, sir,"
he reassured Sharpe. "We can make a stretcher, Dan, if you feel poorly."
"Lord, no, sir. I'm right as rain, right as rain."
No one wanted to leave in this downpour, but Sharpe was determined to use every hour of darkness to make his way towards the Douro. There was a chance, he thought, of reaching the river by midday tomorrow, and he would let the men rest while he scouted the riverbank for a means to cross. "Packs on!" he ordered. "Ready yourselves!" He watched Williamson for any sign of reluctance, but the man got a move on with the rest. Vicente had distributed wine corks, and the men pushed them into the muzzles of their rifles or muskets. The weapons were not loaded, because in this rain the priming would turn to grey slush. There was more grumbling when Sharpe ordered them out of the stables, but they hunched their shoulders and followed him out of the courtyard and up into the wood where the oaks and silver birches thrashed under the assault of wind and rain. Sharpe was soaked to the skin before they'd gone a quarter mile, but he consoled himself that no one else was likely to be out in this vile weather. The evening light was fading fast and early, stolen by the black, thick-bellied clouds that scraped against the jagged outcrop of the ruined watchtower. Sharpe was following a path that would lead around the western side of the watchtower's hill, and he glanced up at the old masonry as they emerged from the trees and thought ruefully of all that work. He called a halt to let the rear of the line catch up. Daniel Hagman was evidently holding up well. Harper, 2 smoked legs of goat hanging from his belt, climbed up to join Sharpe, who was watching the arriving men from a vantage point a few feet higher than the path.
"Bloody rain,"
Harper said. "It'll stop eventually."
"Is that so?"
Harper asked innocently. It was then Sharpe saw the gleam of light in the vineyards. It was not lightning. It was too dull, too small, and too close to the ground. But he knew he hadn't imagined it, and he cursed Christopher for stealing his telescope. He gazed at the spot where the light had shone so briefly, but saw nothing. "What is it?" Vicente had climbed to join him. "Thought I saw a flash of light," Sharpe said.
"Just rain,"
Harper said dismissively.
Perhaps it was a piece of broken glass, Vicente suggested. I once found some Roman glass in a field near Entre los Rios. There were 2 broken vases and some coins of Septimus Severus. Sharpe was not listening. He was watching the vineyards. I gave the coins to the seminary in Porto, Vicente went on, raising his voice to make himself heard over the seething rain, because the fathers keep a small museum there. The sun doesn't reflect off glass when it's raining, Sharpe said. But something had reflected out there, more like a smear of light, a damp gleam, and he searched the hedgerow between the vines and suddenly saw it again. He swore. What is it? Vicente asked. Dragoons, Sharpe said. Dozens of the bastards, dismounted and watching us. The gleam had been the dull light reflecting from one of the brass helmets. There must have been a tear in the helmet's protective cloth cover, and the man, running along the hedge, had served as a beacon. But now that Sharpe had seen the first green uniform among the green vines, he could see dozens more. The bastards were going to ambush us, he said, and he felt a reluctant admiration for an enemy who could use such vile weather. Then he worked out that the dragoons must have approached Villarreal de Cedes during the day, and somehow he had missed them. But they would not have missed the significance of the work he was doing on the hilltop, and they must know that the hog-backed ridge was his refuge. Sergeant, he snapped at Harper, up the hill, now! Now! And pray they were not too late. Colonel Christopher might have rewritten the rules, yet the chess pieces could still only move in their accustomed ways. But his knowledge of the moves allowed him to look ahead, and he fancied he did that with more perspicacity than most men. There were 2 possible outcomes to the French invasion of Portugal. Either the French would win, or, far less likely, the Portuguese with their British allies would somehow evict Soult's forces. If the French won, then Christopher would be the owner of Savage's Lodge, the trusted ally of the country's new masters, and rich beyond belief. If the Portuguese and their British allies won, then he would use Argenton's pathetic conspiracy to explain why he had remained in enemy territory, and use the collapse of the proposed mutiny as an excuse for the failure of his schemes. And then he would need to move a couple of pawns to remain the owner of Savages, which would be enough to make him a rich man, if not rich beyond belief. So he could not lose, so long as the pawns did what they were supposed to do. And one of those pawns was Major Henri Dulong, the second in command of the 31st Léger, one of the crack French light infantry units in Portugal. The 31st knew it was good, but none of its soldiers was the equal of Dulong, who was famous throughout the army. He was tough, daring, and ruthless, and on this early May evening of wind and rain and low cloud, Major Dulong's job was to lead his voltigeurs up the southern path that led to the watchtower on the hill above the Quinta. Take that height, Brigadier Vuillard explained, and the scrappy forces in Villarreal de Cedes had nowhere to go. So while the dragoons made a noose about the village and the Quinta, Dulong would capture the hill. It had been Brigadier Vuillard's idea to attack at dusk. Most soldiers would expect an assault at dawn, but it was Vuillard's notion that men's garb was lower late in the day. "They're looking forward to his skin of wine, a wench and a hot meal," he had told Christopher. Then he had fixed the time for the assault at 7:45 in the evening. The sun would actually set a few moments before, but the twilight would stretch until 8:30, though the clouds had proved so thick that Vuillard doubted there would be any twilight to speak of. Not that it mattered. Dulong had been lent a good Breguet watch, and he had promised that his men would be on the watchtower's peak at 7:45, just as the dragoons converged on the village in the Quinta. The remaining companies of the 31st Léger would first climb up to the wood, and then sweep down onto the Quinta from the south. "I doubt Dulong will see any action," Vuillard told Christopher, "and he'll be unhappy about that. He's a bloodthirsty rascal." "You've given him the most dangerous task, surely." "But only if the enemy are on the hilltop," the brigadier explained. "I hope to catch them off guard, Colonel." And it seemed to Christopher as though Vuillard's hopes were justified, for at 7:45 the dragoons charged into Villarreal de Cedes and met almost no opposition. A clap of thunder was the accompaniment to the attack, and a stab of lightning split the sky and reflected silver-white from the dragoons' long swords.
A handful of men resisted. Some muskets were fired from a tavern beside the church, and Vuillard later discovered, through questioning the survivors, that a band of partisans had been recuperating in the village. A handful of them escaped, but 8 others were killed, and a score more, including their leader, who called himself the schoolteacher, were captured. 2 of Vuillard's dragoons were wounded. 100 more dragoons rode to the Quinta. They were commanded by a captain who would rendezvous with the infantry coming down through the woods, and the captain had promised to make certain the property was not looted. "You don't want to go with them?" Vuillard asked. "No." Christopher was watching the village girls being pushed towards the largest tavern. "I don't blame you," Vuillard said, noticing the girls. "The sport will be here." And Vuillard's sport began. The villagers hated the French, and the French hated the villagers, and the dragoons had discovered partisans in the houses, and they all knew how to treat such vermin. Manuel Lopez and his captured partisans were taken to the church, where they were forced to break up the altars, rails, and images, then ordered to heap all the shattered timber in the centre of the nave. Father Josepha came to protest at the vandalism, and the dragoons stripped him naked, tore his cassock into strips, and used the strips to lash the priest to the big crucifix that hung above the main altar. "The priests are the worst," Vuillard explained to Christopher. "They encourage their people to fight us. I swear we'll have to kill every last priest in Portugal before we're through." Other captives were being brought to the church. Any villager whose house contained a firearm, or who had defied the dragoons, was taken there. A man who tried to protect his 13-year-old daughter was dragged to the church, and, once inside, a dragoon sergeant broke the men's arms and legs with a great sledgehammer taken from the blacksmith's forge. "It's a lot easier than tying them up," Vuillard explained. Christopher flinched as the big hammer snapped the bones. Some men whimpered, a few screamed, but most stayed obstinately silent. Father Josepha said the prayer for the dying, until a dragoon quietened him by breaking his jaw with a sword. It was dark by now. The rain still beat on the church roof, but not so violently. Lightning lit the windows from the outside as Vuillard crossed to the remnants of a side altar and picked up a candle that had been burning on the floor. He took it to the pile of splintered furniture that had been laced with powder from the dragoons' carbine ammunition. He placed the candle deep in the pile and backed away. For a moment the flame flickered small and insignificant. Then there was a hiss, and a bright fire streaked up the pile's centre. The wounded men cried aloud as smoke began to curl towards the beams, and as Vuillard and the dragoons retreated towards the door. "They flap like fish." The brigadier spoke of the men who tried to drag themselves towards the fire in the vain hope of extinguishing it. Vuillard laughed. "The rain will slow things," he told Christopher, "but not by much." The fire was crackling now, spewing thick smoke. "It's when the roof catches fire that they die," Vuillard said, "and it takes quite a time. Best not to stay, though." The dragoons left, locking the church behind them. A dozen men stayed out in the rain to make certain that the fire did not go out, or, more unlikely, that no one escaped from the flames, while Vuillard led Christopher and a half-dozen other officers to the village's largest tavern, which was cheerfully lit by scores of candles and lamps. "The infantry will report to us here," Vuillard explained. "So we must find something to pass the time, eh?" "Indeed." Christopher plucked off his cocked hat as he stooped to the tavern door. "We'll have a meal," Brigadier Vuillard said, "and what passes in this country for wine." He stopped in the main room where the village's girls had been lined against a wall. "What do you think?" he asked Christopher. "Tempting," Christopher said. "Indeed." Vuillard still did not entirely trust Christopher. The Englishman was too aloof, but now Vuillard thought he would put him to the test. "Take your choice," he said, pointing to the girls. The men guarding the girls grinned. The girls were crying softly. Christopher took a pace towards the captives. If the Englishman was squeamish, Vuillard thought, then that would betray scruples, or worse, a sympathy for the Portuguese. There were even some in the French army who expressed such sympathies, officers who argued that by maltreating the Portuguese, the army only made their own problems worse. But Vuillard, like most Frenchmen, believed that the Portuguese needed to be punished with such severity that none would ever dare lift a finger against the French again. Rape, theft, and wanton destruction were to Vuillard defensive tactics, and now he wanted to see Christopher join him in an act of war. He wanted to see the aloof Englishmen behave like the French in their moment of triumph. "Be quick," Vuillard said. "I promised my men they could have the ones we don't want."
"I'll take the small girl,"
Christopher said wolfishly.
"The redhead,"
she screamed. But there was much screaming that night in Villarreal de Cedes, as there was on the hill to the south. Sharpe ran. He shouted at his men to get to the top of the hill as fast as they could, and then he scrambled up the slope, and he'd gone 100 yards before he calmed down and realized that he was doing this all wrong. "Rifles!" he shouted. "Packs off!" He let his men unburden themselves until they carried only their weapons, haversacks, and cartridge boxes. Lieutenant Vicente's men did the same. 6 Portuguese and the same number of riflemen would stay to guard the discarded packs and bags and greatcoats and cuts of smoked meat, while the rest followed Sharpe and Vicente up the slope. They went much faster now. "Did you see the bastards up there?" Harper panted. "No," Sharpe said. But he knew the French would want to take the fort, because it was the highest ground for miles, and that meant they'd probably send a company or more to loop about the south and sneak up the hill. So it was a race. Sharpe had no proof that the French were in the race, but he did not underestimate them. They would be coming, and all he could pray was that they were not there already. The rain fell harder. No gun would fire in this weather. This was going to be a fight of wet steel, fists, and rifle butts. Sharpe's boots slipped on sodden turf and skidded on rock. He was getting short of breath, but at least he'd climbed the flanking slope and was now on the path that led up the northern spine of the hill, and his men had widened and strengthened the path, cutting steps in the steepest places and pegging the rises with wedges of birch. It had been invented work to keep them busy, but it was all worth it now because it quickened the pace. Sharpe was still leading with a dozen riflemen close behind. He decided he wouldn't close ranks before they reached the top. This was a scramble where the devil really would take the hindmost. So the important thing was to reach the summit. And he looked up into the whirl of rain and cloud, and he saw nothing up there but wet rock, and the sudden reflected sheen of a lightning bolt slithering down a sheer stone face. He thought of the village, and knew it was doomed. He wished he could do something about that, but he didn't have enough men to defend the village, and he had tried to warn them. The rain was driving into his face, blinding him. He slithered as he ran. There was a stitch in his side, his legs were like fire, and the breath rasped in his throat. The rifle was slung on his shoulder, bouncing there, the stock thumping into his left thigh as he tried to draw the sword. But then he had to let go of the hilt to steady himself against the rock as his boots slid wildly out from under him. Harper was 20 paces back, panting. Vicente was gaining on Sharpe, who dragged his sword free of its scabbard, pushed himself away from the boulder, and forced himself on again. Lightning flickered to the east, outlining black hills and a sky slanting with water. The thunder crackled across the heavens, filling them with angry noise. And Sharpe felt as though he were climbing into the heart of the storm, climbing to join the gods of war. The gale tore at him. His shako was long gone. The wind shrieked, moaned, was drowned by thunder and burdened by rain. And Sharpe thought he would never reach the top. And suddenly he was beside the first wall, the place where the path zigzagged between 2 of the small redoubts his men had built, and a dagger of lightning stabbed down into the void that opened wet and dark to his right. For a wild second, he thought the hilltop was empty, and then he saw the flash of a blade reflecting the storm's white fire, and knew the French were already there. Doulon's voltigeur had arrived just seconds before, and had taken the watchtower. But they hadn't had time to occupy the northernmost redoubts, where Sharpe's men now appeared. "Throw them out!" Doulon roared at his men. "Kill the bastards!" Sharpe shouted, and his blade scraped along a bayonet, jarred against the muzzle of the musket, and he threw himself forward, driving the man back, and hammered his forehead against the man's nose. And the first riflemen were past him, and the blades were ringing in the near dark. Sharpe banged the hilt of his sword into the face of the man he had put down, plucked the musket from him, and threw it out into the void, then pushed on to where a group of Frenchmen were readying to defend the summit. They aimed their muskets, and Sharpe hoped to God he was right, and that no flintlock would ever fire in this wet fury. 2 men struggled to his left, and Sharpe slid the sword into a blue jacket, twisting it in the ribs, and the Frenchman threw himself sideways to escape the blade, and Sharpe saw it was Harper hammering at the man with a rifle butt.
"God save Ireland!"
Harper, wild-eyed, stared up at the French guarding the watchtower.
"We're going to charge those bastards!"
Sharpe shouted at the rifleman coming up behind.
"God save Ireland!"
"Tirez!"
a French officer shouted, and a dozen flints fell on steel, and the sparks flashed and died in the rain.
"Now kill them!"
Sharpe roared.
"Just bloody kill them!"
Because the French were on his hilltop, on his land, and he felt a rage fit to match the anger of the storm-filled sky. He ran uphill, and the French muskets reached down with their long bayonets, and Sharpe remembered fighting on the steep breach at Gavilgore, and he did now what he'd done then, reached under the bayonet and grabbed a man's ankle and tugged. The Frenchman screamed as he was pulled down the hill to where 3 sword bayonets chopped at him, and then Vicenti's Portuguese, realizing they couldn't shoot the French, began hurling rocks at them, and the big stones drew blood, made men flinch, and Sharpe bellowed at his riflemen to close with the enemy. He back-swung the sword, driving a bayonet aside, pulled another musket with his left hand so that the man was tugged down onto Harper's sword bayonet. Harris was flailing with an axe they'd used to clear the path through the birch, laurel, and oakwood, and the French shrank from the terrible weapon, and still the rocks were hurled, and Sharpe's riflemen, snarling and panting, were clawing their way upwards. A man kicked Sharpe in the face. Cooper caught the boot and raked his sword bayonet up the man's leg. Harper was using his rifle as a club, beating men down with his huge strength. A rifleman fell backwards, blood pulsing from his throat to be instantly diluted by the rain. A Portuguese soldier took his place, stabbing up with his bayonet and screaming insults. Sharpe rammed his sword two-handed up into the press of bodies, stabbed, twisted, pulled, and stabbed again. Another Portuguese was beside him, thrusting his bayonet up into a French groin, while Sergeant Macedo, lips drawn back in a snarl, was fighting with a knife. The blade flickered in the rain, turned red, was washed clean, turned red again. The French were going back, retreating to the patch of bare stone terrace in front of the watchtower ruins, and an officer was shouting angrily at them. And then the officer came forward, sabre out, and Sharpe met him. The blades clashed, and Sharpe just head-butted again, and, in the flash of lightning, saw the astonishment on the officer's face. But the Frenchman evidently came from the same school as Sharpe, for he tried to kick Sharpe's groin as he rammed his fingers at Sharpe's eyes. Sharpe twisted aside, came back to hit the man on the jaw with the hilt of his sword. Then the officer just seemed to vanish as 2 of his men dragged him backwards. A tall French sergeant came at Sharpe, musket flailing, and Sharpe stepped back. The man tripped, and Vicenti reached out with his straight-bladed sword, and its tip ripped the sergeant's windpipe, so he roared like a punctured bellows and collapsed in a spray of pink rain. Vicenti stepped back, appalled, but his men went streaming past to spread down into the southern redoubts, where they enthusiastically bayoneted the French out of their holes. Sergeant Macedo had left his knife trapped in a Frenchman's chest, and instead was using a French musket as a club, and a voltigeur tried to pull the weapon out of his grasp, and looked stunned when the sergeant just let him have it, then kicked him in the belly, so that the Frenchman fell back over the edge of the bluff. He screamed as he fell. The scream seemed to last a long time. Then there was a wet thump on the rocks far below. The musket clattered, and the sound was swamped as thunder rolled over the sky. The clouds were split by lightning, and Sharpe, his sword blade dripping with rain-diluted blood, shouted at his men to check every redoubt.
"And search the tower!"
Another bolt of lightning revealed a large group of Frenchmen halfway up the southern path. Sharpe reckoned that a small group of fitter men had come on ahead, and it was those men that he had encountered. The largest group, who could easily have held the summit against Sharpe and Vicenti's desperate counterattack, had been too late. and Vicente was now putting men into the lower redoubts. A rifleman lay dead by the watchtower. "It's Sean Donnelly," Harper said. "Pity," Sharpe said. "A good man. He was an evil little bastard from Derry," Harper said, "who owed me 4 shillings. Well, he could shoot straight when he wasn't drunk," Harper allowed. Pendleton, the youngest of the riflemen, brought Sharpe his shako. "Found it on the slope, sir." "What were you doing on the slope when you should have been fighting?" Harper demanded. Pendleton looked worried. "I just found it, sir." "Did you kill anyone?" Harper wanted to know. "No, Sergeant." "Not earned your bloody shilling today, then, have you? Right! Pendleton, Williamson, Dodd, Sims!" Harper organised a group to go back down the hill and bring up the discarded packs and food. Sharpe had another 2 men strip the dead and wounded of their weapons and ammunition. Vicente had garrisoned the southern side of the fort, and the sight of his men was enough to deter the French from trying a second assault. The Portuguese lieutenant now came back to join Sharpe beside the watchtower, where the wind shrieked on the broken stone. The rain was slackening, but the stronger wind gusts still drove drops hard against the ruined walls. "What do we do about the village?" Vicente wanted to know. "There's nothing we can do." "There are women down there, children." "I know. We can't just leave them." "And what do you want us to do?" Sharpe asked. "Go down there, rescue them? And while we're there, what happens up here? Those bastards take the hill." He pointed at the French voltigeurs, who were still halfway up the hill, uncertain whether to keep climbing or to give up the attempt. "And when you get down there," Sharpe went on, "what are you going to find? Dragoons, hundreds of bloody dragoons. And when the last of your men are dead, you'll have the satisfaction of knowing you tried to save the village." He saw the stubbornness on Vicente's face. "There's nothing you can do." "We have to try," Vicente insisted. "You want to take some men on patrol? Then do it. But the rest of us stay up here. This place is our one chance of staying alive." Vicente shivered. "You will not keep going south." "We get off this hill," Sharpe said, "and we're going to have dragoons giving us haircuts with their bloody swords. We're trapped, Lieutenant, we're trapped." "You will let me take a patrol down to the village?" 3 men, Sharpe said. He was reluctant to let even 3 men go with Vicente, but he could see that the Portuguese lieutenant was desperate to know what was happening to his countrymen. "Stay in cover, Lieutenant," Sharpe advised. "Stay in the trees. Go very carefully." Vicente was back 3 hours later. There were simply too many dragoons and blue-jacketed infantry around Villarreal de Cedes, and he had got nowhere near the village. "But I heard screams," he said. "Aye," Sharpe said. "You would have done." Beneath him, beyond the Quinta, the remnants of the village church burned out in the dark, damp night. It was the only light he could see. There were no stars, no candles, no lamps, just the sullen red glow of the burning church. And tomorrow, Sharpe knew, the French would come for him again. In the morning, the French officers had breakfast on the terrace of the tavern beneath a vine trellis. The village had proved to be full of food, and there was newly baked bread, ham, eggs, and coffee for breakfast. The rain had gone, to leave a damp feel in the wind, but there were shadows in the fields and the promise of warm sunlight in the air. The smoke of the burned-out church drifted northwards, taking with it the stench of roasted flesh. Maria, the red-headed girl, served Colonel Christopher his coffee. The colonel was picking his teeth with a sliver of ivory, but he took it from his mouth to thank her. "Obrigado, Maria," he said in a pleasant tone. Maria shuddered, but nodded a hasty acknowledgment as she backed away. "She's replaced your servant?" Brigadier Vuillard asked. "The wretched fellow's missing," Christopher said. "Run away, gone." "A fair exchange," Vuillard said, watching Maria. "That one's much prettier." "She was pretty," Christopher allowed. Maria's face was badly bruised now, and the bruises had swollen to spoil her beauty. "And she'll be pretty again," he went on. "You hit her hard," Vuillard said with a hint of reproach. Christopher sipped his coffee. "The English have a saying, Brigadier. A spaniel, a woman, and a walnut tree.
The more they're beaten, the better they be. A walnut tree? They say if the trunk is well thrashed, it increases the yield of nuts. I've no idea if it's true, but I do know that a woman has to be broken, like a dog or a horse. Broken. Vuillard repeated the word. He was rather in awe of Christopher's sang-froid. The stupid girl resisted me, Christopher explained. She put up a fight, so I taught her who is master. Every woman needs to be taught that. Even a wife? Especially a wife, Christopher said. Though the process might be slower, you don't break a good mare quickly, but take your time. But this one, he jerked his head towards Maria, this one needed a damned fast whipping. I don't mind if she resents me, but one doesn't want a wife to be soured by resentment. Maria was not the only one with a bruised face. Major Dulong had a black mark across the bridge of his nose, and a scowl just as dark. He had reached the watchtower before the British and Portuguese troops, but with a smaller group of men, and then he had been surprised by the ferocity with which the enemy had attacked him. "Let me go back, mon général," he pleaded with Vuillard. "Of course, Dulong, of course." Vuillard did not blame the voltigeur officer for the night's only failure. It seemed that the British and Portuguese troops, whom everyone had expected to find in the Quinta's stables, had decided to go south, and thus had been halfway to the watchtower when the attack began. But Major Dulong was not accustomed to failure, and the repulse on the hilltop had hurt his pride. "Of course you can go back," the brigadier reassured him, "but not straight away. I think we shall let les belles filles have their wicked way with them first, yes?" "Les belles filles?" Christopher asked, wondering why on earth Vuillard would send girls up to the watchtower. "The Emperor's name for his cannon," Vuillard explained. "Les belles filles. There's a battery at Valango, and they must have a brace of howitzers. I'm sure the gunners will be pleased to lend us their toys, aren't you? A day of target practice, and those idiots on the hill will be as broken as your redhead." The brigadier watched as the girls brought out the food. "I shall look at their target after we've eaten. Perhaps you'll do me the honour of lending me your telescope." "Of course." Christopher pushed the glass across the table. "But take care of it, my dear Vuillard. It's rather precious to me." Vuillard examined the brass plate, and knew just enough English to decipher its meaning. "Who is this A.W.? "Sir Arthur Wellesley, of course." "And why would he be grateful to you?" "You couldn't possibly expect a gentleman to answer a question like that, my dear Vuillard. It would be boasting. Suffice it to say that I did not merely black his boots." Christopher smiled modestly, then helped himself to eggs and bread. 200 dragoons rode the short journey back to Valengo. They escorted an officer who carried a request for a pair of howitzers, and the officer and the dragoons returned that same morning. With one howitzer only, but that, Vuillard was certain, would be enough. The riflemen were doomed. Chapter 6. "What you really wanted," Lieutenant Pelletier said, "was a mortar." "A mortar?" Brigadier General Vuillard was astonished at the lieutenant's self-confidence. "You are telling me what I want?" "What you want," Pelletier said confidently, "is a mortar. It's a question of elevation, sir." "It is a question, Lieutenant." Vuillard put a deal of stress on Pelletier's lowly rank. "Of pouring death, shit, horror, and damnation on those impudent bastards on that goddamned hilltop." He pointed to the watchtower. He was standing at the edge of the wood where he had invited Lieutenant Pelletier to unlimber his howitzer and start slaughtering. "Don't talk to me of elevation. Talk to me of killing." "Killing is our business, sir," the lieutenant said, quite unmoved by the brigadier's anger. "But I do have to get closer to the impudent bastards." He was a very young man, so young that Vuillard wondered whether Pelletier had even begun to shave. He was also thin as a whip, so thin that his white breeches, white waistcoat, and dark blue cutaway coat hung on him like discarded garments draped on a scarecrow. A long, skinny neck jutted from the stiff blue collar, and his long nose supported a pair of thick-lensed spectacles that gave him the unfortunate appearance of a half-starved fish. But he was a remarkably self-possessed fish, who now turned to his sergeant.
2 pounds at 12 degrees, don't you think? But only if we can get to within 350 toises.
Toises? The brigadier knew gunners used the old unit of measurement, but it meant nothing to him.
Why the hell don't you speak French, man? 350 toises, call that...
Pelletier paused and frowned as he did the mathematics.
680 meters.
His sergeant, as thin, pale, and young as Pelletier, broke in.
682,
Pelletier said cheerfully.
350 toises?
The sergeant mused aloud.
2 pound charge, 12 degrees, I think that will serve, sir.
Only just, though,
Pelletier said, then turned back to the brigadier.
The target's high, sir,
he explained.
I know it's high,
Vuillard said in a dangerous tone.
It's what we call a hill.
And everyone believes howitzers can work miracles on elevated targets,
Pelletier went on, disregarding Vuillard's sarcasm.
But they're not really designed to be angled at much more than 12 degrees from the horizontal. Now, a mortar, of course, can achieve a much higher angle, but I suspect the nearest mortar is at a Porto.
I just want the bastards dead,
Vuillard growled, then turned back as a memory occurred to him.
And why not a 3 pound charge? The gunners were using 3 pound charges at Austerlitz.
He was tempted to add, before you were born, but restrained himself.
3 pounds!
Pelletier audibly sucked in his breath, while his sergeant rolled his eyes at the brigadier's display of ignorance.
"She's a Nantes barrel, sir,"
Pelletier added in gnomic explanation as he patted the howitzer.
"She was made in the Dark Ages, sir, before the Revolution, and she was horribly cast. Her partner blew up 3 weeks ago, sir, and killed 2 of the crew. There was an air bubble in the metal, just horrible casting. She's not safe beyond 2 pounds, sir, just not safe."
Howitzers were usually deployed in pairs, but the explosion 3 weeks before had left Pelletier's the sole howitzer in his battery. It was a strange-looking weapon that resembled a toy gun incongruously perched on a full-scale carriage. The barrel, just 28 inches long, was mounted between wheels that were the height of a man, but the small weapon was capable of doing what other field guns could not achieve. It could fire in a high arc. Field guns were rarely elevated more than a degree or two, and their round shot flew in a flat trajectory, but the howitzer tossed its shells up high so that they plunged down onto the enemy. The guns were designed to fire over defensive walls, or above the heads of friendly infantry, and because a lobbed missile came to a swift stop when it landed, the howitzers did not fire solid round shot. An ordinary field gun, firing solid shot, could depend on the missile to bounce and keep on bouncing, and even after the 4th or 5th graze, as the gunners called each bounce, the round shot could still maim or kill. But a round shot tossed into the air was likely to bury itself in the turf and do no subsequent damage. So the howitzers fired shells that were fused to explode when the missile landed.
49 times 2, sir, seeing as how we have the caisson for the other howitzer as well,
Pelletier said when Vuillard asked him how many shells his gun possessed.
98 shells, sir, and 22 canister, twice the usual rations.
"Forget the canister," Vuillard ordered. Canister, which spread from a gun's barrel like duckshot, was for use against troops in the open, not for infantry concealed amongst rocks.
"Drop the shells on the bastards, and we'll send for more ammunition if you need it. Which you won't," he added malevolently, "because you're going to kill the bastards, aren't you?"
"That's what we're here for,"
Pelletier said happily.
"And with respect, sir, we won't make widows by standing here talking. I'd best find a place to deploy her, sir."
"Sergeant, shovels."
"Shovels?"
Vuillard asked.
"We have to level the ground, sir,"
Pelletier said.
"Because God didn't think of gunners when he made the world. He made too many lumps and not enough smooth spots. But we're very good at improving his handiwork, sir."
He led his men towards the hill in search of a place that could be levelled. Colonel Christopher had been inspecting the howitzer, but now nodded at Pelletier's receding back.
"Sending schoolboys to fight our wars?"
"He seems to know his business," Vuillard admitted grudgingly. "Did your servant turn up?"
"Bloody man's gone missing. Had to shave myself."
Shave yourself, eh?
Vuillard observed with amusement.
Life is hard, Colonel. Life is sometimes so very hard.
And soon he thought it would be murderous for the fugitives on the hill. At dawn, a wet dawn, with clouds scudding away southeast, and a wind still gusting about the ragged summit, Dodd had spotted the fugitives halfway down the hill's northern slope. They were crouching in the rocks, evidently hidden from the French pickets who lined the edge of the wood. There were 7, all men. 6 had been survivors from Manuel Lopez's band, and the 7th was Louis, Christopher's servant.
"It's the Colonel," he had told Sharpe. "What is?" "Colonel Christopher, he's down there. He brought them here. He told them you were here."
Sharpe stared down towards the village where a black smear showed where the church had stood.
"He's a bastard,"
he said quietly, but he wasn't surprised. Not now. He only blamed himself for being so slow to see that Christopher was a traitor. He questioned Louis further, and the servant told him about the journey south to meet General Craddock, about the dinner party in Oporto, where a French general had been the guest of honour, and how Christopher sometimes wore an enemy uniform. But Louis honestly admitted he didn't know what webs the colonel spun. He did know that Christopher possessed Sharpe's good telescope, and Louis had managed to steal the colonel's old telescope, which he presented to Sharpe with a triumphant flourish.
"I'm sorry it's not your own, senor, but the colonel keeps that one in his tail pocket. I fight for you now,"
Louis said proudly. "Have you ever fought?" Sharpe asked.
"A man can learn," Louis said, "and there is no one better than a barber for slitting throats. I used to think about that when I shaved my customers, how easy it would be to cut. I never did, of course,"
he added hastily in case Sharpe thought he was a murderer. "I think I'll go on shaving myself," Sharpe said with a smile. So Vicente gave Louis one of the captured French muskets and a cartridge box of ammunition, and the barber joined the other soldiers among the redoubts that barricaded the hilltop. Lopez's men were sworn in as loyal Portuguese soldiers, and when one said he would rather take his chances on escape and join the partisan groups to the north, Sergeant Macedo used his fists to force the oath on him.
"He's a good lad, that sergeant,"
Harper said approvingly. The damp lifted. The sodden flanks of the hills steamed in the morning sun, but that haze vanished as the morning became hotter. There were dragoons all about the hog-backed hill now. They patrolled the valleys on either side, had another strong picket to the south, and dismounted men watching from the wood's edge. Sharpe, seeing the dragoons tighten their noose, knew that if he and his men tried to escape, they'd become meat for the horsemen. Harper, his broad face glistening with sweat, gazed down at the cavalry.
"There's something I've noticed, sir," he said, "ever since we joined up with you in Spain."
"What's that?"
"That we're always outnumbered and surrounded."
Sharpe had been listening, not to Harper, but to the day itself.
"Notice anything?" he asked.
"That we're surrounded and outnumbered, sir?"
"No."
Sharpe paused to listen again, then frowned.
"Wind's in the east, isn't it?"
"More or less."
"No sound of gunfire, Pat."
Harper listened.
"Good God, and you're right, sir."
Vicente had noticed the same thing, and came to the watchtower where Sharpe had set up his command post.
"There's no noise from Amarante,"
the Portuguese lieutenant said unhappily.
"So they've finished fighting there,"
Harper commented. Vicente made the sign of the cross, which was admission enough that he suspected the Portuguese army that had been holding the bridge over the Tomega had been defeated.
"We don't know what's happening,"
Sharpe said, trying to cheer Vicente up. But in truth that admission was almost as depressing as the thought that Amarante had fallen. So long as the distant thunder of the guns had sounded from the east, then so long had they known there were still forces fighting the French, had known that the war itself was continuing, and that there was hope that one day they could rejoin some friendly forces. But the morning's silence was ominous. And if the Portuguese were gone from Amarante, then what of the British in Coimbra and Lisbon? Were they boarding ships in the broad mouth of the Tagus, ready to be convoyed home? Sir John Moore's army had been chased out of Spain. So was the smaller British force in Lisbon now scuttling away? Sharpe felt a sudden and horrid fear that he was the last British officer in northern Portugal, and the last morsel to be devoured by an insatiable enemy. "It doesn't mean anything," he lied, seeing the same fear of being stranded on his companions' faces. "Sir Arthur Wellesley's coming." "We hope," Harper said. "Is he good?" Vicente asked. "The very bloody best," Sharpe said fervently. And then, seeing that his words had not really encouraged hope, he made Harper busy. All the food that had been brought up to the watchtower had been stored in one corner of the ruin, where Sharpe could keep an eye on it, but the men had taken no breakfast, so he had Harper supervise the distribution. "Give them hunger rations, Sergeant," he ordered, "for God alone knows how long we'll be up here." Vicente followed Sharpe onto the small terrace outside the watchtower entrance, from where he stared at the distant dragoons. He looked distracted and began fiddling with a scrap of the white piping that decorated his dark blue uniform, and the more he fidgeted, the more piping was stripped away from his jacket. "Yesterday," he suddenly blurted out, "yesterday was the first time that I killed a man with a sword." He frowned as he pulled another inch or two of the piping from his jacket's hem. "A hard thing to do." "Especially with a sword like that," Sharpe said, nodding at Vicente's scabbard. The Portuguese officer's sword was slim, straight, and not particularly robust. It was a sword for parades, for show, not for gutter fights in the rain. "Now, a sword like this," Sharpe patted the heavy cavalry sword that hung from his belt, "batters the bastards down. It don't cut them to death, so much as it bludgeons them. You could batter an ox to death with this blade. Get yourself a cavalry sword, Georgie. They're made for killing. Infantry officers' swords are for dance floors."
"I mean, it was difficult to look in his eyes," Vicente explained, "and still use the blade."
"I know what you mean," Sharpe said, "but it's still the best thing to do. What you want to do is to watch the sword or bayonet, isn't it? But if you keep watching their eyes, you can tell what they're going to do next by where they look. Never look at the place you're going to hit them, though. Keep looking at their eyes, and just hit." Vicente realized he was stripping the piping from his jacket, and tucked the errant length into a buttonhole.
"When I shot my own sergeant," he said, "it seemed unreal, like theatre even. But he wasn't trying to kill me. That man last night, it was frightening."
"Bloody well ought to be frightening," Sharpe responded. "A fight like that, in the rain and dark, anything can happen. You just go in fast and dirty, Georgie. Do the damage, and keep on doing it."
"You have done so much fighting,"
Vicente said sadly, as though he pitied Sharpe. "I've been a soldier for a long time," Sharpe said. "And our army does a lot of fighting. India, Flanders, here, Denmark."
"Denmark? Why were you fighting in Denmark?"
"God knows," Sharpe said. "Something about their fleet. We wanted it, they didn't want us to have it, so we went and took it." He was gazing down the northern slope at a group of a dozen Frenchmen, who had stripped to the waist and now began to shovel at a patch of ferns 100 yards from the edge of the wood. He took out the replacement telescope Louise had brought him. It was little more than a toy, and the outer lens was loose, which meant it kept blurring, and it was only half as powerful as his own glass, but he supposed it was better than nothing. He focused the glass, steadied the outer lens with a fingertip, and stared at the French work party.
"Shit," he said.
"What?"
"Bastards have got a cannon,"
Sharpe said. "Just pray it isn't a bloody mortar." Vicente, looking bewildered, was trying and failing to see a gun.
"What happens if it's a mortar?"
"We all die," Sharpe said, imagining the pot-like gun lobbing its shells into the sky so that they would drop almost vertically onto his position. "We all die," he said again, "or else we run away and get captured." Vicente made the sign of the cross again. He had not made that gesture at all in the first week Sharpe had known him. But the further Vicente travelled from his life as a lawyer, the more the old imperatives returned to him. Life, he was beginning to learn, was not controlled by law or reason, but by luck and savagery and blind, unfeeling fate.
"I can't see a cannon,"
he finally admitted. Sharpe pointed to the French working party. "Those buggers are making a nice flat patch, so they can aim properly," he explained. You can't fire a gun on a slope, not if you want to be accurate. He took a few steps down the northern path. Dan? Sir? See where the bastards are going to put a cannon? How far away is it?